Chapter 51 Quirrell is discharged from the hospital. Linda's defense against the dark arts class lasted for a week and caused a heated response in Hogwarts. Most students loved the wonderful magic performances in class. They called the transfer student Linda the wizard among wizards. Of course, no one will be liked by everyone. There are also students who hate Linda. This is related to his teaching. The way is related to each other. In order to demonstrate the battle scene of the Dark Wizard, he will not hesitate to bully children. Whether they are first-year students or seventh-year students, as long as they dare to raise their hands to volunteer, they will definitely feel the iron fist of reality. This is the first lesson Lind taught them. What kind of action should be taken when encountering an opponent who is unscrupulous and cannot be defeated? Lind did not design an invincible opponent, but made it a decryption boss. If you want to defeat it, you must use your brain. According to Lind's advance hints and the props he provided, you must use the opponent's flaws to defeat the strong with the weak, or escape. Among the students of the 4 colleges, Ravenclaw performed the best. This group of eagles stood out with calm and composed thinking. Hufflepuff students ranked second in the overall ranking. They are silent and patient, and never act rashly before they are sure. Slytherin's little snake and Gryffindor's little lion are on par. Their personal strength is not a problem. It's just that one is overconfident and the other is overly reckless, which makes them perform poorly. Linda's good roommate Percy was the first unlucky one. Although he did not defeat the enemy, he escaped from danger with a trick. The Weasley brothers performed well, and Ron was the worst as expected. He showed amazing courage and would rather die than surrender in the face of the crazy alchemist played by Linda. This can be regarded as a glorious sacrifice. Everyone in Gryffindor patted Ron on the shoulder and praised him. Draco Malfoy was also tested. This blonde little white face was strong on the outside but weak on the inside. He thought he was very smart to pretend to surrender to Linda, but before he could backstab him, he was pointed out to have a fatal mistake. Linda's role was an assassin who acted on orders and would not accept surrender. The Slytherin classmates laughed directly, and Draco became a class clown. Only a girl named Pansy spoke up for him. After returning home, the little Malfoy wrote a letter to his father, the old Malfoy, crying that he was bullied by the transfer student. During dinner, Draco led his followers and the girl named Pansy to announce to Lind arrogantly that Dumbledore's behavior of privately appointing students as substitute teachers would definitely be criticized by the school board, and Dumbledore would have to compensate for his behavior. Lind found it interesting, so he asked with a smile, "Boy, what do you think will happen to me?" "At least expulsion." Draco waved his palm in a cowardly manner. He raised his skinny chest, like a wind chicken hanging under the eaves, and his pale cheeks also flushed with excitement. His 2 grey eyes were shining. Perhaps he felt that this sentence would not scare Lind, so he quickly stammered and added, "You may be fined. You have damaged the mental health of many students. You must compensate. At least, 400 galleons." Harry and the others stared at Malfoy fiercely, which did not make Draco retreat, but made him complacent. The 2 fat followers behind him seemed to be wandering in the sky, confused. And Pansy was like an aggressive lion dog, baring her teeth at Harry and the others. Linda couldn't help laughing. He just smiled and didn't answer. Draco stared at the transfer student for a while and felt his hands and feet were a little cold. Soon, Draco left. He returned to the Slytherin table in dejection. The little snakes around him were also laughing when they saw him. Not only Slytherin students, but also children from 4 colleges were laughing at Draco. This was not funny at all. Draco's face was pale. Later, he had a big fight with Pansy, and then bullied the follower Gao for no reason in the dormitory. This night was very long for him. He curled up in the quilt, tossing and turning, crying quietly. Linda threw Draco's threat behind his head. Old Malfoy had no chance to trouble the transfer student. It was Dumbledore who stopped him. Lucius Malfoy was angry with Dumbledore in the headmaster's office, and the old wizard just smiled. When he walked into the office, he was furious, but he still noticed the wolfhound lying next to the desk at the first time. Lucius praised reservedly and coldly, "It's a beautiful dog." Alfred looked up at Lucius, mumbled a few times in his throat, and then lay down again. Lucius accused Dumbledore of neglecting his duties and turning a blind eye to the bullying of freshmen by senior students. During the whole process, Dumbledore seemed to be dozing off. No matter what kind of criticism he received, he just smiled and said nothing. Until Lucius was about to leave, he finally woke up and said loudly, "Don't disturb Delin, Lucius, don't do it. For yourself, for your children and family, and for the future of the wizarding world. Are you old and crazy?" "No, Lucius, you don't understand the significance of Delin's appearance in this era. That child is special." "How special? Is it an obscurus?" Dumbledore had some sad memories of this word. He looked gloomy, and then smiled again. "No, that child is not a gloomy, indifferent, loveless, and pathetic creature. He is the god of magic, the sun, the Lion King, and Beowulf. Don't try to threaten him, don't try to control him, don't try to be hostile to him. Although Delin is kind and merciful, he will not give you a chance to regret." Lucius walked to the door with a gloomy face. Dumbledore warned him for the last time before he left, "Lucius, go back." Old Malfoy waited for a while, but there was no response. He finally left Hogwarts. His good son cried in the dormitory for 3 days, but he didn't get the support of old Malfoy. Instead, he received a yelling letter from his mother, asking him to behave himself in school. The restaurant was full of joy at that time, and the Gryffindor students laughed the most. Today is the day when Quirinus Quirrell is discharged from the hospital. At noon, he appeared in the teacher's seat in the auditorium, looking brand new. His wizard robe was straight and neat, and he had a blue scarf wrapped around his neck. Before he was discharged from the hospital, he asked Madame Pomfrey for a cup of hair growth potion, which made him grow a beautiful black hair. Except for a bunch of disobedient hair, the rest of his hair was very handsome. He is now the outstanding graduate of Ravenclaw with amazing talent again. Professor McGonagall knocked the wine glass with a dinner knife and waited for everyone to look over. Quirrell stood up and apologized to the students, saying that he had delayed the teaching content and promised to make up for it as much as possible in the future. The first-year students had never seen this stuttering professor speak so fluently and have such a graceful image, and they were all surprised for a while. Harry stared at Professor Quirrell's hair for a long time, then frowned and asked his companions if they felt that this professor was missing something. Ron and the others shook their heads, believing that Harry had remembered it wrong. Quirrell's return meant the end of Lynn's substitute teaching days, and this meal made many children feel sad. Some Gryffindor students even proposed to apply to Dumbledore to let Professor Quirrell stay in the school hospital for another half a month, but this bad idea certainly didn't work. It was lunchtime after Lynn's last class, and when he came to the auditorium, all the students stood up and applauded him. The little wizards took out their wands and released fireworks and cannons in the air. In the teacher's seat, Principal Dumbledore smiled like a kind tumbler, Professor McGonagall tapped his wrist briskly, Professor Quirrell stood up and toasted Lind, and even Snape nodded slightly to him, and then drank by himself. The transfer student was bathed in cheers and applause, and took off his hat briskly to the surroundings, and smiled unconsciously. Chapter 52, Essence Transfiguration and Eternal Transfiguration. In late September, Lind submitted a transfiguration paper to the journal Transfiguration Today under the advice of Professor McGonagall. He proposed 2 new laws, called Essence Transfiguration Law and Eternal Transfiguration Law, breaking the 5 exceptions to Gamp's Transfiguration Law, which has always been regarded as an iron law, causing an uproar in the magic world. Hundreds of letters poured into Hogwarts every day. Some people held an attitude of discussion, while others accused Lind of sensationalism. Professor McGonagall was Lind's biggest supporter. She took out the journal that published Lin's paper and used it as a supplementary teaching material to teach. Through her explanation, these students understood what the essence transfiguration law was, and these contents were consistent with the concepts that Lind mentioned in class. Essential transfiguration is to analyze and understand the object you want to transform. The deeper you understand its existence, the more real the transformed object will be, until you cross a certain boundary and transform one substance into another from the root. The best example is the philosopher's stone, which can transform any metal into pure gold. It's just that Lind believes that this highest alchemical achievement can be achieved through transfiguration. This rule has won great praise from many confident wizards, who believe that wizards are born different and should have the ability to turn stones into gold. Most of the praise Lind received came from this rule. The Daily Prophet commented, "Although crazy, it is feasible." This is the answer given by a genius to the world. Many wizards can't wait to try it after understanding the law of essential transfiguration. Discussions and experiments on this law occupied most of the pages of the journal Today's Transfiguration in the following year. Few people can really do this. A breakthrough success occurred 5 months later, when a witch living in Equatorial New Guinea successfully transformed a ball of wool into a chocolate chip cookie, which was digested normally after eating, breaking the GAMP transfiguration law. Not everyone can comprehend the essential transfiguration. Even so, many wizards have learned from Lind's natural philosophy and made great progress in the study and research of transfiguration. Therefore, the number of thank you letters sent to Lind has increased day by day, and there is no lack of genuine sincerity with gold galleons. Some thank you letters are very strange. For example, on November 17, the Owl Kaya sent Lind an unsigned pink envelope with women's underwear. On December 3, he received a large package from an unknown wizard who was traveling in Egypt. This guy said in the letter that thanks to Lind's inspiration, he successfully escaped the pursuit of the local Aurors by using transfiguration. The package sent with the letter was part of his local specialty to show his sincerity. So what is the British Ministry of Magic doing? A thief transported from abroad dark magic items were not sealed when they came in. Amid the turbulent debate, the wizard academic community gradually recognized the law of essence transfiguration proposed by Lind. It is said that Lind will be awarded the Order of Merlin for this. Whether it is the highest level 1 or the slightly lower level 2 is still under discussion, but as expected, this Hogwarts transfer student will become the youngest recipient of the Order of Merlin in history. It is said that Lind has become famous before leaving the campus, which is a great honor for a young man, but there is always a lingering cloud in his glory, that is, it was the second law proposed by Lind, eternal transfiguration. For this law, the public opinion was almost one-sided. All wizards thought eternal transfiguration was a fantasy because it involved time paradox. In his paper, Lind claimed that once an object was eternally transfigured, the traces of its existence in the past would also disappear, which was equivalent to changing the history of the object. This sentence clearly indicated that the past could be tampered with and history could be rewritten. Most people could not accept this statement. In the face of the eternal transfiguration law, even the craziest wizards dared not believe it. Professor McGonagall was also vague and would not discuss it in depth. Among the students of Hogwarts, only Harry believed in the eternal transfiguration law, not only because he had always supported Lind, but more importantly, Harry vaguely felt that Lind had performed eternal transfiguration, and he had seen the transfiguration thing. It was just that he forgot. Time unknowingly came to October, and the autumn yellow leaves of Hogwarts were everywhere, and the temperature suddenly dropped. After a month of adaptation, the first-year students have become accustomed to life here and gradually become familiar with the magical phenomena in the castle. Life is on track and everything is moving in a good direction. But Harry found that Lind seemed to be in trouble. This was noticed when they were jogging together in the morning. Lind always looked absent-minded. Inspired by the transfer students, many students spontaneously got up early and followed Lind to jog along the shore of the Black Lake. Gradually, a large-scale jogging team was formed. Even Professor Flitwick would join in with his short legs, but he didn't stick with it after all. People in the team came and went, and the overall size was still expanding. Harry had observed carefully that since Lind began to substitute, many senior witches have been surrounding him. They would dress up as if they were attending a court banquet, wearing bubble skirts with crinolines, applying color-changing magic lipstick on their lips, thick colored eyeshadow on their eyelids, high heels, and knee-high cotton socks. Even their eyes were dripped with magic potions, which always made them watery. A Hufflepuff girl accidentally dripped too much potion, causing her to cry all day. Harry couldn't understand what these witches were thinking. They didn't work hard in their morning jogs every day. They either sprained their ankles or fell flat on the ground. When they were injured, they cried to Delin in a very pretentious way. Moreover, as soon as they arrived, many wizards came up to them. These people chattered and ruined the atmosphere of the morning jog. They were just there to cause trouble. Later, the senior witches also formed a cheering group called the 3-Year Dream Sisterhood, and they gathered together all day to study Delin's preferences. For such a non-professional club, their entry standards are quite high. At least Ron said that Hermione also wanted to join, but was rejected. The little girl was sad for several days. Delin was always indifferent to his classmates, but he liked to talk to witches. Harry didn't understand what Delin was thinking. In the dormitory at night, everyone discussed it, and Ron mentioned his 3 brothers. They all envied the transfer students who were so popular among girls. Most of the other roommates didn't understand what was good about witches. They were all strong, unfriendly, and not cute. Dean Thomas expressed his objection. This little wizard from a mixed-race family grew up in the Muggle world like Harry, but he was more mature than his roommates. He said seriously, "Girls are very good, they smell good, and they smile very nicely." Ron used Hermione Granger as a negative example. "Witches are terrible. Think about Granger, she stares at you when she speaks, and spits out dozens of words in 1 second. Before you can hear what she is saying, she starts talking about something else." Neville muttered, "She is very smart." That's right. Everyone admits that Hermione is very smart. Not only is she smart, but she is also very hard-working. She is also the first-year student with the most extra points in Gryffindor and is deeply loved by Professor McGonagall. In contrast, Harry and Ron are both deducting points. One is targeted by Snape, and the other is always in trouble. Harry listened to the relaxed and happy conversation of his friends, but he was still frowning. He also had a worry recently, about the strange dreams he had every night. He dreamed of many bad things, including screams, roars, and flickering green lights. Although he couldn't remember the details of the dream every time he woke up, the chaotic pulse signals left in the neural network still made him feel depressed. The remnants of the frenzy in the dream made him absent-minded in his studies recently, and for some reason, when walking in Hogwarts Castle, he often had a sense of copyright JVU of "I seem to have seen this place somewhere." The magical thing is that although Harry was distracted frequently in class, his learning progress did not fall behind, but became more and more handy. He couldn't tell whether this was a good thing or a bad thing. Harry wanted to ask Delin for advice, but he felt that this trivial fact really shouldn't bother him. If he could meet him more often, maybe he could mention it by the way. But the transfer student always appeared mysteriously, and it was not easy to find him. At the same time, Lind opened his eyes in the dormitory, looked at the ceiling of the 4-poster bed and sighed, "Why haven't I dreamed yet?" Chapter 53 The Cancer of the Sky, The Grand Appearance. Since discussing the invention of the spell with Snape, Lind has tried to let himself dream, and tried many ways, but none of them worked. It's not that he has lost the ability to dream. In fact, when he sleeps in the library tower, Lind occasionally dreams. However, once he arrives in other worlds, he cannot touch the dream. Perhaps it is the characteristics of the world of Harry Potter and the world of the Elder Scrolls, or it may be the disadvantage of Lind himself as a foreigner. Being unable to dream makes Lind unable to create his own spells, and being unable to create his own spells makes him unable to touch the root of magic. His ultimate transformation has reached the realm of doing whatever he wants, with the power to create life, change matter, and usurp history. But Lind is not satisfied with this. Creating his own spells represents the power of saying what goes around. Lind has this ability in the library tower, so naturally, he wants to try to do this in other worlds. Unfortunately, other worlds do not buy it. World I-2, where did this stinky foreign god come from, running here to beg for food? Dreams are very meaningful in mysticism and are often regarded as related to some kind of foreshadowing. Dreams in some worlds represent the other side of the universe, or the true origin under the surface of the universe. Linda couldn't dream. He guessed that his identity as a foreigner was rejected by the dream world. If dreams are a radio broadcast, then Linda's imported radio cannot receive the frequency band of local radio programs. It has to be said that it is a pity. He can't find a solution for the time being. The exploration of the source of magic has to be put aside for the time being. Linda is not in a hurry. He has an endless lifespan, not to mention that the source of magic is calling him all the time. Even if he just floats in the world silently for 100 years, Linda will eventually touch the essence of magic bit by bit. The portal to World 3 has been opened. Lind took the time to go in and take a look. He immediately recognized that the world was Elden Ring, because the portal's landing point was not elsewhere, but at the King's Chapel at the beginning of the game. Lind arrived at the highest city in the world, the King's Chapel. The chapel is so beautiful. Oh, isn't this the limb-jointed noble? Let's take a look at Nimchfu in the distance, family. He didn't stay there for long, because he found that the situation in this world was quite strange as soon as he entered. The basic physical laws of the world of Elden Ring are very different from those of other worlds, which makes most of the natural magic invalid. If you want to cast spells smoothly, you must recalculate the physical constants, and then adjust the spell configuration and make localized improvements. And the magic of the prior system is directly out of order. Whether it is spells or transfiguration, they cannot be used. It seems that they are strongly restricted by some kind of original law. This situation has caused his combat effectiveness to decline significantly. If you want to break through the restrictions, you must spend some effort. Lind plans to explore the world of Elden Ring when he has time. At this stage, he is more concerned about the world of the Elder Scrolls, because the world devourer Alduin has already appeared. Since Lind promoted Belina and the other two to followers, their time has been synchronized with the library tower, and the passage of time in the library tower is controlled by Lind. In order to give Belina and the others time to grow, Lind synchronized the time of the library tower with his own, so that the passage of time in the Harry Potter world and the Elder Scrolls world would be equal. He stayed in this world for a month, and the Winterhold Academy ushered in the end of the last month, August. The mountains were covered with snow and the weather was cold. It was the time to rest and recuperate. However, the Holy Land town in the south of Skyrim encountered a sudden dragon disaster. The entire fortress town was destroyed by the roar of the dark ancient dragon named Alduin. The garrison was annihilated and countless civilians were killed and injured. The news of the dragon's return was like the smoke above the bonfire, drifting all over Skyrim with the wind. At that time, Angmund was visiting the Companions' base in Whiterun, not far from the Holy Land. I don't know if this guy has awakened his barbarian blood or has a cramp in his brain, but he actually plans to be a glorious melee mage, so he ran to the Companions to learn combat skills. He heard that a prisoner who escaped from the dragon disaster visited Balgruuf, the Lord of Whiterun, and brought the news that the Holy Land was destroyed by the dragon. He hurriedly reported it to Belina. Belina received special instructions from Lind early in the morning, asking her to pay attention to the news of the dragon's appearance and call him immediately if she found anything. At that time, Lind was having lunch at Hogwarts. His cell phone vibrated in his pocket, and he took it out and answered it as if nothing had happened. "Linda, a dragon attacked the Holy Land town. A prisoner escaped from there. What race is the prisoner, male or female? A typical Nord man. After saying this, Belina heard a faint sigh of regret from the other end of the phone, and hurriedly asked, "What's wrong? Is the situation bad?" "No, nothing, on the contrary, the situation may be very good." A typical Nord macho man, maybe it's the cancer of Skyrim that has appeared in the world, and this time it may not only be the dragon that suffers. Linda raised his head and pondered for a moment. "I'm going to Creekwood Town, send those who are willing to move to Winterhold." "Will the Winterhold reconstruction plan be officially launched?" "Yes, inform the wizard Aaron of this news and ask him to negotiate with the Lord of Winterhold first. If the other party is tough, replace him with a gentler lord. This means declaring war directly with the Stormcloaks. I am afraid that some members of the Academy will be dissatisfied." Linda said calmly, "Tell those wizards that the Academy will not participate in any party in the civil war, but Winterhold must belong to us. If Ulfric does not agree with my judgment, I don't mind helping, he is decent." Belina laughed lightly. "Master Linda, just take Ulfric to visit the ruins of the Sasser ruins, and he will agree to any of your conditions." "Maybe it's a good idea, let's do it this way first, best wishes." Linda hung up the phone. As soon as he put down the phone, several people around him came over curiously and asked, "What is this? Magic items I have never seen before." "Mobile phone," Linda said, "my club members use it for communication. With this, there is no need to send owls to send letters." Percy thought for a while. Muggles also have mobile phones. "My father works in the misuse of magical objects department, and he talked about this kind of thing. It's really similar. But they need a signal tower as a relay, and mine doesn't. Delin, as long as you join your club, you can get a mobile phone, right? In other words, I can use this to contact you, right?" A 6th grade witch winked at Lind. 2 white elf fleas lived on her long eyelashes, which she transformed with magic. When she blinked, the fleas turned into an arc of electricity, which flickered. This was a solid electric eye. Lind shrugged and didn't buy it. "That's true. But I haven't successfully distributed a mobile phone in Hogwarts yet." "Who were you talking to just now?" "It was with Harry." This can't be explained in one sentence. A little further away from the long table, Ron was eating heartily while talking to Harry about a strange thing he encountered during detention. "When I was cleaning the Quidditch trophy, a line of words suddenly appeared. I think it might be a clue to the treasure." Hermione was very interested. "What did that line of words say?" "I remember roughly, the legend of the Djinn guides the way, and the library tower and so on." "What does the legend of the Djinn mean?" "I know. This time it was Harry who spoke. I've heard this story." "Story? Like the story in the Tales of Beedle the Bard?" Hermione nodded. "Almost the same, but the legend of the Djinn is the Muggle world's A 1001 Nights. Legend has it that there is a magic oil lamp with a genie in it. Just summon it and your wish will be fulfilled." "That's amazing. Then I'm going to find this magic oil lamp." Ron's eyes lit up, waving the chicken leg bone in his hand like a sword. "Harry, do you want to help me? Let's make a wish together." "Yeah." Harry looked at Hermione. "Let's do it together. I still have to read a book." "Please." Harry also blinked. He didn't know any magic with electric eyes, but his sincerity was a killer move. Hermione shrugged. "Okay." Then, she began to analyze the hidden information of the clues. Ron tried his best to listen for a while, and felt that his head was filled with 3 ounces of sea water. He looked at Harry, who couldn't stand it either, and smiled bitterly that the young man deserved it. "Please vote, please invest, thank you meow, I wish you all happiness meow." Chapter 54 Where are you going? In the Hearthfire month, September, the town of Creekwood has already had a strong autumn atmosphere, and a red maple forest by the river has dropped yellow leaves. Farmers are busy sowing this year's winter wheat, and sweaty oxen are panting on the ridges of the fields. The water wheel of the sawmill is moving slowly, immersed in the river where the water level has dropped, and it is rotating laboriously. The girl from the blacksmith's family ran through the street chasing the dog and cast a worried glance at the patrolling guards. Swan's blind mother shouted again, "The dragon is coming, I saw the dragon." The dragon is like a natural disaster, and mortals are powerless to stop its arrival. The villagers frowned, but they were still busy with their lives. There are more soldiers on the street than usual. They are from Whiterun City. Lord Balgruaf ordered additional troops to be sent to various villages and towns. Clement put on a brand new armor and sword and shield, stood on the gate tower and looked at the southern sky, always paying attention to any color that did not belong to clouds and flying birds. "What are you looking at?" The captain climbed up the wooden ladder and stood shoulder to shoulder with Clement. "Are you looking for passing robbers or dragons?" "Just in a daze." Clement tapped the hilt of the sword lightly and hummed the song of the dragonborn silently. "How long have Swan and Farndle followed the prisoner?" 8 days. The captain nodded. "How long has that foreign wizard been gone?" 3 months. Clement looked back to the north. It should be snowing in Winterberg by now. The captain asked him what Winterberg was like. "A small fishing village, very shabby. There are only 100 people." Clement has said it over and over again. The captain smiled carelessly and said, "I also went on adventures before, but I didn't go to Winterhold. I went to Solitude and Morningstar. I was young at that time and dared to go anywhere, until I was shot in the knee and had to go back to Whiterun." Shot in the knee, in fact, means getting married. Kneeling on one knee during a proposal looks like a knee injury. "I don't know how Linda is doing. The dragon is back, and it's not safe for him to stay in Skyrim as a foreigner." "Hey, Clement, look, is that the man?" "Who is it?" Clement turned around and saw a young man in a wizard robe and a cloak walking on the country road outside of Riverwood town. He also had an owl stood there. "Oh my God, Linda! Linda is back!" He also said that he would treat everyone to a meal and meet at the old place. At the noon banquet, everyone in Riverwood town arrived. Linda raised his glass again, and everyone drank. After a few cups of honey wine, all the worries could be thrown behind their heads. "Clement, have you heard about the return of the dragon?" Linda pulled his old friend to his side. "Riverwood town is very dangerous. It should be said that Skyrim is very dangerous everywhere. I plan to take you to Winterhold, where the academy will protect you." Clement was stunned, then shook his head and laughed. "Linda, you don't understand, we are the people of Lord Balgruaf. We will not go to Winterhold. That means losing the status of the Lord, losing the qualification to pay taxes, and becoming helpless wanderers. Besides, how can the children of Skyrim be afraid of dying in their hometown? Winterhold is now under the jurisdiction of the academy. As long as you go there, you will be a member of Winterhold." "That's great. Tell everyone the news." Clement said calmly. "You're not going to follow me. Linda, I'm the son of the mother of Skyrim. My ancestors were able to take Skyrim from the dragons, and so can we. The Dragonborn has appeared. The dragons won't be rampant forever. You don't have to be stubborn. Besides, the ancient Nord heroes mastered the way of roaring, which could blow away mountains and roar through city walls. Now the Nords can only scare wild wolves on the roadside with a howl. There is no comparison." Clement didn't pay attention to Linda's persuasion, but captured the key information: Dragonborn has appeared. At the noisy banquet, only a few people paid attention to this, including Delphine, the female owner of the Sleeping Giant Inn. When she heard the word Dragonborn, she immediately pricked up her ears. Linda nodded. "The prisoner who escaped from the Holy Land town a few days ago is the last Dragonborn. He is destined to defeat Alduin. By the way, you have seen him, right? Tell me about him. What kind of person is he?" "That guy." Clement took a sip of wine. fell into reminiscence, and was silent for a long time before suddenly saying, "He looks like a fool, has a good alcohol tolerance, can't remember his own name, looks very reliable, but his hands and feet are not honest. He killed a chicken just after entering the village and was beaten from the entrance to the end of the village by more than a dozen people. When I caught him, he argued that this was his hunting trophy, not stealing the chicken." Linda: "Very good, it fits my imagination of the Dragonborn. A hero with amnesia, a legendary journey." Linda whispered in admiration, "One day, I will meet him. But before that, I will restore the historical glory of Winterhold. Climmen, I need manpower, and Winterhold was not built in a day. And can you bear to watch your relatives die under the flames of the dragon? What's wrong with letting them live under the protection of the Academy?" Climmen frowned sadly. "Everyone has a destiny. If I am destined to die in the dragon disaster. Don't talk to me about destiny. If I say you can survive, you can survive. Even if you die, I can go to Sovngarde to catch your soul and put it in my body. Don't bother with me. I will tell everyone later that those who are willing to go to Winterhold with me will set off this evening. Those who don't want to go can stay here. I don't care about others, you, Farndal and Swan, all of you, as well as family and friends, all follow me." Climmen was stunned, shook his head and laughed. "Linda, you seem to have changed, but I like your change. Well, just think of it as for the family." Even though Skyrim was facing the dual threats of civil war and dragon disaster, not everyone was willing to abandon their warm hometown and follow Lind to Winterhold in the north. Everyone had heard that the place was cold and broken, and they had to rely on fishing and hunting to survive. After much persuasion, Climmen finally persuaded more than 70 people, mainly women and children, with only 23 young and strong men. Lind directly let them enter the library tower, and he used flying magic to rush back to Winterhold. In the evening of Creekwood town, the sun had not completely set, but the sky of Winterhold had already been dark. When everyone came out of the portal, facing the dark fishing village with a biting cold wind, they were inevitably confused and regretful. The coldness of the night soaked through the clothes, and the pores on the chest were cold. Lind clapped his hands, and a circle of warm wind blew out from him, covering everyone seemed to have returned to spring in an instant, and the chills of the people were dispelled. He pointed his hand to the sky, and a firework flew and exploded in the night. In response, a firework flew from the distant academy. The team of mages holding lanterns came slowly, far away, like a group of fireflies flying down from the sky. Braelina walked in the front, she handed the lantern to Lind and made way for the academy. They walked into the village of Winterberg together, looking around the desolate and dilapidated houses. The desolate and dilapidated scene made everyone very worried. Climmen asked Lind, "We are here, it's freezing cold, there is no roof to shelter us from the wind and snow, no stove to warm us up, and the food we have is only enough for half a month. How can we survive?" The immigrants in Creekwood all looked at him expectantly. Linda led them to an open space, and he said to the Dark World, "I have granted permission for people from the southern part of Skyrim to settle down here, so they will be sheltered by houses, they will go fishing by boat to support their families, and they will join the great cause of revitalizing the old capital of Winterhold." So stone walls and wooden beams rose in the snow, and rows of houses were built quickly in the slight trembling of the earth. Each house was solid, with doors, windows, and triangular roofs. When the door was opened, there must be a fire pit inside. There were also beds, tables, chairs, stoves, and chimneys. The backyards of the houses were equipped with small fishing boats, and there are fishing nets and clothes drying racks. Witnessing this scene, the crowd exclaimed in surprise, and only when everyone moved into their new houses did they dare to believe that this was not an illusion. "You can live here and don't have to worry about your life." Linda entrusted Climmen to manage the daily life of the immigrants in Creekwood town. From tomorrow, young men and women aged 10 to under 60 will join the labor. Winterhold will become the most prosperous city in Skyrim with everyone's efforts. Linda looked at the members of the academy again, the Academy does not participate in politics, but Winterhold and the Academy are an inseparable whole. The new Winterhold will become the backing and fortress of the Academy, and the Academy will also protect the people in this city from the poison of war. Master Aaron witnessed the young man planning the world in the crowd, and showed a lonely and approving smile. Chapter 55 The Old Capital Rises from the Sea. The plan to rebuild Winterhold had already sprouted when Linda played the Elder Scrolls, and when he actually came here, this idea took root. This is just a simple idea, that is, what if Winterhold is rebuilt after the collapse? It's easy to think about it, but it's not difficult to do it in practice. On the 7th day of the Hearthfire month, a calm and clear morning, Lynn stood on the edge of the cliff, with the raging sea of Aa the dead at his feet. He had been standing quietly for half an hour. The people of Winterhold, wearing thick fur clothes, gathered in the center of the village, and the mages of the Academy had also gathered here. Balina shouted in front of the crowd, her words condensed into white mist in the cold autumn air. The crowd was a little restless, and the Nord's distrust of mages continued. But since the Academy persuaded Lord Collier and dispersed all the Stormcloak guards, these civilians had no choice but to obey. The immigrants from Riverwood Town still had expectations for a new life and recognized Lind, so they were quiet. "Everyone, follow me." Balina walked in front, followed by the mages, and the people of Winterhold followed the pace of the Academy in a sparse manner. "Linda, everyone is here." Balina came close to him and whispered. "Thank you, Mayo." Linda did not turn around to say anything to everyone. He still faced the surging sea. Under the cold and salty sea water, in the deep mud, the walls and palaces of the old capital were buried. He took out the instant noodle fork that came with the crossing from the inner pocket of the wizard robe, and transformed it into a huge ebony scepter with an inlay hole on the top. Took off the eye of the tower worn on his chest, took out the dark core, and gently placed it in the hole at the top of the scepter. Linda raised the scepter high. "Hurry!" The surging magic energy erupted, and the 7-color magic turbulence rushing out from the top of the scepter was like a rainbow erupting from the crater. Shooting straight into the sky, and then dispersing into a raging wind, a gorgeous and grand light band fluttered above Winterhold, like the skirt of the goddess Jan. Such a fierce magic effect can be observed by precision instruments throughout Tamriel and even the entire Nirn. The people of Winterhold shouted in panic, accusing the wizards of being murderers and doing something evil again. Cleman was responsible for pacifying the immigrants in Riverwood Town, while Lord Collier of Winterhold chose to flee with his people. The wizards of the Academy were indifferent to the restless crowd. They just looked up at the sky with magic power intoxicatedly, and silently praised the profound and immeasurable magic attainments of Master Linda in the frenzy. Repair. Return to the original. Every syllable in Lin's mouth was as heavy as thunder. The roars of dragons and heroes once resounded in the ancient sky, and the magic spells in the world of Harry Potter cast by Lind also resonated with the bones of the earth, which can be understood as the laws of the world, of Nirn, just like the roar of a dragon. The earth began to shake. It was as if the spirits of creation had awakened. The rock formations under people's feet were like trembling steel, making them unable to stand. Houses and forests shook off the snow, and large-scale avalanches occurred in the mountains of Winterhold. The Stormcloak troops marching from Windhelm in the south to Winterhold were also blocked by the earthquake. The soldiers were in doubt and hesitated. Their general Galmer cursed in a low voice, looking at the colorful rainbow light floating in the northern sky, and was in a dilemma for a while. Repair. Return to the original. A loud and firm command like thunder on a summer night. The sea of Aa the dead was surging, and a dark shadow deeper than the iron blue slowly rose from the sea. The fish fled in all directions, even rushing onto the beach to escape the range of the shadow. The three-tusked walrus walking on the glacier raised its fat body, roared twice, and fled to the far sea. Repair. As before. The ebony scepter was penetrated by the blazing magic energy, and the white light seeped out from the microscopic cracks in the metal, dyeing the dark ebony into dark gold. Linda's body floated slightly. He swung the scepter and smashed the earth, with the spirit of the Titan giant in mythology swinging his hammer to shape the world. In the silent roar, the old city of Winterhold, which sank in the sea of Aa the Dead, broke out of the water, and hundreds of millions of tons of soil and rocks seemed to have no gravity, slowly rising into the air, and sticking to the cliffs in front of Linda bit by bit. The earth stretched out in front of him, and the fragments of the city came from all directions, like a flock of flying birds, each taking its place. The houses, palaces, streets, fences, taverns, ports, ships, warehouses, all the details of the city, except for the plants and living things, were reproduced as if time had gone back. A magnificent city was not built in a day, but it can be restored to its original state in a day. When the rainbow light in the sky dissipated, when the earth was returned to peace, when the mountains are silent, when the sea is silent. What is presented to people is the Winterberg 78 years ago. The ancient capital is desolate and solemn, with only fish, shrimps, and walruses that have no time to escape jumping lively on the roofs and streets. When migratory birds return next year, they will find that this city has long had the ruts left by their ancestors. Linda fell back to the ground, gently took off the eye of the tower on the top of the scepter, and put it back into the necklace. Then he turned the scepter back into a noodle fork and put it back into his pocket calmly. He turned to Blalina and smiled, "Now all we have to do is immigrate, right?" Blalina stared at the Winterberg Academy. The dangerous suspended passage has now landed safely on the hillside, and the handrails and guardrails have been restored to new condition, so there is no need to worry about falling into the sea and dying. Her eyes were bright and blurred. Can this also be done by magic? It's incredible. Savos Aaron looked at the familiar streets and the world that had changed, and tears came to his eyes unconsciously. It's great, it's great. The panicked people of Winterberg walked out of their hiding places and strolled in the magnificent old capital. For a moment, they didn't know how to express their shock and amazement. Lord Collier's mood was even more difficult to express. He was a complicated person. He usually showed an attitude of rejecting the academy, but privately he valued the mage community. When Aaron came to tell him about the crazy reconstruction plan, Collier finally agreed. Maybe he was reluctant to give up the power at hand, maybe he really cared about Winterberg and the people here. You didn't lie. Winterberg, it's really back. Lord Collier hugged his wife and children. He wanted to laugh and cry, but in the end he just sighed, because he knew that the road ahead was still very long, and no one could say whether it would be dawn or dusk. Clement quickly came to his senses. He stepped forward and patted Lind on the shoulder. You are really good. Go pick a house you like. Lind crossed his arms and looked in a good mood. No one lives there anyway. Do you want me to pick one for you? We can be neighbors. Whatever. Lind did not object. Bralina rolled her eyes. I'll pick a house too. Zag stood behind them and used his mobile phone to broadcast the scene of Lind the mage repairing Winterhold to Anmund. Anmund raised his mobile phone. In the video, he was in an abandoned ancient temple, and there was a blonde Nord man next to him, leaning into the camera, looking stupid. Anmund was heartbroken. I regret it. I shouldn't have come to Whiterun. I also want to witness Lind the mage's great power with my own eyes. Zag, the cat is smiling. JPG. The blonde Nord man pointed at Lind's back in the picture. Is that Lind the mage? Yes, it's amazing, isn't it? Yeah. The Nord man showed a clear and stupid expression. I want to learn this too. Can he teach me? I'm willing to run errands for him. Master Linda is very busy. If you don't have talent, don't even think about this kind of good thing. Nyo, I have a book called Candlelight Magic here. You can learn it first. When you understand it, come back to me. The Nord man said honestly, took the spell book in his hand, and flipped through it with interest. Okay, don't read it yet, we still have to get the dragon stone. Anmund patted the Nord man's shoulder and urged him to leave quickly. Anmund. What's wrong? The Nordman raised his hand and shot a magic candlelight ball. I learned it. What? Anmund was stunned. Chapter 56. This is Winterhold. Winterhold announced its separation from Stormcloak, which angered Eastland, its neighbor to the south. In the early days of the Civil War, Winterhold was already occupied by Stormcloak forces. This small fishing village had no military power to tap, and even lacked resources to provide logistical support. Its only strategic value was as a deep hinterland and a tactical springboard. After Lind announced the launch of the reconstruction plan, the Stormcloak soldiers were ordered by the Academy mages to disarm and transform into civilians on the spot. If they did not want to, they had to leave immediately. No stay. The Academy took over the security of the territory. Mirabelle Irwin replaced the fake wizard beside Lord Collier as the court magic consultant, directly contacting the communication between the Lord and the Academy. For the requirements put forward by the Academy, Lord Collier always strives to provide more benefits to the people of Winterberg as much as possible, and the Academy also respects the power of the Lord as a ruler. Linda explained his vision of Winterberg to the members of the Academy. Winterberg will become a large city with a thriving population, accepting immigrants from all over the world. The Academy will recruit talents with magical talents and train them to become spellcasters. Spellcasters will become managers of Winterberg, and we will formulate city laws to stabilize public security. Does this violate the purpose of the Academy? We should not participate in politics. Someone questioned, not in a tough attitude, but with worries about the future. The peripheral members we train can fill the administrative vacancies of Winterberg. The Academy itself will not directly participate in government affairs, but only serve as an educational institution and academic center. If we recruit immigrants, how do we solve the religious issue? Religious freedom, but the law is supreme. Winterhold is a city of mages, not a city of priests and monks. No one may violate the law in the name of faith. Especially those Daedra believers, I will punish them severely if necessary, and don't fear the revenge of the demon gods. In Mundus, the mortal world, the demon gods can't beat me. Linda hopes to develop the Academy into the most powerful wizard organization in Tamriel. At that time, the magic knowledge produced in one day can fill a library today. The collection of his library tower will become richer and richer. It is equivalent to letting others explore the research field of magic for him. Among the many demons in the world of the Elder Scrolls, the one who is most eager for knowledge is Linda's good friend Hermias Mora, but this old guy always hides and refuses to share knowledge. What he likes is actually the mysterious knowledge and the history unknown to the world. His approach is to cut off the circulation of knowledge, even destroy civilization, bury history, so that the secrets belong to him forever. This is exhausting the pond to catch fish, which has caused devastating damage to the spread of knowledge. How could Linda be as short-sighted as Mora? As a generation, he not only wants to share knowledge, but also break the original relatively isolated academic system, so that more people can gather on an open communication platform to produce knowledge for him. This is the inherent thinking of modern people who have been influenced by industrial culture. Speaking of his old friend Mora, Lind began to covet S Annihilation Field again, which hides the secrets of the ancient times. If there is a chance, I must visit S house and take some specialties. Speaking of which, in the depths of the ice sea in the territory of Winterhold, there is a book Infinite Wisdom, which is the magic artifact of Mora, containing endless knowledge. You can take it when you have time. The old capital of Winterhold reappeared in the world, and Lord Collier announced that Winterhold would be separated from the Stormcloak and would not support any party in the civil war. The turmoil caused by this will surely last for more than 10 years. Heathfire month, 21st. The Stormcloak army has been marching in the mountains south of Winterhold for half a month. They are here to hold the Lord accountable and recover lost territory. Half a month ago, the magical anomaly in the sky above Winterhold made people feel uneasy. In the eyes of the leader, General Galmer, this was not a good sign. However, he did not give up, but moved forward cautiously. Avalanches along the way caused large-scale road blockages, and they took great pains to approach their destination. When they arrived at Winterhold, they found that this was no longer the dilapidated fishing village they used to be. Overnight, a magnificent city rose from the ground. There were fish drying racks on both sides of the street, and a group of farmers were waving iron forks to hunt a three-tusked walrus. Where is this? Why are there walruses in the center of the city? This group, the Nord barbarian probably thought he was dazzled and fell under some evil illusion. But that was the truth. The old capital of Winterhold was rebuilt, and the huge city had less than 200 residents. Counting the members of the academy, there were only a little over 200 people, not even enough to fill a block. The Stormcloaks sent an army of 500 people to question why the Lord of Winterhold betrayed. Ulfric's deputy, General Galmer, personally came out. This number of people was already a waste of talent to deal with the original small broken fishing village. To deal with the current Winterhold city, it seemed like using a butcher knife to kill a chicken. There were spontaneously organized patrol guards on the streets, led by Kleeman from Riverwood. At first glance, their weapons and equipment looked black, but when you look closer, Talos is above, they are all top-notch ebony craftsmanship and exquisite enchantments. If you take out a helmet and sell it, it would be enough to arm a 100-man heavy armored infantry team of the Stormcloak army. Kleeman stopped the Nord army and asked a rider wearing a bear skin, "Are you from the Stormcloaks? Are you looking for the Lord or the Academy?" Galmer said rudely, "We are here to reclaim the Nord's territory. Let your Lord and the head of the Academy come to see me. Since those mages have set their ambitions on the sky, they must accept the fate of being expelled." Kleeman and the Winterhold militia beside him all showed unfriendly expressions. The reputation of the Academy soared after Lind cast the Great Restoration spell. Now it has been regarded as a reliable friend by the people of Winterhold. Not to mention a general of the Stormcloaks, even if the Emperor of the Mede dynasty came, they dared to teach him a lesson. The Nord barbarians were very fierce. Kleeman rolled his eyes and immediately drew his sword at Galmer. "This is Winterhold. Those who don't like the Academy, get out." The 500 Stormcloak soldiers drew their swords together. "You are also a Nord." Galmer Stonefist ignored the ebony sword that was pressing against his throat. Even though the magic aura on it had made his throat sting, the aging general had a pair of eyes that were hotter than red-hot steel. "Damn you! You are also a Nord. Why do you stand against Ulfric? Why do you betray Skymother? Why do you cater to the dirty political tricks of the Academy and the Lords, and join the Empire? Have you forgotten our faith, our Talos?" Kleeman was just a small town guard. He was overwhelmed by the hero's courage, but his attitude remained firm. "Your soldiers cannot enter Winterhold without permission. If you want to meet the Lord, send one person as an envoy. The rest of you retreat 10 miles, otherwise it will be regarded as a war with Winterhold." Galmer's eyes twitched. "How many divisions do you have? What can stop Ulfric's iron hoof?" He gave an order, and the soldiers rushed forward and captured these Winterhold militiamen alive. The civilians on the street shouted when they saw this. Someone took out a short magic wand from his pocket and fired a firework signal into the sky. The fireworks exploded, and the red flames illuminated the Winterhold district was covered by dark clouds. Kleeman yelled, "You're finished! Tie them all up and take them back to Windhelm." Galmer said unreasonably, "I want to see how we're finished." Several black dots flew out of the Winterhold Academy and stopped over the Stormcloaks. Galmer looked up at the mages, and suddenly felt a strong sense of uneasiness in his heart. "Wait!" Linda stretched out a finger. Petrification spell. Paralysis spell. Copy spell. Weak lightning chain. Hundreds of ice-blue electric currents fell from the sky, like a fierce rainstorm, and jumped to nearby human bodies the moment they hit the target. The weak lightning itself was not fatal, and the petrification spell and paralysis spell in it were accompanied by jumping arcs, sweeping across the Stormcloak army in an instant. All the soldiers stood up and fell straight to the ground. Kleeman and others were not spared, but they were relieved of their negative status at the first time. "Old man, this is how you end up." Kleeman sneered at Galmer, who fell to the ground. Linda cast a spell to turn the swords and shields of the Stormcloak soldiers into ropes, and asked Kleeman and others to tie them up and wait for the judgment of the Academy. Chapter 57 God's Game of Thrones. Go back and tell Ulfric. If you dare to let the Stormcloaks set foot in Winterhold again, the Academy will destroy Windhelm. Let him fight the civil war with the Empire alone. These 500 people are detained here. If you want to exchange prisoners, 1 Stormcloak infantryman for 3 civilians, 1 cavalry for 10 civilians, 1 officer for 100 civilians, and Galmer Stonefist for 500 civilians. The Academy released 2 Stormcloak soldiers and asked them to ride fast horses back to Windhelm to report the news. The rebuilt Winterhold urgently needs to fill the population. At this stage, it is basically a wasteland, not to mention that all industries are waiting to be developed. Everyone is so poor that only houses are left. Every day, people eat all kinds of fish and seafood. The people's dining table is too monotonous, and their stomachs lack oil and grain fiber. The vast world is lonely, waiting for capable people to show their talents. Linda decided to stay in Winterberg for a while and play the game of simulating the management of the Lord of Another World, but he knew very well that he was not cut out for it. To be honest, he was not interested in it. In his previous life, let's just say it was his previous life, he bought many simulation management games, such as Stardew Valley, Dyson Sphere Program, Frostpunk, etc., as well as strategy games, Hearts of Iron 4, Stellaris and so on, but he couldn't play them all. In the end, in order to make the money he spent worthwhile, Linda used the CE modifier to adjust the game values AA and maximize various resources. Although the fun of the game has greatly decreased, it must be said that this way of playing has a kind of strength and beauty, which is very cool. Linda, play games, not be played by games, black man pointing to his head.jpg. The complexity of administrative management in reality is definitely not comparable to games, so Linda is even less sure to manage a wizard country. He is not one of those online novel heroes who can use political means to open up the situation in a complex real environment, but he does not need to work hard bit by bit like the travelers in the historical fictional world, and develop under the siege of various forces. Linda has long said that he is not a hero, he is a god. He can just use all the resources in the territory like cheating in a game, so that the material needs of people's survival can be met. There is no need to worry about territorial security. Just in the Sky province of the Fourth Era, there is no force that can provoke him for the time being. If anyone is blind, he will be directly wiped out after 1 warning and 2 warnings. It is definitely easy to develop without being afraid of hunger or being beaten. Linda does not think he is superior to others because of this. Those who can lead people to transform the world with mortal bodies are all real tough guys. However, compared to letting people stumble alone, Linda chose a more practical path. Sitting in the mortal land as a god and spreading blessings. This choice is very common in the fantasy worldview. Just talking about the history of the Elder Scrolls, there is a very famous example, the Tribunal of the 3 Demigods in the Morrowind region. Thousands of years ago, there were 3 dark elves in power in the Morrowind region, Almalexia, Vivek, and Suthasil. They stole the power of the heart of Lorkhan, the guy who was torn in half, and gained power comparable to that of the gods. Under their protection, the dark elves were able to survive disaster after disaster. For example, in the year 2920 of the First Era, the demon god Dagon invaded Morrowind, was defeated by the 3 demigods and expelled back to oblivion. In the Second Era, the snow demons invaded, and the tribunal sank the entire Morrowind region into the sea, and gave the people under its rule the ability to breathe in the water, thereby drowning the invading enemies. The demigod Vivek once fixed a satellite thrown to the earth by the demon god Sheogorath in mid-air, saving his city from destruction. These three demigods only stole divine power and relied on fooling the masses to maintain their divinity, but they have already demonstrated such incredible power. Even if they were eventually lost in the mist of history, they still left the Dark Elves with a glorious epic spanning 3 eras. Linda's situation is different from that of the Morning Wind Tribunal. Although he also stole divine power, he can be self-sufficient and does not need to replenish divine power from the outside world. With the Library Tower, he does not need to rely on religion to maintain his divinity. The power is self-sufficient and the divinity is self-sufficient, so there will be no disasters like the weakening of the Judgment Seat. The city he protects can last forever, and the people he guards will be blessed forever. Belina can understand Lind best. She is a dark elf and is familiar with the story of the 3 demigods of the Judgment Seat. She is also a follower of the King of the Tower and serves the sun in her heart. Lind, no matter what you want to do, I will always be there. Mayo, are you interested in playing a game? What is it? I named it Winterhold Age, which is a sandbox simulation business game. Belina shook her head. Please say something I can understand. Don't play dumb with me. I will explain. Follow me. Lind and Belina strolled in the rebuilt Winterhold. They walked along the main road to the center of the city. The ancient palace standing here was once the royal palace of the Asgrammar dynasty. Now the king here is Lord Collier. There is really a lot of work to be done. Any good suggestions? Lind looked around the desolate streets and the citizens who were coming and going in a hurry, and couldn't help but feel that the road ahead was long. Belina whispered, everything in the new Winterburg needs to be renamed. The Lord's Palace, the city, the streets. Oh? Is there a reason? You still remember the history of this city? It is said that Chalitter built this place with whispers. And you are not only the undisputed leader of the academy, but also the remodeler of the city. You are qualified to leave your traces. Let the people who come to Winterburg in the future always remember your contributions. What's more, a politically new city, without historical burdens, will not be involved in the disputes of Skyrim. Belina's meaning is very clear. The so-called legitimate name represents orthodoxy. After the historical buildings of Winterburg are renamed, it can not only weaken the legal system of the local lords, but also be beneficial to the management of the academy, and avoid disputes caused by historical issues. The new Winterburg is not completely blank. There is still invisible historical dust floating in every corner of the city. It is necessary to draw a clear line with the past to be completely cleaned up. Then let's start with this palace. Linda thought for a while, shook his head and laughed. I'm not good at naming, do you have any ideas? The Midnight Palace means a place that is always illuminated by the Sunday. But Winterburg only has midday in summer. Belina just smiled when she heard it, but didn't explain. Linda looked at her for a while, and agreed. Remember I said I would entrust you with the task of making a sandbox? Of course. Well, I'll build a sandbox first. Linda took out a familiar item, a smartphone. This item, which came from the 21st century and was endowed with magical powers after a bizarre journey, has always been used by Linda as a cross-world communicator, but it still has great potential to be explored. Previously, Linda felt that it was unnecessary, so it had not been developed. Now it is time to use its skills. Chapter 58 Simulation Business Sandbox Strategy Game. The various functions of a smartphone are formed by the cooperation of multiple electronic components. It can be roughly divided into several module units: storage unit, cache unit, calculation unit, display unit, information collection unit, signal unit, and power storage unit. These functional units are integrated, and if they are disassembled at will, it is likely to cause a crash. But Linda doesn't need to care about these. He can directly extract the functions he wants from the phone. I need eyes to watch the world for me. Linda gently pressed the camera, and the camera twisted and broke free from the phone case, turning into a transparent crystal ball with 2 pairs of slender and hard-colored crystal membrane wings. 3 circles of silver iron rings were suspended on the outside of the crystal ball, like the ring belt of a planet. You are called monitors, and you will fly day and night like a flock of birds, bringing me a broad vision. Linda whispered softly, and the transformed cameras quickly replicated, and in a very short time, they surged to tens of thousands. They rose into the sky, starting from the Polar Day Palace, and radiated towards the entire Winterhold. People working in the city and fishing on the beach heard a subtle and vast hum in the sky, which was the sound of wings waving. They looked up and saw thousands of dim meteors under the clouds, shooting in all directions. Linda gently pressed the phone screen again. I need a picture album that presents the world. The mobile phone screen rolled up like soft silk, gently fell off, stretched out in the air, and turned into a dark mirror, 10 feet long and 6 feet wide. The rings around the scattered monitors began to glow, and through magic radiation, the collected image signals were transmitted back and reflected on the mirror. Then the mirror lit up, showing the mountains, rivers, lakes, cities, and fields of Winterbug. The display range continued to expand, spreading from the center to the surroundings. It was as if a ball of fire was ignited, dispelling the darkness in the mirror and revealing the colors of the world. Brolina asked, "Is this the sand table you mentioned? It's still a bit empty now." Lind is actually making a geographic information system, collecting various geographic data of Winterbug, and it needs to be analyzed before managers can have a more intuitive understanding. He pulled out the computing and storage unit from his mobile phone. I promise to have a keen eye that sees through the world, so that we can know everything in the eyes of the monitors. A pale golden arc fell into the mirror, and then the mirror revealed dozens of layers of spectrum. Each layer was a dimension of geographical information, including terrain features, river hydrology, ocean hydrology, vegetation distribution, heat distribution, etc., and then integrated into one. The original photo image has disappeared, replaced by a 3-dimensional geographic space sand table of Winterhold, which is similar to the game screen, with various natural resource assessments, such as large fish schools in the Bay Area north of Winterhold, and an estimated catch of 1,400 tons of fish, as well as forests and herd distribution information in the southern mountains, etc. With such a sand table map, the managers of the territory can intuitively see the development potential. It is also very convenient to plan production. Amazing magic, Master Linda. It's far from its limit. Linda continued to disassemble the phone, integrating the signal receiving and transmitting components together into a small pin clip that can be clipped on the collar. This small item will be distributed to everyone in the territory. Whether it is a citizen, lord, wizard, criminal, or even a traveler, they all have to wear it. What is it for? Linda handed the pin to Balina. Try it on. The dark elf wizard took it with a smile and pinned it carefully on his collar. Does it look good like this? Whatever. This is not a decoration. Linda pointed to a bright spot on the sand table. Look. Your information is already displayed here. There is an additional information option on the sand table map, population. The only registered population is currently located in front of the Polar Day Palace, that is, Balina. The light spot is lonely, with no more detailed information, no name, no level, and no picture. These are all things that need to be registered and supplemented later. Lind told Balina about his plan. When everyone wears the identity pin, the population distribution of the territory can also be included. Then the positions can be divided. Farmers, fishermen, craftsmen, spellcasters, officials, nobles, soldiers, etc. And you can dispatch the population through the sand table. Manually select, or accurately locate in the population column, demarcate an area as farmland, and then assign farmers to cultivate it. The identity pin will prompt the wearer, and the monitor will lead them. Balina seemed a little absent-minded, but still admired, wonderful ingenuity. With this sand table, power is indeed like a game. If only politics could be that simple. Lind said, this sand table will be synchronized to your personal terminal, and every member of the library tower has the right to view it, but only they can perform personnel appointments and resource dispatches. In that case, wouldn't I become a lord? You can discuss with Collier, but your power is granted by me. Even if you are arbitrary, it is allowed. You don't have to worry about anything, don't worry about being opposed or questioned, just do it. Your love really makes me panic. Balina smiled softly. I will set up parliaments in the classroom and the college to discuss political affairs together. The college parliament is called the Outer Cabinet, chaired by the Lord of Winterberg and the Chief Mage, and recruited nobles and spellcasters as councillors. The classroom parliament is called the Cabinet, chaired by me, and recruited members of the library tower as councillors. It's up to you. Linda waved his hand. I will further improve the game features of Winterhold Age. You know what I'm pursuing. I don't care about other things. More mages, more knowledge. That's right. Then, the management of Winterhold will be entrusted to you, and the recruitment of new members for the library tower will be handled by Mage Zag, so that you don't have to take care of both ends. Brylina spread her hands very casually. You can arrange it. Looking at her happy mood, Lind couldn't help but smile. He put away the sand table and handed it to Brylina, watching her put it away properly. For the next few hours, the two of them continued to walk along the streets of Winterhold, all the way to the Hasaric Cape in the north, overlooking the vast sea. The cold wind mixed with snowflakes could not invade the magic shield around them. The cold and hot weather of the world was irrelevant to spellcasters of this level. They just needed to enjoy the natural scenery. It is said that the Nord hero Isgrammer landed here. Belina's eyes were blurred. Thousands of years, the endless waves have eroded and dimmed the glorious epic. Master Linda, can we, the followers of the tower, build a peaceful place for spellcasters in this cruel arena built by the gods? As long as I want, I can. Linda did not exaggerate, he said the truth. Ah, my Magnus, my Sunday. She couldn't help laughing again, her laughter circled like a seagull, and her voice was as crisp as the knocking of broken ice in the cold Arctic waters. It is because of such pride that we are willing to follow you. Chapter 59 The Library Tower is recruiting new members. When making the Winterhold sandbox, Linda thought of a very famous prop in the Harry Potter world, the Marauder's Map. This magic item can display the name and real-time location of everyone in Hogwarts Castle. It is not difficult for him to realize similar functions, or go further, but he still thinks he can take time to study the LifePoint map and learn from the design ideas, which may give him some inspiration. Throughout the autumn, he was like a social animal programmer, busy improving the game experience of Winterhold Age. This process is quite creative, so Lind enjoys it. But he increasingly feels the negative impact of insufficient population. He can create many functions, but there are no dedicated personnel to maintain them regularly. For example, Lind has thought about building base stations for the flying monitors for charging, upgrading, and repair. If the monitors are equipped with attack modules so that they can release destruction magic, can take on the role of sheriff, any evil will be covered by firepower. However, this will consume a lot of soul stones, and there must be enough enchanters and mechanics stationed at the base station. It sounds like a good way to create jobs and establishment, but the problem is that it takes time to cultivate these high-level technical talents and requires a large enough population base. If divine power is used as energy, it can be solved once and for all, but that is too wasteful. For practical reasons, Lind finally gave up building drones. Otherwise he could teach the natives of Nirn what the theory of firepower advantage is. There are many similar problems caused by population shortages. Many projects can only be cut, leaving design drawings and materials, and restarting them when there is an opportunity in the future. In the past 2 months, Lind's main work has been to build an artificial intelligence assistance system, which is embedded in the sandbox of Winterhold, which is equivalent to a game guide, which can help Belina reduce a large part of the workload. The second is to design an automated magic farm, a soul stone charging workshop and a steam-powered fishing boat. He handed the engineering structure diagram and enchantment design diagram to the members of the Academy for them to conduct experimental development. The constant temperature magic farm will bring developed planting and animal husbandry to Winterhold. Developed animal husbandry can provide huge soul energy for the Soul Stone workshop. The enchanted steamboat powered by Soul Stone will allow the fishermen of Winterhold to carry out large-scale mechanical fishing. The application of these three technologies can not only solve the food problem, but also provide sufficient raw materials for the enchanting industry. From Hearthfire month, September, to Dusk month, November, Winterhold is thriving, but the unrest in Skyrim is intensifying. First of all, dragons are frequently seen everywhere. Alduin, the world devourer, will fall into a long sleep, and the dragons who have turned into skeletons will be awakened again. They soar in the sky after thousands of years, just as the ancient poems chant, wantonly ravaging the earth. They are immortal creatures. As long as the dragon soul is immortal, they can live forever. Only the dragonborn can devour the dragon soul and completely kill the dragon. However, the dragonborn has not grown to the point where they can fight Alduin. On the 27th day of the Hearthfire month, the dragonborn, with the help of Anmund and the Whiterun defense forces, killed a giant dragon, devoured the dragon soul, and confirmed his identity as a dragonborn. On the same day, the Greybeards on the peak of Hrothgar summoned the dragonborn with a roar. The next scene is similar to the plot in the animation, where the protagonist is practicing in seclusion under the guidance of an old grandfather. Anmund called Lind and said that he planned to follow the dragonborn to Hrothgar Abbey. Lind told him to be careful, and there was no more instructions. The civil war between the Stormcloaks and the Empire cooled down slightly, perhaps because the whole of Skyrim entered winter, and military dispatch was not convenient. Large-scale battles can only be left until the beginning of next spring, when the snow melts. Winter is for both sides to recuperate, and it is also the season for brewing conspiracies. After a period of negotiation, Ulfric finally agreed to the Academy's request for prisoner exchange. More than 2,000 immigrants from Windhelm exchanged 500 prisoners detained in Winterhold, and the population of Winterhold ushered in a surge. Most of these immigrants are non-Nordic races, and they are discriminated and excluded in Windhelm, especially the Dark Elves, who are more severely oppressed. Moving to Winterhold may be a better choice for them. Braelina laughed and said that she could finally move her fingers a little bit, and she could select hundreds of people at a time to do one thing, instead of calculating as carefully as before. According to Lind's request, Braelina required all Winterhold people to take the test of spellcasting talent. In fact, most people in this world have the talent to control magic, but not everyone can persist in the process of learning magic. In order to motivate Winterhold people to learn magic, Braelina gave the spellcaster group very good benefits, including no need to engage in agricultural production, a fixed share of rations every month, various living subsidies are very comprehensive, and there is no need to worry about food and clothing. Those who can make innovative breakthroughs in magic topics are directly exempted from all work and only need to concentrate on academic research. These policies make Winterhold an academic paradise for spellcasters. The Academy became the power center of the new Winterhold, and the power center of the Academy was the mysterious Library Tower. For the Academy mages, the benefits brought by the reconstruction of Winterhold were obvious. They were no longer excluded by the locals, and they had a very high social status overnight, and they could conduct independent academic research away from production. Various benefits attracted them to stay in the Academy, and out of their pursuit of advanced magic, they all hoped to join the Library Tower and get closer to the godlike Linda Mage. The Tiger Mage Zag was responsible for recruiting members of the Tower, and the test for joining the guild was decided by Braelina. She would not test people's hearts with illusions like Linda did. In the eyes of Braelina, the descendant of a famous dark elf family, that approach was not universal, not only laborious, but also mediocre. It is true that Linda has 1,000 ways to make people loyal to him, and 10,000 ways to make those who betray him die a miserable death. However, the library tower does not need to rely on ideology to maintain the loyalty of its members. Like New Winterhold, establishing a social chain that is in line with the interests of the group will naturally attract people. Let the members of the Academy voluntarily squeeze into the library tower, instead of being like the old witch. It is undoubtedly a more upright and hardline method to take the initiative to test the disciple like a master accepting an apprentice. As for loyalty, Master Zag will eliminate those members of the library tower who are not loyal enough. All members of the Academy who apply to join the library tower will pass the trial to prove that they have any one of knowledge, wisdom, and courage. The Certificate of Knowledge is exchanged for breakthrough spell research. The Certificate of Wisdom requires finding the portal to the library tower in the Academy. And the Certificate of Courage requires the subject to go deep into the ruins of various places and bring back the lost ancient magic relics. The high-level members of the Academy have successively obtained the Certificate of Knowledge. After joining the library tower, they are allowed to have a study room. In the future, they can choose to study independently or apply to join the existing classroom to seek the guidance and protection of the disciples. The hexagonal corridor of the library tower is endless. It will accommodate any seeker of knowledge. The senior members of the Academy basically choose to be independent. They look forward to the day when their achievements will be appreciated by the King of the Tower, who will grant them the authority to open classrooms and the honor of immortality. On the 17th day of the dusk month, November, Linda received a call from Zag after finishing his work. Master Linda. Someone entered the library tower through the portal. Oh? Good news, who is it? 4 children, the language they use is incomprehensible to me. Give them the phone. There was silence on the other end of the phone for a while. Then, Harry answered the call, and the boy bravely greeted him, "Hello. Harry, it's me. I heard you came in. Welcome to join the library tower." Chapter 60 Trial of Wisdom. It was not until a call from Zag reminded Linda that he realized that he had indeed spent 2 busy months. However, it cannot be said to be busy. His life is quite fulfilling. Research the magic version of artificial intelligence, research automated farms, design livestock slaughterhouses and soulstone charging lines, use enchantment technology to build steam engines, and use transfiguration to build large steamships. Eat and drink with a group of students at Hogwarts, and drink with old friends at Winterhold. Play the red and white game in the library tower, or go fishing at sea. Sometimes I talk about academics with the college wizards, and sometimes I talk about government affairs with the Lord of Winterhold. Time flies quickly in research, entertainment, and socializing. For an immortal, it is actually a very happy thing to have your own hobbies. Of course, for mortals with short lives, having passion is happier than happiness. Linda, never lose passion, my friend. World Eye is already December. Christmas is coming, and Hogwarts Castle is immersed in the joy of the upcoming festival. The air seems to have turned into honey water with a sweet smell. The work at Winterhold has come to an end for the time being. Linda has also returned to Hogwarts, and he is going to take a short vacation until the new year. How did you find the library tower? Lind was a little curious. He hadn't paid attention to the 2 months at Hogwarts, but it was obviously an interesting adventure time for Harry and the other 4. They couldn't wait to share it with Lind. Just like Lind told them stories on the Hogwarts Express. Now these children have their own stories, and they feel that their life experience has increased a little, and they all have high spirits on their faces. Hermione and Ron explained how they found the door to the library tower step by step. The children's language organization ability was very poor, and their words were illogical and incoherent. Lind's head swelled to twice its size after listening for a while. In the end, it was Harry who came forward to explain it clearly. Ron found a clue in the trophy display room. We started looking for clues to the legend of the lamp god. At that time, Hermione suggested that everyone split up and searched in the castle separately. Look for all items, books, pictures, and audio visuals related to the lamp. Hermione went to the library of Hogwarts, where she found the collection of 1001 Nights, but when she opened it, she found that the content about Aladdin's lamp had been replaced by a short poem. The words on paper are hidden. Truth is only in mind. The fool find flame of secret. Return to lamp for genie. Ron and Neville were responsible for searching the castle. The two confused boys spent a month in vain until one day they accidentally saw the oil painting women drinking in the afternoon on the wall on the second floor of the astronomy tower. There was a silver oil lamp on the dining table in the picture. Ron interrupted excitedly, "I found it." Harry nodded and said, Ron wiped the oil lamp on the painting. A ball of flame came out of the oil lamp. The silver flame hit Ron's back of the hand like a circling arrow, leaving a small ring mark there. At that time, no one knew what the mark was for, and whether it would cause harm to Ron. There have always been curse stories circulating in the magic world. And Ron had nightmares for several nights because of this. "You dreamed, did you invent a spell in your dream?" Lind asked curiously. Ron shook his head. Inventing a spell was too much for him. Far away. Harry's expression moved, and he wanted to take the opportunity to talk about his recent strange dream. But soon, the topic moved on. After collecting clues, Hermione determined that the next step was to find the magic lamp hidden somewhere and have Ron return the secret fire to solve the mystery. In this way, they worked until the end of November, and the four children were still stuck at this step. The magic lamp will definitely not be hidden in some inexplicable place. There must be some clues that we have overlooked. Hermione racked her brains at the time. I wonder what the first two lines of the poem mean. The truth cannot be found on paper, but in people's hearts. Ron quietly complained, her expression is really scary. I doubt she is willing to open other people's brains to decipher it. Harry said, is it possible that these two sentences mean that we should ask someone who knows the legend of the genie? Professors who study Muggles may know. Who studies Muggles? Professor Caridi Burbaggy, and Professor Quirrell. Hermione said an unexpected name. Before teaching the Defense Against the Dark Arts class, Professor Quirrell was in charge of the Muggle Studies class. So Hermione went to find Caridi, and Harry went to find Quirrell. They both learned the detailed version of the story of Aladdin's magic lamp from the professor, and it was the wizard version. The wizard version is very different from the Muggle version. The folk tale Aladdin's magic lamp tells the story of a young boy named Aladdin who was framed by an evil wizard and achieved happiness in life with the help of the magic lamp. In the magic world, this is not a story, but a real history. The prototype of the evil wizard was a wizard living in Arabia in the 13th century. He was a magical animal lover who traveled around the world in his youth to track down the traces of magical creatures. One year he came to America alone by ship and found an island country full of gold near the equator. This golden land is called Chryse, which was recorded in the book by the Greek wizard Dionysus as early as the middle of the 1st century. The wizard sealed a strange monster on the island in an oil lamp and brought it back to Asia. Many years later, the oil lamp was stolen by the wizard's Muggle servant. The servant's nephew accidentally released the monster, and the angry monster cursed the land, causing sandstorms, forests, and cities to be buried, forming the Rub al-Khali Desert in the Arabian Peninsula today, and the oil lamp disappeared after that. After learning the truth of the story, the four little wizards were at a loss. The last place where the oil lamp appeared was thousands of miles away. Could they skip classes and go to the Arabian Peninsula for adventure? They complained in front of Lind, thinking that he was deliberately making things difficult for them. Okay, at least you succeeded in the end, right? Tell me, how did you come up with the clue? This time, it was Neville Longbottom who proposed the solution. He had been trying to help, but unfortunately he was stupid and timid, and seemed to have no sense of existence. Just when the three friends were at a loss, Neville suddenly said, there should be a desert in Hogwarts. Hey? Where? In the second greenhouse. During the herbology class, Professor Sprout mentioned that she used the weather carpet to create various environments, and some plants can only grow in specific places. Seeing Hermione's eyes getting brighter and brighter, Neville lowered his head and said, "Once after class, I asked Professor Sprout a question. There is a wooden box in the corner of the second greenhouse, and the professor put the desert weather carpet there." "So smart, Neville." Harry and Ron cheered for him. So they really found the magic carpet that simulated the desert climate in the second greenhouse. After unfolding the magic carpet, a miniature desert appeared. The mark on the back of Ron's hand became hot. He reached out to touch the yellow sand and pulled out a silver oil lamp from a small sand dune. Harry whispered, the mark on Ron's hand turned into a flame and flew into the oil lamp, and smoke floated out of the oil lamp. Hermione continued, the smoke condensed and formed a door. Ron spread his hands, then we came in. When the four of them came in, they saw a warm golden desert. This was Master Zag's classroom. In the center of this not-so-vast desert, there was an oasis like a pearl, and there was a towering tower-shaped temple. The big cat walking on two legs, wearing a typical and elegant priest robe, welcomed their arrival in front of the temple. Chapter 61 Apprentice 4. Due to the language barrier between the two sides, the first communication between Master Zag and the four little wizards ended in failure. This reminded Lind that if there are seekers of knowledge from other worlds in the future, how to achieve barrier-free communication is a topic worth studying. Lind hosted the welcome process instead of Zag. Welcome to the Library Tower, this is the kingdom of the King of the Tower, and all seekers of knowledge are welcome. You can have a corridor as a study room. But please remember that you only have the right to use it, not the right to control it. Study room. Yes. You will be given the mark of the tower, and you can enter and exit the library tower freely in the future, and you can use it to study magic, take a rest, or use it as a place of refuge. Difficult place. Cool. Every child wants a secret base of his own. This is a dream come true. Linda once imagined that the library tower could be turned into a busy plane connecting the multiverse. The benefits of doing so are obvious. A transportation hub can bring a huge amount of resources and fame and fortune. But he immediately discarded this idea. The library tower should not be a vegetable market, but a secret refuge for seekers of knowledge. The library tower should not be a train station, but a hidden paradise for gathering knowledge and wisdom. The monarch of the tower allows members to visit each other, communicate, and exchange goods to a limited extent, but they are not allowed to establish trading platforms and offices in the library tower. Junior members can enter the library tower through the mark, but cannot go to other universes or bring visitors into the library tower. Tower disciples can apply for off-domain exploration, lead apprentices to other worlds, have slaves, and bring tourists, but the activities of tourists and slaves are limited to the classroom. This is the difference between the so-called right of use and the right of control. Linda told Harry and the other four about these rules and asked them if they accepted them. To be honest, I don't quite understand these. Ron scratched his head. He always looked careless, like a completely heartless kid. The library tower is the secret club you've been talking about, right? Yes. You are the first group of Hogwarts students to find the library tower. What an amazing achievement. Then I'll join. Ron patted his chest carelessly. Hermione was very aware of legal rights and interests, and was more cautious and steady. She asked the question she was concerned about, do we need to pay any price? No, you don't need to pay any price. Joining the library tower is just the beginning of the journey of learning. If you want more profound magic, more powerful power, or the power of immortality, then work hard before the end of your mortal life. I look forward to gaining the favor of the King of the Tower, and looking forward to being promoted to an immortal disciple one day, opening a classroom, and passing on knowledge to future generations. Then I'll join too. Stars lit up in Hermione's eyes, which were the dreams and expectations of children. Harry and Neville had no objections. They were also attracted by the future described by Lind and had some visions. They came to the central ventilation shaft of the hexagonal corridor together, looking up at the endlessly extending corridor, and the illusory sun appeared. "Wow," the little wizards couldn't help but exclaim. "Is he a god?" Harry murmured. Lind shook his head and laughed. "Don't ask such questions in the future. Okay, pray with me." The little wizards followed Lind word by word to praise the owner of the library tower. The king of the tower was unaware, and the illusory sun dropped 4 copper keys, floating in front of the little wizards. "Take the keys and this phone. From today on, you are apprentices of the tower. Now, go and pick a study room you like. We will be neighbors in the future." In the eyes of these little wizards, the library tower may be similar to Hogwarts. In short, it is a place for learning. They have not yet realized that the library tower and the magic school are 2 different systems. Harry and the other 4 excitedly chose a hexagonal corridor. They visited each other through the doors on the wall. In the time and space of the library tower, all the doors are connected, or in other words, they are projections of the same door. Therefore, members of the tower can go to any corridor through the door, just by silently reciting the destination in their hearts. Unowned corridors can be visited at will, but owned classrooms and study rooms require the owner's permission to enter. This seems to be a room of requests. Harry and his friends immediately discovered that the layout of the study room can be changed according to the user's ideas, but the magic power required to transform objects must be paid by the user himself. The little wizards had a lot of fun, and they would not stop until their magic power was overdrawn every time. This excitement is estimated to last for 2 or 3 days. Hermione always tries to expand her interpersonal relationships when she comes to a new environment. She applied to visit the corridors of all other tower members. At the beginning, language communication became a big problem, but it was quickly solved. After Lind hosted the welcome process, he worked overtime for a while and launched a hidden function for the library tower, the language library. The language library will include the language skills of all people who stay in the library tower. When the gods hear your words, they already know your intentions, and the mystery of language is nowhere to hide. As long as the members of the library tower learn a specific divine spell language proficiency, they can communicate with anyone without obstacles, but the scope of effectiveness is limited to the library. Inside the tower, if you want to truly master a language, you still need to learn it yourself. Linda passed the learning method of language mastery to each member's mobile phone, and soon Hermione was able to use the language of Tamriel proficiently. At the beginning, Linda first arrived in World 2 and stayed in Riverwood for more than half a month before he could barely learn some daily spoken language. Looking back now, it really seems like a lifetime ago. The wizards of Winterhold College are all very autistic and have little interest in socializing. They are busy studying in the library tower and rarely communicate with others. When other members apply to visit, they are often turned away. Hermione's first friend was Tolfdir, an old wizard who was very kind. Then she met elven wizards such as Belina Mayo, Falaodar, and Nelia. Everyone liked this smart girl and thought she had the potential to become a senior wizard. Hermione was also very passionate about the magic in the world of the Elder Scrolls. She soon discovered that this kind of magic was different from the scientific teachings she had received. The 2 have the same purpose. She always learns quickly, and this time is no exception, but the increasingly advanced magic theory requires longer research. You should seek the help of a mentor. Mirabelle Irwin suggested. There are currently 4 classrooms in the library tower. If you can join any of them, it will be of great help to your path as a wizard. The 4 children of Hogwarts all want to join Lind's classroom. The teaching ability of this transfer student is obvious to all. But the answer they got was a polite refusal. Lind still plans to enjoy the holiday. Although Harry and the other 4 have excellent magical talents, they are not amazing enough to interest him. I have no plans to accept apprentices at present, but I will open my classroom to you. If you want to learn something, go to the book yourself. My servant Gialli will take care of you." On December 20th, Harry and his friends had been in the library tower for a week. The initial excitement gradually subsided, and they returned to their normal study life. That day, while Lind was resting in his classroom, Harry finally mustered up the courage to ask him for help. "Mr. Delin, I've been having strange dreams lately. Can you help me check what's wrong?" That's right. Let me take a look." It doesn't matter if Lind doesn't look at it, but he was a little surprised when he saw it. Harry's soul seemed to have undergone a strange transformation. Compared with ordinary little wizards, his soul was stronger and deeper, even many adult wizards couldn't match it. Strange. Wait. I seem to know. Mr. Delin, is there something wrong with me? Yes. Part of Voldemort's soul merged with you. Harry Potter slowly typed A. Chapter 62 Soul Teaching Aids. Mr. Delin, can I still be saved? Harry spent all the calmness a child could give to make himself accept the current situation. He couldn't tell how he felt. When Harry thought that he might become Voldemort, it was like a hedgehog was stuffed in his stomach, and his throat was full of sharp hairs. He felt that Hogwarts would definitely not allow a Dark Lord to be a student. If any professor knew about this, he would definitely be expelled. Fortunately, if he left Hogwarts, he could still study magic in the library tower, and he didn't have to go back to the Dursleys in disgrace, or go to a Muggle public school to be bullied. And it seemed that Mr. Delin didn't think this matter was a big deal. He was always thinking about it, and his brows never frowned even a little bit. Maybe Voldemort is not a problem. Mr. Delin can cure him, and Harry can go back to Hogwarts happily. Looking at Harry's uneasy look, Lind knew without using legilimency that he was worried about being expelled from Hogwarts again. It's a manifestation of a child's insecurity. Harry, this may not be a bad thing for you. But I am still, very scared. I am afraid that Voldemort will be resurrected in my body. He will hurt my friends. It is indeed possible. Lind nodded. He saw that Harry's face suddenly turned white and transparent, like a ripe onion. The expression on the boy's face was very funny. Don't worry. As long as you understand the composition of the soul, you can understand the situation you are facing now. The composition of the soul. Yes, the human soul is not a whole. It can be regarded as 3 parts. You may not have a concept of this, so let's find a teaching aid to demonstrate it. Lind sat on the sofa and waved to the bookshelf beside him. There was a glass jar on the shelf, which contained some strange things such as insect eggs and butterfly pupae. Some of them were collected by himself in the wild, and some were given to him by children in Winterbug. They were worthless souvenirs. He took out a brown and yellow insect egg shaped like an olive. Harry didn't understand his intention at first, but soon, Harry witnessed the magic skills of a great wizard. The egg was suspended in Lind's palm, soaked in the blue magic aura. The hard chitinous shell gradually expanded and became soft, turning into flesh and blood. The egg expanded from an olive to the size of a football. The original cell fluid inside also increased hundreds of times. Through the thin outer membrane, you can see the cell fluid as sticky as porridge foaming slightly. What are you doing? Some medieval alchemy manuals record a special creature called the homunculus. I will use the soul of the homunculus to help explain my theory. Lind's expression was calm, and he did not take this supreme alchemy achievement comparable to the Philosopher's Stone seriously. If everything he did now was published in the wizard newspaper of World Eye, he would immediately be rated as a great alchemist beyond Nick Flamel, but that was just stating the facts, nothing to be happy about. Harry patiently watched the birth of the homunculus. In the swollen amoeba egg, the turbid cell fluid continued to bubble, as if boiling, and a tiny embryo floated in the cell fluid. As the water level continued to drop, the embryo grew rapidly, and a heart was derived, followed by internal organs, bones, and muscles. The fetus was initially in the shape of a fish, and then curled up in the shape of a human. The blood on the eggshell continued to fade, and the color turned into a translucent bone white. When the eggshell was completely transparent, like glass, the appearance of the artificial man could be fully seen. Harry couldn't help laughing. Is it ugly? Lind stared at his creation. When making the artificial man, Lind always thought of Brave New World, where the fetus is cultured in a glass jar. He did not deliberately control the appearance of the android, and its form was randomly generated. This is a big-headed doll with grey skin, a thin body, slender limbs, and no gender characteristics. A 2-foot-long umbilical cord extends from the navel. The umbilical cord floats, and the end seems to extend into the void, a little blurry. This umbilical cord is glowing, constantly absorbing magical energy and infusing it into the android. It is born a powerful magical creature. However, the android looks extremely stupid, like a child with Down syndrome. The 2 bulging eyeballs are completely black, with an unspeakable evil temperament. It looks good. Harry praised reluctantly, "Do you want to give it a name?" "Not now, I have other plans." Lind broke the transparent eggshell, exposing the homunculus to the air of the library tower. It cried in panic, which was much sharper than the cry of a baby. "Shh, quiet, it will be soon, see." Harry shuddered slightly. He saw Lind put his hand on the top of the homunculus's head, and the cry of this ugly little thing suddenly subsided, as silent as a chicken being strangled to death. Then, a ball of translucent air or field was slowly drawn out from its head. This ball of thing itself has no color and does not emit light, but it acts on air molecules, causing the surrounding area to be distorted like a heat wave. "This is it," the boy said reluctantly. "Soul." Lind nodded, "This is the most original soul, I call it memory. Remember what it looks like now. It looks like just a ball of distorted air. Don't observe with your naked eyes, close your eyes." Harry followed Lind's instructions and closed his eyes. "I can't see anything." "Take out the wand." Harry took out the wand. This wand was very beautiful and exquisite. It can be seen that its owner cherished it very much. At this moment, the end of the wand was constantly swinging because of the trembling of the holder. The shaking wand was caught by another hand. It was more stable and stronger than the hand of the wand owner. In an instant, it seemed as if some power was transmitted to Harry through the wand, and he stopped shaking all of a sudden. "Remember what I said in class? The wand is the medium for communicating magic in the world. The magic of wizards originates from the soul, so the wand can also communicate with the soul. Come, extend the wand over here." It seems to be an illusion, but Harry feels that the wand is like his 6th finger at this moment. It transmits his sense of touch back. The air is slightly cool, and Lind's palm is broad and warm, leading the wand, just like a boatman pulling a boat into the distant sea in the night. Suddenly, the wand reached into something, and a cold feeling suddenly hit. This feeling is like the feeling of touching the body of a ghost in Hogwarts Castle. Harry knows that the wand touches the soul of the homunculus. In the dark vision after closing his eyes, the wand seems to transmit not only touch but also vision. "I saw it." Yes, Harry saw the soul. It was roughly like a ball of fuzzy mist, with no color to tell. Inside it were a lot of short lines that looked like mayflies, wool, strings, etc. When Harry looked at the soul, it began to move violently. It quickly condensed from a ball of mist into a human form, and gradually revealed its face. He was horrified to find that this soul had become very similar to him. "Ah!" Harry opened his eyes. He wanted to pull back his wand, but it was firmly held by Lind and could not move. Linda's tone became slightly more joyful. "Don't be distracted, now, the original soul begins to split. The android has discovered the rose thumb tomb and then realized its own existence. It is imitating you, and its own consciousness is about to form." Chapter 63 Triple Soul. Harry stared at the soul of the android. As the android realized the concept of self, this colorless field gradually became more active, showing a vigorous sense of life in the naked eye, like the heat waves rising above the bonfire under the scorching sun at noon. He closed his eyes and tried to sense it with his wand. The soul of the android imitated Harry's appearance, but it soon realized that it was not Harry Potter, so this image faded away quickly like dust washed by rain. It returned to the appearance of a ball of mist, and there were still many short and thin lines in the form of mayflies inside the mist, and they were multiplying rapidly. What do you see? A lot of short strings. Don't be disturbed by the thought strings, go deep into the soul. Harry then realized that these short lines floating in the soul are called thought strings. He was not sure if he had heard this term before, or it might be created by Delin himself. What are thought strings? The reflection of brain activity in the soul is also the carrier of magic. Thought strings are the projection of memory and longing, and each one represents a thought activity, a bundle of nerve impulses. They are like the flesh and blood of the soul. The thought strings of young people are rich and fresh, while those of old people are dry and weak. The thought strings of wise people are huge and sensitive, while those of fools are sparse and dull. Harry found this statement very interesting, and he also wanted to know what he thought. What does the thought string look like? He should be young, but I don't know if he is a wise man or a fool. However, he has not forgotten the business and tried to go deeper into the soul. This feeling is very strange. Harry did not feel that he was moving forward or backward. He just felt that he was diving. The density of thought strings in the magic field of vision was increasing. They seemed to be clustering around something, as if there was a core deep inside. But Harry saw nothing. Mr. Delinier. Wait a moment. Okay, pay attention to the state of these thought strings. The topological structure of the consciousness body has been formed. Harry carefully observed the thought strings and found that when they crossed a certain boundary, they would immediately become lifeless. This boundary is a sphere in the soul. All the thought strings that entered the boundary seemed to lose their activity. They just slid along the inertia and became active again after leaving the boundary range. It seems that there is an invisible spherical space. This is the consciousness body, you can go deeper. Harry crossed the boundary of the edge of the consciousness body with some fear and caution. Here, he felt a heavy pressure, his vision shrank, blurred, and it was difficult to move. Sir, I don't feel well. This is the influence of telepathy. Don't worry, keep diving. Understood. Now, can you see it? The self at the core of the consciousness body. Yes, a dark star. It is attracting the thought string. Harry felt an innate fear of this soul celestial body that seemed to be as empty as a black hole. What a terrible thing. This is the monster called self. It is a pure nothingness. Well, don't stare at it, maybe it will come to chase you. Harry couldn't help staring at the soul black hole. The soul structure called self seemed to be the most dazzling gem in the universe. And anyone who saw it would be fascinated. Wake up! Delin's voice came from the distant horizon. Harry shuddered and finally opened his eyes. I feel like I'm drowning. Sorry, Mr. Delin, I didn't mean it. Linda waited for Harry to calm down a little, and then he began to talk about his soul theory. You have seen the two-layer structure of the soul just now. Memory is the most original and fundamental soul structure. The soul that loses memory becomes another person. Voldemort's method of making Horcruxes is to tear off part of the memory and store it in other things. Doing so can indeed gain eternal life, but it will also cause irreparable damage to the soul. Human babies start to remember things when they are 4 or 5 years old, and they have formed a conscious body at this time, while self-awareness appears even later. Between the ages of 6 and 8, self-awareness will gradually become clear. Harry thought of the magic development theory that Lind had proposed. Self-awareness will affect the development of magic, right? Yes, the wizard's mind string is the carrier of magic, and you have also seen what kind of illusory monster self-awareness is. Once it appears in the conscious body, the mind string will be constrained to the surface of self-awareness, and the carrier of magic will decrease, and it will overflow. The birth of a squib is often a tragedy of premature maturity. Harry nodded. What if there are many mind strings? The more mind strings, the stronger the self-awareness. This is a tug-of-war game. So the earlier the birth, the more likely it is to be born. The more magic power riots, the more advantages there are. Do the thought strings absorbed by the self-consciousness just disappear like this? No, it won't. Self-consciousness does not always exist. For example, when you are dreaming, there is no self-consciousness. At this time, the attracted thought strings will be released back to the consciousness body, and even the memory body. Why does self-consciousness disappear? Isn't that equivalent to death? Self-consciousness is not equal to consciousness body, let alone life. Descartes has a saying called "I think, therefore I am." Many people understand that because I can think, I exist, but in fact, it is because of my thinking that leads to the existence of I. It is necessary to clarify the cause and effect relationship to understand this sentence. Harry was thoughtful. What he thought was, if Hermione was here, maybe she could understand it. Linda was a little helpless. Explaining theories to children has never been a pleasant job. When he was a teacher, he was often annoyed by students and had cerebral congestion. You just need to know that the origin of the soul is the memory, and the function of the soul is the consciousness. What is the other layer of structure? The last soul structure is called the thought body. It may even appear earlier than the memory. Because it represents the name, it represents yourself and others' thoughts of this name. The thought body is the strangest, most wonderful, and most profound field in the soul structure. Time will destroy the memory and consciousness, but the thought body can continue to exist through people's memories. Harry understood these words, and many questions were answered at once, and many more questions arose. He now vaguely understood why everyone called Voldemort the Mysterious Man. It turned out that the name really has magic. Linda smiled and said, the thought body can make people become gods, but the conditions are very harsh. Magic curses are usually imposed on the thought body. In addition, powerful wizards can resurrect the dead through the thought body. Unfortunately, because of the lack of the original memory, the split consciousness body is completely different, and the resurrected person is not the one who really existed in history. About resurrecting the dead, these words suddenly made Harry's heart rise with endless enthusiasm, but then it was buried by despair. He wanted to get to the bottom of it, but in the end he said nothing. Linda looked at the thin android in his hand. Give this little thing a name. Let you observe the structure of the thought body, which is also a good use of it. Harry stared at the pale and smooth skin of the android and said, egg. When he read out the name, a layer of shell, or armor or skin quickly attached to the surface of the android's soul. It can be seen with the naked eye that the soul body has a vague shape and color. If it is clearer, it will be very similar to a ghost. So far, the three-layer structure of the soul has been demonstrated, the teaching is completed, and this disposable teaching aid can be scrapped. Linda took out the soul of the android and stuffed it into the soul stone, and the body without the soul quickly turned into a ball of wet ash. Watching this scene, Harry shuddered unconsciously, but strangely, he was not afraid or excited in his heart, but just had a strange vision and heavy numbness. Chapter 64 Wizard's Practical Guide. Now, you can know the problem in your soul. A piece of Voldemort's memory has been sleeping in your soul. When the thought strings it stores wander into your consciousness, it will make you realize Voldemort's memory. You have a part of Voldemort. You are his Horcrux and himself. But at the same time, you are also Harry Potter. Horcrux. A mediocre black magic product. If you want to know how to make it, go to the bookshelf at the back and find my notes on the second row. Can you take out Voldemort's memory? Yes, but I don't recommend you to do so. For some reason, this memory has begun to disintegrate, and the thought strings in it have been released and are constantly merging into your own memory. As long as your consciousness is not polluted, you can inherit Voldemort's magic and his memory. Harry's heart skipped a beat. He stood up, hesitated for a while, and asked softly, "Mr. Delin, how can I inherit this part of magic safely?" The key point is safety. Harry doesn't want to suddenly become the Dark Lord one day. I can help you with this, but you also need to do me a favor. Linda finally became interested. I have also encountered some minor troubles recently. I need to observe the dreams of wizards, especially creative dreams. I just need volunteers. In fact, I have a candidate in mind, but he will definitely not agree to let me enter the brain full of scarred memories. And you, Harry, you are also a good choice. With a small piece of memory from a great wizard, your potential is far beyond your peers, and there is a gold mine in your soul. Harry found that the calf muscle of his right leg was slightly cramping, and he quickly calmed down. I am willing to be your volunteer. Don't put on a bitter face. Linda soothed in a gentle voice, I pay attention to personal privacy. Even if you see strange things in your dreams, I will never leak them out. Harry said nothing, and the boy's eyes flashed with a strange brilliance, which was a strong desire. What is he longing for? It doesn't matter. Lind was very satisfied with this look. Creating spells requires firm belief. A wizard who is full of self-doubt cannot make the world succumb to his will. Not to mention creating spells, even the simplest magic will go wrong. For example, the famous weirdo Gilderoy Lockhart in the original book, he is mediocre, only legilimency and oblivion are superb, and he became famous by stealing other people's life experiences. It is because of his strong guilty conscience and self-doubt that his spell-casting level is not as good as that of a second-year wizard. It is good to be confident, but creating spells is not easy. Snape was able to create his own spells when he was a student, which was the result of his hard work. Harry has only been in contact with magic for less than half a year and still needs time to grow. Teachers always like motivated and smart students. If Harry is really capable of being cultivated, Lind is willing to spend more time to cultivate him. So far, how many spells have you learned to cast silently? Linda asked with a pleasant face, like a tutor checking students' homework, with a lingering terrifying temperament. The desire in Harry's eyes was extinguished in an instant. He lowered his head embarrassedly, and then stretched out 2 fingers. Oh? 20? Or just 2? 2. Linda sighed, it's been more than 2 months. And I have only learned to cast 2 spells silently. What about wandless casting? Do you have any clues? Harry shook his head in shame. Alas! Linda sighed again, you see, this is why I didn't agree to let you join my class. I don't want to die young because of high blood pressure. The boy's cheeks flushed, and he said nothing. If Ron was here, he would definitely shout to impress Linda, and if Hermione was here, she would definitely show off her unique skills in silent casting. Harry and Neville, facing such setbacks, would only remain silent. However, Neville would give up because of his cowardly nature, but Harry was a wounded little lion and would never give up the opportunity to show off. Let's do this. It's just right, let's do both things at the same time. Lind patted his forehead lightly, and had a new idea. He had built a sandbox system for simulating business operations in Winterbug, and he could also build a similar thing in Hogwarts. It just so happened that not long before he traveled through time, there was a fanfiction, the game Hogwarts Legacy was released. Although Lind did not play it, he still learned about some of the game mechanisms through online media. The game guide part of Hogwarts Legacy was designed by the production team as a magic book called Wizard's Field Guide, which is used to record learning progress and is a menu panel with multiple functions. Lind plans to make a field guide for Harry. Through spells such as legilimency, the memory of the user Harry Potter is connected to the magic book. In a sense, it can be regarded as a weak Horcrux. The field guide will record Harry's process of learning spells, his thoughts, and dreams, and can also help him resist the memory erosion from Voldemort. It took a while to make the field guide, at least longer than Lin thought at the beginning. He wanted to be perfect and improved several versions. He was delayed by other things in the middle and had to temporarily put down his work. Harry waited anxiously for the arrival of the set day. 4 days later, on December 24th, Lind notified Harry to come to the library tower. He explained the design concept of the practical guide to Harry. The boy became visibly happy when he learned the function of this magical tool. Now there is only one last step, injecting your thought body into the book. Don't worry, the thought body is not afraid of injury, it is equivalent to cutting off a strand of hair. Come here. Harry obediently approached Lind. He saw Lind raised his hand and pressed it towards his forehead. He subconsciously wanted to turn around and run away, but he still forced himself to endure it. Lind's palm was covered with a layer of cold magic aura, which made his forehead numb, and the lightning-shaped scar seemed to burn. Harry was like drunk, the world in front of him began to blur, and then he seemed to be in a dream and couldn't remember anything. Harry woke up from his sleep and unknowingly started a new day. He lay on the soft four-poster bed for a long time, his mind was empty and he didn't think about anything. He felt that there must be very few thinking strings in his soul at this moment. What time is it now? Harry turned his head and looked at the frog alarm clock on the bedside table. It was 10:40 in the morning. If there was a class in the first period, he had already missed it. The dormitory was empty. It seemed that everyone had gone to class. Merlin's beard. Harry jumped out of the bed in shock. He was late. He changed his clothes in a hurry, and his confused mind gradually became clear, and his mind began to work. Wait. No, today is a holiday, Christmas holiday, a full 2 weeks. It's so scary. Fortunately, it was a false alarm. You're finally awake. Ron, who was standing at the door of the dormitory, greeted him. His forehead was sweating, his cheeks were red, and he was panting. He looked like he had experienced a good exercise. Merry Christmas, Ron. Merry Christmas. Do you want to unpack? I deliberately didn't unpack mine, and wanted to wait for you to wake up before unpacking together. Harry nodded. Ron was sweating and exuding a sour heat, but the boys didn't care about that. Christmas gifts were already piled up by the bed. The top black oil paper package had a card sandwiched between it, which read, "Dylan presented to Harry Potter, wishing you a Merry Christmas." After opening it, it turned out to be a thick and exquisite wizard's field guide. Harry stroked the pages of the book and had a strange feeling, as if this book was his lost organ. Chapter 65 Christmas Gifts, Children and Dogs. Christmas vacation is equivalent to winter vacation. Most students choose to go home, and not many people stay in school. Only Percy stayed among Lynn's 3 roommates. None of the Weasley boys went back. It was easier to stay in Hogwarts than to stay at home. Without parents nagging and without worrying about homework, which student would complain about such a good day? Good morning, Merry Christmas. Percy greeted Lind. Merry Christmas. Did you just wake up? Today's weather is good, very suitable for morning jogging. Lind still stayed out all night as usual, and it was rare for him to show up in the dormitory today. His roommates sometimes suspected that Lind was actually a vampire, and he secretly slept in a coffin every night. Percy asked him, "Do you want to open the gifts?" Lind received so many gifts that it was almost impossible to move in the dormitory. It was as if this was a warehouse in a gift shop, with all kinds of packages and colorful ribbons, most of which were sent by admirers who read his transfiguration paper. Percy asked Lind if he would open the gifts. He really wanted to see how Mr. Charming handled these packages. It seems that I shouldn't have listened to Professor McGonagall. Publishing a paper on transfiguration has brought me nothing but useless fame and a lot of trouble. Percy couldn't help but mutter, being famous is the best thing. For those who are ready to use fame to exchange for 3 meals a day and fine wine and food, fame is really the best thing. For those who are not ready, fame will drag their lives into a whirlpool. So you are not ready? Yes, you can say that. But if one day, I want to form a wizard band, I can write on the promotional poster to Lin, the discoverer of the 2 great laws of transfiguration, the hottest rock wizard today, I will be waiting for you at the Hog's Head Bar for a passionate concert at 8 o'clock tonight. Percy was amused by this humorous remark. I'm so proud of you. Linda sat at the door and began to unpack the gifts at hand one by one. While checking the gifts, he chatted, who doesn't have a musical dream? I like rock music, because my favorite Muggle singer is a rock singer. His name is Viktor Kui, a Soviet. Unfortunately, he died in a car accident last year. If he could live to this year. Oh, another boring witch. I really doubt whether their wardrobe is too full, so they just stuff these things into the box, fill in an address randomly, and then say, okay, finally cleared these garbage away. My poor Kaya, this kind of thing is not worth her flying. I promise that there is definitely more than one piece of underwear in this pile of gifts. Then disappear. Linda waved his hand, and all the packages containing indecent personal belongings disappeared, as if they were swept away by an invisible vortex in the air. Wow, it's empty all of a sudden. Percy's words were just a joke. In fact, the packages were still piled up like a mountain. Don't say sarcastic words, come and help. Some people visited each dormitory, and everyone was amazed by the grand occasion of Linda's dormitory. Some people joined in one after another, sitting on the floor to unpack packages. To be honest, I don't hate opening gifts. George said to relieve his boredom. But none of these gifts are mine, so sad. Fred took over the conversation. It took everyone a whole morning to finally open all the gifts. There was nothing particularly precious. The main thing was candy, candies from all over the world. Linda found a box of dragon beard cakes and was very happy. He shared it with his classmates on the spot. He also found a bag of handmade sugarcane candy from the Indian subcontinent, which scared him and he quickly threw it into the trash can. Linda, after watching the official video of World Food, who dares to touch these clean and hygienic things? Other odds and ends were very regional, such as Persian wool tapestries from the Middle East, ancient silver coins from Spain, shells picked up from the Aegean Sea, sunny dolls from Hokkaido, bearskin felts from Scandinavia, amethyst ore from Southeast Asia, ammonite fossils from Antarctic glaciers, etc. Most of the gifts given by classmates and teachers at Hogwarts were candies. Harry, Ron, Neville, Professor Dumbledore, Professor Quirrell. It seems that all the people who gave candies were men. George discovered some interesting facts. It's so convenient to give candies. Everyone started talking about it. Linda recalled that the gifts he gave seemed to be candies. Anyway, his nickname was Sugar Man, so this was not laziness, it was called maintaining a persona. In comparison, the witch's gifts were more thoughtful. Professor McGonagall gave him a calendar with a schedule for grades 1 to 5, probably to urge him to go to class implicitly. Hermione, like many female classmates, gave a knitted scarf. Mrs. Weasley gave him a white sweater to thank him for taking care of the Weasley children. There were 2 letters DL on the front of the sweater, which were his initials. More interesting was Professor Snape. He did not perfunctorily give a bottle of aromatic tincture like other male compatriots. Lind guessed that the old bat was mocking him for being surrounded by female students all day long. Lind smacked his lips and felt quite happy. He planned to give Snape a bottle of love potion next Christmas. Or, if the old bat could still make him feel fun, he would resurrect Lily Potter. The Christmas banquet at noon that day was very lively. Although there were not many people, everyone was as happy as if they were wound up. The yellow roast chickens on the big silver plates were piled into a pyramid, almost touching the plastic ribbons floating in the air. The aroma of cream mushroom soup was so strong that it seemed to punch the nose. The greasy roast sausages were placed along the edge of the table, as if they were some kind of edible pattern decoration. Next to each person's plate was a Christmas gnome porcelain doll and a magic firework. When Lind was eating, the gnome porcelain doll next to his plate kept urging him to set off a firework. Students from the 4 colleges gathered at the same table, with Gryffindor and Slytherin far apart. The professors also came down from the guest of honor seat and occupied a table next to them. Next to Dumbledore squatted the beautiful Soviet wolfhound, which seemed unhappy and indifferent to the whole suckling pig hind leg in the rice bowl. It was only willing to eat when Dumbledore fed it himself. Professor Quirrell raised his glass to Lind. He got along well with Snape, and they talked about something together. Many students discovered for the first time that this old bat could actually laugh. The half-blood giant Hagrid kept pouring wine into his mouth. Perhaps he was drunk and accidentally put the magic firework into his mouth as if it were German white sausage. He took a bite and, with a bang, a puff of orange-flavored smoke came out of his nostrils and ears, making Professor McGonagall next to him giggle. After the noisy banquet, many students went to the playground to play snowball fights. The boys from the 4 colleges, led by the class leader, were divided into 2 teams, the lion and the badger, the eagle and the snake. They built a bunker in a proper manner, and divided the work among several people. One person was responsible for making snowballs, and the rest were responsible for firing at the opposite side. Most of the witches were playing chess, playing with gobstones, or making snowmen. Some witches surrounded Alfred, who had not been seen for a long time, and decorated him with Christmas festive skin. Harry couldn't put down the fighting guide after getting it. Ron was besieged and seriously injured. He called his brothers to join the passionate snowball fight, but he was indifferent. Harry found a quiet corner to study. Studying the practical guide, which contains all the spells he has learned, as well as the key points of knowledge in various subjects. He found that there was a lot of knowledge he had never learned, such as various elective courses in senior grades, and some special skills, such as Parseltongue, general knowledge of dark magic, ancient alchemy, dark magic ritual, etc. These subjects are basically blank, with only sporadic words, such as the sub-item of general knowledge of dark magic contains the practice method of killing curse. Harry knew that this knowledge he had never touched came from Voldemort's soul. The preface page of the practical guide will provide learning suggestions based on the user's ideas. Harry whispered, "I want to know how to resurrect a person." The following words appeared on the blank page: "Naive little wizard, you are not qualified yet. Flip through the blank page, just like your barren brain. When you fill up the entries of dark magic and alchemy, come back to ask this stupid question, then I will not hesitate to answer your little doubts." Harry stared at the practical guide and clenched his fists repeatedly to encourage himself. He suddenly felt that someone was watching him. When he looked up, he found that the white dog named Alfred was squatting beside the bushes not far away. Several witches were searching for its traces. Alfred was colorfully decorated with various Christmas decorations, mistletoe, bells, striped ribbons, and bows. He looked very embarrassed, but his eyes were very cold. The boy and the dog looked at each other. The snow fell on the spire of the Hogwarts Tower, and the mountains on the horizon were all white. Chapter 66 Voldemort, you are a little too extreme. The afternoon of Christmas was very happy. Hogwarts Castle seemed to be cast with a magic of time acceleration. In the blink of an eye, the sun escaped behind the horizon, leaving a brilliant back like a sunset. After a crazy afternoon of fun, the students returned to the Great Hall exhausted for dinner. Most of the boys looked sick. They said they would go back to the dormitory to sleep after dinner, but everyone knew that these people would not be quiet tonight. Mistletoe was hung in the Gryffindor common room, and senior male and female wizards were kissing quietly in the corner. Hormones are better than aphrodisiacs. The festive atmosphere made everyone's eyes covered with a soft black cloth, and they couldn't see the world in front of them clearly. At least Ron was completely confused. He probably played too crazy and drank too much pumpkin juice at dinner. He looked drunk. It took him a long time to react. Harry didn't go back to the common room, nor was he in the library tower, and he couldn't contact him by sending messages on his mobile phone. Ron asked others, and everyone said they didn't see Harry. Maybe in the bathroom. Has anyone seen Dylan? I haven't seen him since lunch. Where did they go? Who knows? It would be strange if Dylan stayed here. As for Harry, if he doesn't come back by curfew, it will be troublesome. I hope he still remembers the password to open the door. Ron's eyes turned, and he remembered the Christmas gift Harry received today, which included an invisibility cloak. If Harry didn't come back by then, he could wear the invisibility cloak and go out to find him. It was damp and cold in northern England at the end of the year. The wind subsided at night, and the heavy snow falling on Hogwarts Castle seemed like hundreds of millions of falling dandelions in a second. Harry strolled to the third floor of the deserted astronomy tower and sat at the stairs at the end of the corridor. The glass windows on the opposite wall cast a faint light, illuminating the boy on the stairs and the colorful Alfred beside him. It was clearly just a dog, but Alfred's back looked like a vicissitudes of life. Harry undid Alfred's various decorations while pouring out his heart. He told about his miserable childhood, living under the constant bullying and humiliation of the Dursleys. He had never been happy in his childhood. All the happy memories about that time were just self-consolation of licking wounds after avoiding bullying. It was a false joy after the pain of the mind and body receded. When Harry talked about these things, his sentences were fragmented. He couldn't tell the whole process of being bullied. This was peeling the wound, and the pain would prevent him from doing so. Fortunately, Alfred was a very good listener because he didn't say a word. Alfred's silence and indifference prompted Harry to slowly let down his guard. He evaluated himself in the past and felt that he was a little stupid at that time. He didn't dare to resist when he was bullied. If it were now, he could use magic to protect himself. Alfred's cold dog face gradually softened. Harry felt that he had the same problem, both of them were bullied. If those girls come to tease you again, I will protect you. A foot showed a look of disdain. Harry grabbed its dog ears and took off the last butterfly pin. Okay. At this time, the brilliant light flashed in the corner of his eyes. And the sound of light firecrackers rang in his ears. Harry turned his head and saw the grand festival fireworks exploding under the dark night sky outside the window, as if it was a spring scene that could only last for a few seconds, flickering in an instant. Merry Christmas, Afu! Harry gently hugged Afu, and the cold and arrogant wolfhound remained indifferent, without getting close or resisting. Harry gently stroked his heart. The wizard's practical guide was usually stored in the seal of the library tower, and it was summoned from the seal when needed. He turned the page, silently released a fluorescent spell with his wand, and read the knowledge from Voldemort. As Voldemort's memory disintegrates, more and more thought strings will enter Harry's soul consciousness. Whenever his self-consciousness is silent, these frenzied thought strings will make Harry dream. This is the process of the two souls merging with each other. The practical guide is like a solid coat, a stable thought body, to ensure that Harry's self-cognition will not be offset. At the same time, it will also record the thought strings, extract precious knowledge, and store it for Harry to learn. The disintegration of the memory will gradually accelerate. If a large number of thought strings are accumulated in the consciousness body, the dream will become more violent and unpredictable, and the impact on Harry will be greater. Although he will not think of himself as Voldemort under the protection of the practical guide, the dream experience that is too real may also distort his personality. If no preparation is made, perhaps Voldemort will die at that time, and a cold and cruel Harry will be born. There are actually many solutions. Given Harry's current low spell-casting ability and theoretical foundation, the guide recommends that Harry learn meditation or keep a lot of sleep, which will help release the thought strings. At the same time, it also urged him to master legilimency as soon as possible, so that he could actively extract the strings of thoughts, store them and slowly integrate them. Afu seemed to be very interested in the practical guide. When Harry silently recited the practice method of the killing curse, he leaned over, and his long nose was like a white sausage, which blocked his sight. "What's wrong?" Harry asked in a low voice. When Afu saw the black magic included in the guide, he had an inexplicable sense of copyright JVU in his heart, and at the same time he couldn't help but look at Harry with new eyes. Thinking back to when Afu was still a student at Hogwarts, he was cautious and treading on thin ice, and he always tried to maintain the image of a model student. "How dare I learn black magic in the first and second grades? At most, I studied it secretly, and every time I had to carefully deal with the traces. Harry Potter, this brat, the savior of the magic world, only in the first semester of the first grade, less than half a year after contacting magic, he began to study Avada and eat big melons, and even included it in his notebook openly. Isn't this the savior of the Death Eaters?" Afu's dog had a complicated expression on his face. If he could speak, he would definitely say, "You are a bit too extreme." JPG. Harry pushed Afu's dog head away, and his eyes showed warmth and expectation as he stared at the killing curse. "I want to learn the dark magic well and then revive my mother." The old-fashioned Soviet wolfhound was silent for a long time, slowly raised his paw, and patted Harry's shoulder to show his affirmation. Over the years, it has never been like this day, deeply aware that it is being left behind by the times. In the past, it has always regarded itself as the master of the times, but looking at this young man who devotes himself to evil in the name of love, Voldemort can't help but feel that the world is easy to grow old. Maybe one day Voldemort will be resurrected, but he will find that the magic world is already under the rule of a demon named Harry. The little wizards nowadays are really scary, so it's better to kill them as soon as possible. As Alfred thought so, the malice in his soul activated Harry's magic. A strong burning pain came from the contact surface, making it tremble uncontrollably, as if it would cause irreparable injuries in a few seconds. It quickly withdrew its claws and moved away from Harry. Chapter 67 Isulandi Stick Insect. It was curfew time, and the footsteps of Filch, the dormitory manager, echoed in the bleak castle at night. The festive atmosphere did not seem to infect this gloomy night watchman. He was still so lonely, with only Mrs. Norris to accompany him. Harry accidentally got lost and missed the time. He quickly took out his phone to contact Ron. "Ron, are you asleep?" "No, I was just about to come out to find you. I'm wearing an invisible cloak. Where have you been?" Harry breathed a sigh of relief and asked Ron to pick him up. "Harry!" A soft and hoarse voice sounded behind him. He suddenly turned around and saw a long white beard and a purple wizard robe. Looking up, he saw a gentle old face. The blue eyes behind the half-moon glasses were still as bright as when he was young. "Professor Dumbledore. Have you been here for a long time?" "No, I just arrived. I came to pick up Alfred. I was really moved to see you so happy." Dumbledore's eyes were actually wet. Harry couldn't understand why he was so tearful. He wondered if all great wizards were so strange. "Alfred is good. He is very well behaved." The boy wanted to touch the wolfhound's head, but Alfred got up and hid away. After hearing this, Dumbledore looked at Alfred with a more solemn and sad look, but his tone became gentler. "Yes, I know, he is very good, but you have to be careful of him. Sometimes, he will become very naughty and do terrible things. Harry, you should try to have less contact with Alfred in the future. Never be alone with him. Remember?" Harry nodded in surprise. "Good. Good boy." Dumbledore smiled. He did not see the vivid ridicule on Alfred's dog face. An evil soul whispered silently, "Dumbledore, old B, continue to believe in Harry Potter, treat him as your favorite student, until the day when he shows his evil power. I really want to see what your expression will be." Harry felt a little uneasy about Dumbledore's gaze. The old man seemed very tired. The joyful atmosphere of Christmas had exhausted his energy for the day. He raised his hand to touch Harry's scar and asked, "Does it still hurt?" Only occasionally. That's good. Dumbledore seemed to want to say something, but he shook his head after all. He said goodbye to the boy and led Alfred away. His back looked like an ordinary old man walking his dog, without the style and momentum of the greatest wizard of this century. And the wolfhound, like a white deformed phantom, followed Dumbledore step by step. Under its cute appearance, it exuded lingering and unspeakable malice. Harry waited there. Not long after, Ron came wearing an invisible cloak. The two boys avoided Filch and returned to the dormitory quietly. Lying on the four-poster bed, Harry was a little sleepy, but at the same time he didn't want to fall asleep too early, and didn't want to end the day too early. This anxiety urged him to take out his mobile phone. Just 2 days ago, a communication app similar to WeChat was launched on the mobile phone, and the members of the library tower added each other as friends. Harry lay on his side and checked the messages in moments. The wizards in Winterhold are usually socially anxious, but they are willing to share their daily lives on the internet. Savos Aaron sent a message at work, and the photo was of his residence in the academy. Swipe down, and the wizard Mirabelle shared a photo of her sitting in the Lord's Palace in Winterhold for a meeting. Wizard Belina posted a photo of a lavender potted plant, with the caption "I always can't bear to crush it." Wizard Anmond posted a 9-square grid, with magnificent snow-capped mountain scenery and the corpse of a three-eyed troll, with the caption "Arrived at the world's highest monastery Hrothgar. With the dragon born. Like. Harry continued to swipe down. Hermione shared a photo of spending Christmas with her family. Her parents both wore wizard hats and smiled. Ron left a message below, "It looks very interesting. Like." Lind also posted a high-definition picture on his Moments a few hours ago. In the picture, a red flag on the top of a tall building was falling, frozen in that moment. He captioned, "History lowered its curtain and blocked a behemoth, December 25, 1991. Harry didn't understand what the picture meant, nor did he know where Lind went. There were only a few irrelevant comments under this message except for the likes. He liked the message, and finally couldn't resist the raging sleepiness. He stuffed his phone under the pillow and closed his eyes to pursue his dreams. 55 degrees 45 minutes north latitude, 37 degrees 36 minutes east longitude. 7 p.m. local time. It didn't snow in Moscow. The night sky on Christmas was dark and the atmosphere was cold. A crowd of onlookers gathered on Red Square. Linda looked at the bright red flag over the Kremlin and waited quietly. There was another person standing next to him, a short man wearing an octagonal hat and a long windbreaker. He also said nothing, put his hands in his pockets, and looked around the people gathered from time to time, always looking thoughtful. The crowd in the square came and went, gradually increasing. In addition to local people, there were reporters with cameras, foreign tourists, and patrol guards with guns. There were young lovers, middle-aged couples with children, and disabled elderly people. There were muggles and wizards. Linda saw the wizard Zhdanov, that is, his graduate supervisor before the time travel, the old professor who always talked about the Soviet Union, but now he didn't care about the Muggle world. The wizard Zhdanov was chatting with his friends, and his relaxed expression was out of tune with the people around him. They seemed to be just relaxing after dinner, as if this was one of the countless ordinary days in history. At 7:38 p.m. local time, it was as if a cold wind blew by, and everyone saw that the only bright red long cloth fluttering under the black curtain slowly descended. Linda raised his mobile phone to take a photo. The short man next to him breathed a sigh of relief. "Russian, are you feeling unwell, Ilyich?" Linda still looked at the Kremlin. The short man's words were drowned in the noise in the background. The crowd around cheered a few times, followed by the shouts of the echoers. This cold and dry atmosphere was very lively, as if an airtight lid had been removed, and the strange breath from the new era was pouring in, unconsciously filling people's lungs, making them shout involuntarily and exhale the old air in their alveoli. No one knows what will happen in the future, and some things just happen. A new flag rose in the ruins. The cheers became louder, drowning out the tears and cries of many people. The Muggle crowd was either happy or sad, indifferent or numb. The wizards watching this scene only found it interesting. Linda moved out of the crowd with the man beside him. Your legacy has been gnawed by sharks for 67 years, and finally the last drop of blood was shed. I'm sorry. Don't feel sad for us, young man, on the contrary, I'm happy. We didn't think that this social experiment would last so long. New things will always appear and replace old things. This is an irrefutable truth, but history always plays one thing twice, the first time is a tragedy, and the second time is a comedy. They walked to the west side of Red Square and stood at the foot of the red granite wall. The short man looked back at the people of his motherland with a happy and excited smile. The light from his sharp and tough eyes was like red fireworks, shining in another invisible and distant time and space, illuminating this dark Christmas night. He said, "It's time to say goodbye. So let's do it." Lind raised his wizard hat. "Merry Christmas, Comrade Vladimir." The short man disappeared out of thin air, like a ghost, like an illusion. But he had been here, they had been here, and they would eventually return to everyone. Chapter 68 Muggle Fireworks. Lind didn't often go far away. But when he went very far. This time when he came to Eastern Europe, he had to bring back some specialties, such as the country's famous product during the Cold War, nuclear bombs. He didn't plan to move all of them away. He only needed one nuclear warhead, and he could use the replication spell to create a lot of them. Nuclear bombs are the most powerful weapons ever made by humans, but Lind didn't covet its lethality, nor did he plan to use it as his trump card. The world in Lind's eyes is very vast. The fireball and shock wave of a hydrogen bomb can destroy a large city with millions of people, but in his eyes it is just a weak spark. Muggle technology seems brilliant, but it is just boiling water and throwing stones repeatedly. The raw materials of nuclear bombs are real nuclear materials. Atomic bombs rely on explosives to squeeze nuclear materials to cause fission, and hydrogen bombs rely on atomic bombs to create high temperature and high pressure to cause fusion. Just like cooking in the kitchen, preparing materials and then processing them with fierce fire, the significance of these technological products is not as good as the simplest transfiguration. Wizards only need a fire spell to deal with Muggles, and all thermal weapons are ineffective. Like the universe of Elden Ring, where the basic physical principles are different, nuclear bombs are no different from scrap metal. In fact, for Linda, this thing has a higher collection value than actual combat value. He used flying to hurry on his way, and when he passed the Ural Mountains, he visited the Gomel 30 nuclear weapons base. This bunker is located in a birch forest 3 kilometers west of a rural area. The radio and television broadcasts are all about the news of the landing of the red flag in Moscow. Mihailovuk, the highest person in charge of the base, fell into a brown leather chair, fell into silence, and fell into a strange emotional ups and downs. When the alarm sounded, he seemed to be sleeping soundly, sitting motionless in the chair. The guard in the monitoring room called, and he waited and waited. Heavy snow fell in the cold Ural Mountains at night, but he didn't wait for the other end to pick up the phone, nor could he find the intruder in the monitoring screen. But there was indeed one less nuclear warhead. The sentinels in the base gathered under the lights, gathered around the green-painted table with raw pickled pork, playing cards, and bullet shells, and the alarm did not prompt any of them to get up and return to their posts. Someone saw the warehouse door open automatically, and the nuclear warhead flew out lightly, flew up, and rose into the night sky. They rubbed their eyes, each laughed tiredly and numbly, took out the dirty old glass bottle, and poured vodka into the glass. Then snowflakes mixed with forgetfulness potion fell one after another, and the soldiers and officers in the base forgot about the strange theft tonight. 4 years later, this batch of nuclear warheads were secretly trafficked out to sea, and their whereabouts have been unknown since then, and no one knows what happened here anymore. Lind did not feel the joy of a thief who succeeded in his crime, but was like an ordinary otaku who went out to buy a tea egg. He did not return to Hogwarts directly, but camped on an uninhabited island in the Adriatic Sea in the north of the Mediterranean Sea. The next day, he was awakened by the waves of the bay. The Christmas holiday lasted for 2 weeks, and he planned to take advantage of this time to explore the world of Elden Ring, the special plane called Junction. Opening the portal, Lind stepped into the Chapel of the Kings. He had not explored this place well the last time he came. The chapel was desolate and old. There was a woman's body on the wall near the door. Lind knew the identity of this woman. She was called Finger Witch, a priestess serving 2 fingers, and the most important companion of every fated. The Finger Witch guided the fated to return to the junction to meet the Elden Ring. The fated who lost the witch was like a lonely boat with a broken sail and a kite with a broken line, destined to encounter misfortune. Lind felt that he should not be considered a fated person, because he had never been dyed by the blessing of the golden tree. He was a complete outsider, not an aboriginal who was expelled from the border and lost the blessing and protection and then fated. In this case, whose companion was this witch? The body of the Finger Witch leaned against the corner of the wall dejectedly. The penetrating wound on her chest and abdomen was the cause of death. Her face was as quiet as a white flower. When she died, there was only peace and a little reluctance. She held a dry finger in her hand. This burnt finger could leave a message that penetrated time and space. Lind looked down at the last words of the Finger Witch. Very good. It was a language he had never seen before and he couldn't understand it at all. As an old player, he actually remembered the content of this line of last words: even if the guidance has been broken, please become the King of Elden. He tried to use magic in this world, but it still didn't work. All the prior magic was invalid, and the natural magic needed to be adjusted. The more complex the spell configuration, the more profound the theory involved, and the more restrictions there are. Conversely, the simpler the magic, the better it works. For example, the novice-level flame tongue spell of the destruction department, this thing just converts magic power into flames and sprays it out. It is very simple, so it still works. The situation at the border is very special. The basic rules here are supplemented by some higher laws. Linda is very interested in this kind of forced law that overrides all rules. This is the authority of God, and only God can qualify to drive. This knowledge is also a new field for Lind. If he can study the laws of God in depth, he can not only restore his full strength, but also go further in exploring the roots of magic. Maybe he can find the eternal universal solution between a priori magic and natural magic. At that time, he can make the world rules crawl under his will. Lind is stationed in the Chapel of the King. His daily work is to design experiments in the library tower, and then return to the border to repeat the experiment, record data errors, and analyze the reasons. This is a very, very boring job. Even the most patient people can be annoyed, as if facing a maze with endless complexity. The difference in the value after a decimal point may involve the change of dozens of physical rules. Although he has made some progress, he did not act rashly. He still remembers Professor Quirrell's first lesson that when the power is weak, it is never too careful. Lind in the border is not a god on earth, but just a little wizard with endless magic power. So the days passed one by one. Since Lind chose to use the library tower to synchronize the time flow of each world, he finally felt that time was passing by quickly. In the past, when he traveled back and forth between worlds I and II, the events on both sides were independent, which gave him plenty of time to develop. Now that he has reached the maximum level, he no longer needs to rely on this method of stealing time to develop. Let time flow naturally, let the wind and rain blow. Lind doesn't care. No matter how indifferent a student is, there will always be a day to go to class. When Lind was busy all day and night, the day of returning to school came unknowingly. On the night before school started, he took a look at the calendar sent by Professor McGonagall, which was already shouting that classes would start tomorrow, so the good student Lind hurriedly flew back to the British Isles from the Adriatic Sea and returned to his loyal Hogwarts castle at 3 in the morning. The next morning, the students who had not seen each other for a holiday gathered in the auditorium again, sharing interesting stories in a lively manner. The news that Harry and the other 4 had joined the secret club had spread, and now they had become celebrities. This made Ron very happy. Hermione received an olive branch from the 3-year fever sisterhood. She snorted coldly, "You ignored me before, but now you can't afford me." Neville and Harry were both annoyed by such a reputation. One was introverted by nature and was not used to being surrounded by people, while the other wanted to devote all his spare time to learning the dark arts. Lind also chatted with his roommates. He talked about his Christmas activities, saying that he visited a historical event in the Muggle world, stole a Muggle firecracker, and then went on vacation to the Adriatic Sea. In the end, he studied magic while guarding a woman's corpse. Even for wizards known for their weirdness, Lind's vacation can be called extremely weird. The Weasley brothers were very interested in the Muggle firecrackers that Lind mentioned. Their dream was to open a workshop specializing in prank toys. Muggle firecrackers might attract the favor of wizards. So they begged Lind to take them to steal a few firecrackers and transform them into toys. This thing is not suitable for pranks. Its effect is not very humorous, but it is quite hellish. After careful consideration, Lind still declined the twins' request. He didn't want to see the wizarding world become a nuclear war wasteland. Chapter 69 Don't Waste Your Chance. It seems that January is always a bit boring. Lind is still like usual, occasionally attending classes, and his life is calm and regular. His classmates seem to be grey rabbits who feel the coming of winter, becoming more urgent, walking hurriedly, and walking on the road of hoarding knowledge. That's because in June, 5th-year students will take O.W.LS exams, and everyone wants to get a good score, at least not too embarrassing. Linda's roommate, the good student Percy, is the smartest grey rabbit in the whole forest. He has to take 12 exams, which are all the courses in Hogwarts. His dream is to get 12 OS, outstanding, and only a few students have ever achieved such an honor. Delin, how many exams are you going to take? I don't like exams. If I can, I won't take any exams. The roommates all laughed, but they couldn't laugh anymore. Linda, there's someone behind me, right? Percy nodded. It's Professor McGonagall, the most elegant and beautiful Dean of Gryffindor, who is loved by everyone, right? Linda's humor amused Professor McGonagall. She smiled with her lips pursed, and soon became serious again. Mr. Delin, please follow me. Percy and the others showed Linda a helpless funny smile. Professor McGonagall has the temperament of an old head teacher. When Lind sees her, he always thinks of his experience as a trainee teacher before crossing over. He respects such educators. Professor, what do you want to talk to me about? Your paper has received a good response, and an excellent which has already proved your essential transformation law. So the reporter of the Daily Prophet wants to take advantage of this heat to interview you. I'm not interested in the interview. Even if you want to refuse, you have to say it in person, otherwise it's impolite. Don't let others think you are an arrogant person, which will only be bad for you to make friends in the future. You convinced me. In addition, Mr. Delin, I know you have a high level of magical attainments, but you still have to take the exam. This degree is a testimony to your study and life in Hogwarts. Many years later, when you looking back on this time, you will be happy with your efforts. That's great. Professor McGonagall became visibly happy, full of the joy of persuading the prodigal son to turn back. How many courses do you plan to take? Since you have to take the exam, then take all of them. That's great, so you will come to class, right? Linda. You will come to class, right? The topic of skipping classes was finally glossed over. Who said that transfer students have privileges? They came to an empty classroom where reporters had been waiting for a long time. As soon as the door opened, Lynn saw a ball of colorful yarn. Oh, it was not a yarn ball. It turned out to be the reporter's explosive big wavy hairstyle. She also wore many jewelry hairpins, just like a cactus full of decorations. Her not-so-young and beautiful face was also destroyed by the exaggerated big sunglasses, scarlet lipstick, and acne-covered skin. Lind could hardly praise this person's appearance from any angle. She was neither beautiful enough to make people's heart beat, nor ugly enough to make people sympathize. Moreover, her dressing style was not satisfactory. It can be said that she was a middle-aged witch with 360 degrees of blind spots, a pitiful example of a wrong fashion trend. Rita Skeeter. You are the great transfiguration wizard, Mr. Delin, the most outstanding student of Hogwarts. My dear, we finally meet. This reporter vividly demonstrated what an exaggerated fake smile is. The corners of her mouth were raised high, revealing 2 rows of teeth that had been whitened by magic, and her gums were a disgusting light grey. The misery of this smile would make the Joker in Gotham City feel ashamed. Hello, just call me Delinear. Linda did not judge people by appearance, although he was a little uncomfortable with the reporter's style. There was a young photographer with Rita. When he saw Linda coming in, he quickly took a photo. He said excitedly, Mr. Delin, you will definitely make the headlines. Can you pose in a handsome style? Let's put the style aside for now. I may not accept your interview yet. While Linda was talking, the magic feather pen in Rita's hand had already started writing quickly. This guy really would not miss any opportunity to catch wind and shadow. Professor McGonagall did not leave. She sat aside and warned Rita, I will keep an eye on you. Don't try to guide my students to say something special. Don't try to force him to go against his will. Otherwise, you will never be able to enter Hogwarts again. Linda nodded to her, thank you, Professor. I can handle it. He looked at the smiling Rita, now, don't let your annoying shorthand quill add fuel to our meeting. Rita's fake smile became forced, this is my specialty, dear, you see, what I wrote are all compliments. She shook the press release that had been written for a foot, and didn't want to let people see it clearly, but Linda waved his hand lightly, and the manuscript flew over. Rita screamed, please don't interrupt our interview, Mr. Delin. Be quiet. Linda's attitude was very good. Professor McGonagall sternly pointed out that Linda had the right to inquire about the interview record. Rita was still making trouble, but Linda had already started reading the contents of the manuscript. The opening of the manuscript read, Today, the charming and beautiful girl, Rita Skeeter, visited the ancient Hogwarts castle with her quill pen that criticized evil and revealed the truth. Linda really didn't know what to say about the evaluation of charming. As a professional wizard, he would never laugh in situations where he shouldn't laugh, unless he couldn't help it. Professor McGonagall's face was not good. She heard that Rita had bad intentions. Rita's fake smile could no longer be maintained. Her stiff face was more like a piece of dead white frozen pork fat. Continue reading. Delin, the hottest newcomer in the field of transfiguration, showed a very prejudiced and arrogant look. The ugly posture destroyed his modest gentleman's demeanor. This is also normal. After all, he became famous at a young age. But we have to doubt a possibility. In fact, every liar who seeks fame and reputation would be terrified when facing Rita's huge pen. If Professor McGonagall couldn't stand it anymore and stood up and said to Lind, enough, let's go, the interview ends here. She looked at Rita again and said sternly, if you don't understand the achievements in the professional field, please don't speak nonsense. Mr. Delin's innovation in transfiguration is groundbreaking. He is a master of transfiguration, not a newcomer. His honor has no stains that you can slander. Lind gently shook the manuscript in his hand. A ball of fire flashed, and those false words turned into ashes in an instant. Rita tried to keep him, but obviously didn't show enough sincerity. Seeing the interviewer walking further and further away, she screamed angrily, "Come back to me! You are insulting a professional journalist. I will report the arrogance of Hogwarts students truthfully. Aren't you afraid of bringing shame to your alma mater?" At the door of the classroom, Lynn stopped and turned to Rita, saying in a tone that was almost calm, "You see, I usually give others a chance. Cherish it, and don't let my kindness go to waste. You won't be able to say the wrong thing a second time." On the way back, Professor McGonagall comforted Lind, telling him not to worry and not to be sad because of the slander of some villains. "Professor, you don't have to say that. I'm not a child." McGonagall's serious eyes revealed an unconcealable kindness. "Mr. Delin, don't put too much pressure on yourself, you are still just a student. I will warn that Rita Skeeter again and never let she published those news stories about you in the newspaper. Now I regret not directly refusing this interview. Rita has a bad reputation. She used to like to attract attention when she was a student at Hogwarts. You can't teach every student well. But don't worry about me, and don't feel sad for Rita. She will get everything she wants, and if that time comes, she will never appear in your world." Professor McGonagall thought Lynn's words were a little strange at the time, and the tense he used seemed uncommon, but she just regarded it as a slip of the tongue and didn't take it to heart. Time passed day by day, and everything was calm. Until 1 week after the unpleasant interview, on Monday morning, the headline of the Daily Prophet published an article criticizing Lind, titled "Genius or Fraud? The True Face of the Transfer Student." The writer and interviewer was Rita Skeeter. Chapter 70 Is That All? The angry little lions gathered around the long table of Gryffindor. They clutched the Daily Prophet and denounced Rita Skeeter's remarks as confusing right and wrong. A villain who plays with words. Damn it! The little witches screamed. She must be taught a lesson. Let her bleed a little. Her 2 bones. Several senior boys clenched their fists and took a tough stance. That's right. If it's just a prank, it won't scare her. It must be bloody. Rita Skeeter did her best to slander Lind in her news. She cited a lot of ambiguous evidence and inferred that Lind was a liar with nothing but a show. These evidences include: he was an assistant teacher of the Defense Against the Dark Arts class and made some absurd remarks. Several records of conversations between students on campus mentioned that the transfer student privately organized a secret society and also recruited a group of witches as supporters. His attendance sheet showed that the problem of truancy was extremely serious. Not only did he frequently skip classes, but he never attended some courses and had been engaged in unknown activities outside the school for a long time. All these are enough to prove that Delind is uneducated and has a strong desire for power and control. It implies that he may be a worshipper and follower of the mysterious man, a little Death Eater who sneaked into the school and intends to become the next Dark Lord. In order to explain why Lind was able to write a professional transfiguration paper. In the second half of the article, by describing Professor McGonagall's special attention to him, Rita implies that the real author of the transfiguration paper is Minerva McGonagall, and Lind just plagiarized the paper from her through sweet talk and committed academic fraud. What's more, Rita claimed that Lind was actually a white glove of Professor McGonagall, a scapegoat, who was specially used to publish the controversial paper to avoid being abused by the academic community and damaging her reputation. At the end of the article, the author concluded that there is no such thing as a genius boy in the world, and everything is a show for the famous school Hogwarts to flaunt itself. And the transfer student Delin is a bad seed with bad intentions and greed for position. This press release is exaggerated and sharp, standing on the moral high ground, and fully the article criticizes darkness and ugliness, and the words are full of awe-inspiring momentum without fear of authority. Although the article itself is full of logical loopholes and contradictions, and the source of the testimony is also very suspicious, it is enough to make the spectators in the magic world excited to talk about it. Everyone can sit in a reclining chair, drink coffee, tea, eat a few bites of scones, and experience the ups and downs of emotions while reading this news. After reading it, they are very satisfied and can finally put down the newspaper, sigh with satisfaction, and then talk about it. I knew that the transfer student was fake. Professor McGonagall is just a hypocritical politician who is seeking fame. Hogwarts has fallen in Dumbledore's hands. It involves the reputation of the school. Even the students who don't like Lind are very angry. What's more, Lind has a group of loyal fans in the school. Across 4 colleges, witches are the majority, and although they are just students, there are many children from pure-blood families. Gryffindor students are loyal and willing to stand up for the gentle big brother. Delinear Ravenclaw's little eagle respects the wise, so he stands up to defend the young genius transfer student. Hufflepuff is most willing to stick together, and regards the honor of the school as a treasure, so he also joins the condemnation of Rita. What's more strange is Slytherin. They are supposed to hate Gryffindor and have a cold and selfish temperament, but they generally have great enthusiasm and attachment to the strong. After seeing Delyn's magic, the students of this college have the most spontaneous loyal followers. So the Daily Prophet suddenly put 3 or 4% of the school. The students were all furious. The witches of the 3-year Fever Dream Sisterhood begged their parents to write to the Ministry of Magic to complain about Rita Skeeter, and actively mobilized other students to join in. The wizards represented by the Weasley brothers inquired about Rita's address and daily activities, and prepared to meet offline to have a good chat. This incident also had a response among the teachers. Professor Quirrell asked Snape for truth serum that day and decided to grab Rita's tongue full of lies. Professor McGonagall wrote directly to the newspaper, asking them to withdraw the article and let the writer issue a public apology statement. After Dumbledore learned about it, he visited the Ministry of Magic and asked the current Minister Cornelius Fudge to initiate an illegal investigation of Rita Skeeter. The number of complaint letters received by the Ministry of Magic in one day almost flooded Fudge's desk. Some came from students' parents, and some came from Hogwarts alumni and graduates. Delyn, this Delyn again. Who is he? Fudge was anxious. My head was in a mess. A transfer student, sir. What are the specific files? Which county was he born in, his family situation, when did he register his wand, and what about the traces on him? The registered wand was in July last year, cypress wood, dragon heartstring. The traces were applied uniformly in October and have been in Hogwarts Castle without moving. The birth information is not registered. In addition, Delyn also published a paper in Transfiguration Today. It seems that he is a model student. Fudge nodded, and a hint of worry appeared on his amiable face. He has a good relationship with people. It's even better than before. Oh, forget it. In short, this matter must be explained, at least Dumbledore's mouth must be shut. Write to Rita Skeeter and ask her to report to the Department of Magical Law Enforcement before 3 p.m. tomorrow to accept the review of abuse of journalistic rights. The fake news incident was brewing and fermenting. A few days later, many other newspapers and media successively published articles criticizing the Daily Prophet's press release for being substandard. The Daily Prophet launched a counterattack, and the two sides engaged in a war of words. The boring British magic world became more lively because of an article by Rita Skeeter, and the circulation of newspapers increased greatly. However, the protagonist of the article, Lind, was unaware of this and did not care at all. Others wanted to find him, but there was no news. It seemed that he was just an outsider in this storm. In fact, Lind was doing experiments at the border, and he was very busy, and his mobile phone was turned off. When he showed up again, it was already mid-February. Lind's face was full of joy, and he seemed to be in a good mood. As soon as he appeared in the hall, everyone laughed, and someone shouted, "Delyn, you skipped class again." He spread his hands, did not answer, went to find a seat at the long table of Gryffindor, poured a glass of milk, and took 2 croissants. "Delyn, where have you been these days? I can't find you anywhere." Percy frowned, as if he was worried and dissatisfied. "What's wrong?" Lind was surprised, I'm busy doing experiments. What else can happen? Everyone is fighting against the evil reporter Rita Skeeter to defend the Rosenblum. The classmates explained in a flurry. Lind had not eaten 2 bites of the meal when he was surrounded by people who comforted him. Everyone thought he could not accept the slander in the newspaper and was secretly hiding to feel sad. The transfer student was amused and shook his head helplessly. What's going on? How is the situation now? Don't worry, we won a great victory. The Weasley twins patted their chests, looking like they had returned victorious. Indeed, Rita paid the price for her momentary anger. She was forced by pressure from all sides and was very stubborn at first. She knew that the Ministry of Magic could not convict her. At most, it would ask the newspaper to withdraw the article. So Rita exaggerated her experience these days and regarded it as evidence of being suppressed, which made a lot of headlines. As anonymous threatening letters from Hogwarts students came in like snowflakes, she began to feel uneasy. Until 2 days ago, a group of strange wizards in scary costumes blocked Rita on her way home and threatened to ask her to withdraw her article, otherwise they would make her disappear. Rita was terrified and hurried to find the Auror to report the case, but the Ministry of Magic kept shirking the responsibility. She finally realized that the seriousness of the situation was beyond control. The witch immediately announced that she would hold a public press conference, invited Lind to attend, and apologized to him in person. The press conference was scheduled to be held in Diagon Alley. Lind took a leave of absence that day, and Professor McGonagall took him to the conference. The magic flashlights of various newspapers could not wait, and Rita's forced fake smile was recorded. Next to her was the calm transfer student Delin. Since my report may be slightly different from the actual situation, I sincerely apologize for causing trouble to this student from Hogwarts. Lind sat in the center of the long table and looked around the crowd. Diagon Alley was always lively. Professor McGonagall, representing Hogwarts, sat on his left. Several members of the Daily Prophet and Rita sat on his right. Are you done? He did not use the amplification spell, but just asked softly. No more than 4 people heard this sentence. Rita's face was painted with exaggerated makeup and long nails on her hands, making her look like a dressed-up anteater. She pretended to be happy and shouted, "It seems that Mr. Delin has forgiven me. He is a real gentleman who has forgiven the past and is kind to beautiful ladies. Is this your last sentence as a wizard? Well, I thought you would say something more philosophical." Linda stood up gently and looked at Rita Skeeter beside him. Now, please listen to me quietly, okay? Chapter 71 Now, cry. The flashlights in Diagon Alley are brighter than the day. It's like a white sea. Linda has a leisurely demeanor like walking on the beach. He looked down at Rita Skeeter, the unscrupulous reporter who maliciously slandered her, the illegal animagus who eavesdropped on secrets by transforming into insects, and the flamboyant and gorgeous middle-aged witch. How many labels are enough to summarize a person? No matter how many, they are not enough. Humans are very complex creatures, but animals in nature are often simple. Everyone present realized that things were about to take an unexpected dramatic turn. Bored onlookers, the audience held their breath. The noise of the flash was as fierce as the wings of a hummingbird. Professor McGonagall looked at the scene sideways. She was feeling uneasy about Lind's words. Rita wanted to say something, but she found that she was put under a spell of immobilization without knowing when. She couldn't even blink, let alone speak. I've said it before. Don't waste my kindness. Maybe it's because of my kindness that you indulged your presumptuousness. Look, Rita, I don't mind being interviewed. If we can respect each other and communicate effectively in a good tone, things don't have to go to this point. In fact, if you apologize sincerely, I will choose to forgive you. Me who on blue the sedan chair and the apricots were written on the ground, but I didn't see the beam in my eyes. You said I was too arrogant, but did you find your prejudice? Unfortunately, your appearance can't make me have a little bit of limited sympathy. Professor McGonagall whispered, Delin, don't be impulsive. She also stood up, trying to stop all this from going on before the situation slid into an irreversible abyss. Professor, do you remember how many laws I proposed in my paper? 2. Essence transfiguration is a genius idea. That's right, 2. People always forget that I proposed 2 laws. In addition to essence transformation, there is another one. Until now, you are not sure about the second law, but it doesn't matter. I don't mind using this ready-made example to demonstrate it to you. Just think of me, your humble apprentice, showing you a more glorious scenery in the field of magic. Facing the thin and thin back of the transfer student, Minerva McGonagall suddenly felt like she was back in her student days, facing Dumbledore at that time, with a sense of awe and admiration. She froze in place, without moving. She had a premonition that something was going to happen, it was about to happen, it was happening, and it had already happened. Linda pressed his palm, which exuded a blue aura, on Rita's forehead. Behind her exaggerated glasses was a pair of terrified eyes. Rita Skeeter. An animagus who is not registered with the Ministry of Magic, you must feel happy when you transform into a small insect and eavesdrop on other people's secrets. You like the feeling of hiding in the dark, you like the feeling of twisting things and distorting the truth with words. You don't have any so-called journalistic conscience. All your actions are for your own profit. You use exaggerated remarks without bottom line to shock readers' eyes so that more copies of the newspaper can be sold, and the newspaper will adopt more of your articles and give you 2 more galleons. Rita's face has turned as pale as a plaster statue. Linda didn't care how violent the uproar caused by these words. Reporters have gathered and surrounded the long table. The flash has created a dazzling daylight, stimulating Rita's bloodshot eyes, and tears flowed from the corners of her eyes involuntarily. This even makes her mediocre and exaggerated face look a little pitiful. But he just continued, his tone as relaxed as the gossip of strolling along the suburban streets in the evening. Do you think it's incredible? Why do I know this? All those who explore privacy can't keep their own privacy after all. Rita, 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 you have given me a problem. The impact you have caused has embarrassed my reputation. But you will know that I don't care about reputation. What I care about is why you don't respect my warning. It's okay, it doesn't matter. I will solve the little trouble you bring. Linda looked around the noisy and chaotic crowd, ignoring everyone's words, and said, "It's time to give you a little transfiguration shock." Professor McGonagall begged behind him, "Don't do this, Delinear. Professor, please witness Linda's eternal transfiguration." In the stunned horror of the public, Linda slowly pulled out Rita's soul. The thought body of this soul exuded a rotten black gas, which was in line with people's impression of her. Dark wizard. He is a murderer. The crowd began to flee in panic. The screams sounded like a whistle. There were also dedicated reporters who stayed where they were. They had to record the terrible scene before their eyes truthfully, revealing the cruel nature of Delin to the world, letting everyone know that an evil character comparable to the Dark Lord had appearing in Diagon Alley, appearing in Hogwarts, and appearing in the turbulent wizarding world. Linda didn't care about the chaos of the environment. He just regarded these screams as white noise in the background. Next, the real highlight was coming. Strong light shot out from the eye of the tower on Linda's chest, and the magical energy with eternal attributes surged and injected into Rita Skeeter's soulless body. A blazing white light band wrapped this flesh and blood, making it float weightlessly. Minerva McGonagall took a half step back with her right foot, but moved her left foot forward. She staggered and almost fell on the table. Her old and dry lips trembled, and her eyeballs trembled uncontrollably. She wanted to close her eyes and not look at this horrible scene, but she couldn't help herself from witnessing the miracle of this transfiguration magic. Powerful wizards have the ability to maliciously transform others, which usually brings very bad effects. The minds of the transformed victims will suffer great trauma. Even if they return to their original form, the experience and perception after the transformation will remain, which will change their temperament. The consequences of long-term transformation are even irreversible. But this is just an ordinary human body transformation, powerful, evil, and immoral, nothing more. This malicious transformation will never be able to reach the skills displayed by Lind at this moment. The terrifying truth called the law of eternal transformation, which reveals the chaotic truth that world history can be distorted and tampered with. In Mag's mind the words on the paper flashed. The key step of eternal transformation is to find an eternal object that transcends time and replace the real object that exists in history. Let the eternal object spread to the past, so that what is transformed is no longer the object at the current moment, but the entire past of this object. Linda did not explain the nature and acquisition methods of eternal objects in the article. Because of this, the wizarding world has no way to start exploring the law of eternal transformation. He proposed a theory with logical self-consistency, but because this theory cannot be falsified, it is considered by transfiguration researchers to be a fantasy. Professor McGonagall also viewed the law of eternal transformation in this way. She also advised Linda to delete this law from the paper to avoid affecting people's views on the law of essential transformation. But at this moment, seeing this scene, she suddenly realized that Linda had already found the so-called eternal object and his theory was real and feasible. Wizards really have the power to change history. Merlin. Professor McGonagall murmured weakly. Rita Skeeter's flesh and blood twisted in the magic energy, the colors that made up her body began to blur, and her body began to deform. Linda didn't pay attention to the twisting soulless body. He whispered to the trembling witch soul in his hand, "I know your animagus is a beetle, but I think your soul is a hyena that eats carrion, greedy, cunning, and vindictive. So I let you be consistent inside and out, and let you live in the appearance of your own heart. Don't worry, I won't kill you. I even deliberately took out your soul and preserved your memory, because I want you to live in the body of a hyena, in a world where Rita Skeeter was never born. Now, you can start crying." Chapter 72 It's Raining in England. Rita's soul really began to cry, silently and sadly. Separated from her ordinary and wonderful body, Rita's soul was like a phantom in the world, and the desolate tears of the soul dripped from her chin and disappeared in the air. The clear sky suddenly dimmed a little and turned into a relatively clear cloudy sky. This sudden dimness made people's hearts jump. There were no accumulated clouds. But it was raining in this world. Professor McGonagall stood in the rain, Diagon Alley was bathed in the rain, and the entire British Isles, Europe, and parts of North America were also bathed in the rain. This rain did not fall from the sky, it was not part of the water cycle. These rains were not composed of water molecules and dust. Professor McGonagall felt the bone-chilling cold. She stared carefully at the raindrops falling in front of her. They came out of thin air, squeezed out of nothingness, a thin and short translucent glass-colored line, floating in the air, can pass through any object, and will not leave any trace. When the raindrops passed through her palm, an indescribable feeling of dampness spread. What was soaked was not the flesh and blood. This was a rain that fell on the soul. All the shock, fear, anger, sadness, confusion, intoxication, admiration, all emotions were washed away by this unprovoked drizzle. Linda stood there, looking up, taking in the heavy rain. Professor McGonagall noticed that the raindrops did not touch him, as if he was wearing an invisible raincoat. "Delin, where does this rain come from?" Her words were already extremely hoarse and bitter. Professor McGonagall saw the long table of the press conference twisted in the rain, and saw that in the magic photos, the image of Rita Skeeter became blurred, like a stain on the picture washed away by water. The headline article in the Daily Prophet that discredited the transfer student Delin gradually turned into a promotional advertisement for a flying broom. She watched the witch's body floating in the air, slowly turning into an African hyena with brown hair and black spots. Professor McGonagall gradually lost track of Rita's face. As a master of transfiguration, She had studied Lin's thesis in detail, and she knew that the reason for these abnormalities was that history had been tampered with. Lin stood in the rain in a good mood. He answered the professor's questions with a rare high tone, as if spreading the truth and the gospel. These are the world's thought strings. They are the memory of history. We are in the soul of the universe. The soul of the universe. Professor McGonagall smiled innocently on her old face. She accepted this statement and was deeply moved by it. It's so beautiful. Professor McGonagall, look at this rain carefully. Even if you can't remember it all. The most splendid scene in this universe is not the birth of nebulae, nor the colorful flowers on the planets of life, but the heavy rain that fell when history was buried. Today, the British Isles are crying for you, Rita Skeeter. Your name will be forgotten by the world, and the sacrifice of many has also opened a corner of the thick curtain of the source of magic for me. People say that the past cannot be changed. No, the universe has never claimed this. It's just that it hides the method of tampering with history behind the deepest and most secret roots. There are two ways to touch the root. Either you transform yourself. Let your soul rise, and get closer to the greatest truth, or you bear the sin of disobedience, hurt the root, and let it expose itself. Linda is not. Now, Rita's existence has been wiped out by the eternal transformation. Go. She had never been born, she had never lived on this land as a human wizard. Instead, there was an inexplicable dog. How will history fill the gap she left behind? Linda didn't know the answer either. But he would remember that everything about Rita had really existed. These thinking strings of the universe are working, weaving the truth, and patching up the holes in the dense and thick cloth of history. In this process, it is not just people's memories of Rita Skeeter that are affected. The gap she left in the social ecological niche will be filled by someone, but it is destined not to be someone similar to Rita. So, the reporter who interviewed the transfer student Linda was not Rita, but a new newspaper employee named Jennifer. They had a friendly conversation at Hogwarts. The article published in the Daily Prophet was an interesting soul, the first contact with the genius wizard Delin, which was not placed on the headline, but on the left side of the third page. There was no farce or quarrel that followed. The students of Hogwarts did not encourage their parents to write letters of complaint, Professor Quirrell did not hire wizards to threaten unscrupulous reporters, and there was no public press conference. The rain in Professor McGonagall's eyes was getting heavier. The world's thoughts were surging silently, and the tides of the universe were roaring quietly. The sky of Diagon Alley was getting darker and darker, and this heavy history was like being stuffed into an airtight garbage bag, ready to be thrown into the abyss. The dark night, deeper than the deepest night, enveloped the dome. Everything seemed to disappear in the darkness, leaving only the raindrops that emitted beautiful light, and the transfer student named Delin. She watched Lin slowly stuff the soul in his hand into the body of the African hyena. The dull animal soon became smart, and it let out a shrill bark like livestock waiting to be slaughtered, but immediately stopped the sound because of fear. Professor McGonagall shed unspeakable tears, and she begged, "Delin, please don't, you are a good child. Shh, don't worry, Professor, just think of all this as a dream. You won't remember it. It only takes a blink of an eye, and then you will wake up in a Hogwarts classroom. The darkness of the world is deeper than a dream. Crossing the limit darker than darkness is like closing your eyes, losing consciousness, and finally opening your eyes and coming back to your senses." Professor McGonagall stood in the classroom. At this time, the early spring sunlight outside the window was warm and fell on the podium, with a warm warmth. The students in the audience looked up, facing the professor, who suddenly remained silent. They all showed puzzled expressions. Professor McGonagall stroked her forehead and continued with the topic she had not finished before. "Because of this, you should pay attention to everything around you, use your observation skills, analyze and think about the details of things and the impact of things on the environment, so that you can get started with the essential transformation." Her words became more and more fluent, and the little wizards were thoughtful. The sunlight coming through the tall grill glass windows became brighter and warmer. The course was over, and she continued to live, continued to attend classes, and continued to live. Until one day she went to Diagon Alley and saw the hyena wandering alone on the corner of the street. The hair was dirty, and there were still remnants of wrapping paper at the corners of its mouth. It looked very tired. Why is there an African hyena here? It has been here for a long time, and has lived for more than 40 years. As a hyena, it is really long-lived. Professor McGonagall was thoughtful, and the dog suddenly rushed to her, barking like crazy, and then burst into tears. Maybe it's sick. She hurried away from the mad dog. This incident made Professor McGonagall feel strange, and she was always uneasy after returning. She always felt guilty, and reflected on herself. She thought that she should have bought some food for the dog so that it could survive the cold winter. Later, when Professor McGonagall returned to Diagon Alley, she couldn't find the dog. When she asked others, some said that the hyena was wandering outside, and some said that it had eaten chocolate by mistake and might have died in a corner. Life always has an end, and death is not a bad ending for a stray dog. As for wandering, it was homeless and wandered everywhere. The streets of Diagon Alley were filled with bright and warm sunlight. Minerva McGonagall adjusted her lady's hat in the chilly spring breeze, and returned to her normal life with dignified steps. She would not recall the tears of the hyena at night. God is in his kingdom in heaven, and everything in the world is ordinary. Disco Elysium. It's time to introduce the plotline of the Elden Ring. Beast of Marathon, Dad is here to kill you. P.S. Please read, vote, and reward, thank you. Chapter 73 God of the Border. It was still cold in London in February 1992. The cold was not terrible, but the air was still humid. The cold penetrated into the bones unconsciously, and people with weaker constitutions had cold hands and feet when they went out. Linda looked at the young woman who kept blowing air into her palms. Her temperament was more quiet than the late-blooming lilies, and her blessed eyes were beautiful sea blue. He stared at the work and considered the intelligence and emotions she expressed in his heart. Cold. The woman noticed Linda's gaze and handed over her red palm to show him. Linda used transfiguration to add a pair of deerskin gloves to her, which felt warm when she put them on. Thank you. Do you remember your name? She just shook her head. What about your past? Do you remember anything? She just shook her head. The scene of the first time he talked to her, she was like a newborn baby, with a clear color in her eyes that knew nothing about the world. At that time, Lind had just resurrected her. A week ago. At the border, the chapel of the king. Lind placed the body of the witch with the ring finger on the altar. The originally dirty and messy chapel had been tidied up, and the moldy tables, chairs, and benches were all thrown down the cliff. The stone floor around the altar was covered with a thick piece of pure cotton cloth, with a large number of magic runes piled on the cloth. The complex array nodes were inlaid with 99 soul stones, and the complex and beautiful array patterns were drawn with pure gold, mercury, and amethyst powder, symbolizing the triple protection of the sun, the moon, and the first one. He planned to resurrect the witch, or more precisely, to verify his research results through the resurrection ceremony and communicate the laws of the gods at the border. As for whether the person could be saved, he didn't care. If you really want to resurrect someone, dragging the body into the library tower will only take a blink of an eye. The body of the finger witch has been there for a while, but it is still fresh, as if she had just died. This is not because of her special physique, but because of the chaos of time and space in the borderland. Linda speculated that since the Elden Ring was smashed by Queen Marika's hammer, the history of the borderland is no longer recorded in the memory of the universe, but in the law of God. To put it simply, the events recorded by the law will be archived, and the facts that occurred in this archive will be determined as history, otherwise it will enter a repeated cycle. This is also why the history books of the borderland cannot be chronicles, but can only be chronicles. because the time between events may be extremely short or unimaginably long. For example, let's say Zhang San killed Li Si. If this matter is recognized by the law, then Li Si is dead. Otherwise, time is reset, Li Si has not been killed, and Zhang San must repeat this process until a certain success is recorded as a node by the law. The death of the finger which has been recorded by the law, and it is a historical event that has been concluded. What Lind wants to do is to erase this record from the law, which sounds like Sun Wukong erasing the book of life and death. He is not afraid of being wanted by the King of Hell, on the contrary, he is afraid that the King of Hell will not come to settle the account. His purpose is to communicate the law. Lind wants to force the law to reveal itself through this rebellious and illegal behavior. Just like Sun, in World I, he will use the eternal transformation to force the soul of the universe to repair history. As a top-level spellcaster, Lind is not afraid to take radical measures to verify his theory. This is also the most fundamental reason why spellcasters are often regarded as lunatics too much love to make trouble. He held a notebook and recorded the process design of the experiment and the state of the corpse. After making sure that the preliminary preparations were completed, he checked the magic circle of the resurrection ceremony again and checked the state of the soul stone. Everything reached the standard he designed. Linda glanced at the body of the woman on the altar and activated the soul stone. Beautiful misty light flowed out and overflowed from every inscription, every rune, and every node of the formation base. They were composed of extremely delicate thought strings, disordered and free, frantic and quiet. Meet, soul light, at this moment, as the master of the library tower, I will eliminate the sign of this person's death. She will be resurrected, will step on the bridge I support with one hand, and slowly return from nothingness. The misty light mist obeyed his words, from a group of restless clouds near the surface, swept upward, turned into a tornado. Hundreds of millions of thought strings poured into the body that had lost its vitality, reconstructing her lost soul. Linda did not stop there. If it was just resurrection, it could not change the fact that she had died. So, he had to go one step further. The eye of the tower surged with surging magic energy and injected it into the body of the finger witch. Without transfiguration, he could only use a little of his divine power to achieve his wish. The eye-shaped pendant flicked gently, and the exquisite sphere flew out, the surface cracked, the shell bloomed, like 13 willow leaves rotating around the core of the essence of light. The condensation of divine power was breathtakingly beautiful, it represented the collection of all possibilities, and all the colors of the world were gathered here. Linda flicked his fingers lightly, and a tear fell from the divine power core, touching the corpse's brow. Then the dried blood on the witch's clothes flowed back to the wound, the torn clothes healed themselves, the failed organs started to work again, and the pale cheeks were full of blood again. Her fingers trembled slightly, and her eyelids twitched slightly. It seemed that in the next moment, she would open her eyes and sit up. The whistling of the soul light mist was like the cold wind in a distant valley. But at this moment, the sound disappeared. All the sounds disappeared together. The great silence enveloped the chapel of the king, and Linda even heard the buzzing of hallucinations in his ears. After the buzzing sound gradually faded away, another voice appeared. I am the god of the border. The mature and firm female voice spoke in a language that Lind did not know, but he understood it. I am Marika. Lind witnessed the soul mist rising, and under the dome of the chapel, it condensed into a golden figure. She stretched out her arms and lowered her head like Jesus suffering on the cross. A silent and solemn atmosphere descended here. The golden strings of thought flickered in the air, and when they passed through Lind, they would leave a little warmth. Lind looked up at the suffering Marika and looked into her peaceful and lowered eyes. He did not need to vibrate his vocal cords, he just spoke his thoughts in his heart. Are you a container of the law, or the law itself? Marikash never spoke, but her words echoed, calmly and gracefully, the only voice in this quiet and dead world. I am the embodiment of the absolute spirit of the world, the patron saint of the borderland. My heart is the golden law, my roots run through the earth, and I have billions of fallen leaves. After swinging the hammer to smash the ring, I will hide the blessing in the fallen leaves and blow it into the hands of the fated ones with the wind. I foresee the first moment you set foot on this land. Outsider, you are not a child of the golden tree, just like the beast and the other gods, you come from a foreign land. What did you foresee about me? You and I will meet eventually, not here, but on the stone stage. Please come to see the Elden Ring, offer the law of the outsider, and save all the fate of the borderland. The words became more and more distant, weaker, more and more urgent, and more desolate. Before Lind asked again, Queen Marika's projection had dissipated. The whistling wind also stopped. The finger which opened her eyes. There was no blessing in her eyes, but a pure sea blue like a baby. The dialogue of Marika here imitated the lines of the god of Rivacole in Disco Elysium. As a character full of mysteries in the original work, Marika's original words were relayed by Melina. In addition to being a riddle man, she was also very solemn and tough. However, the image of a suffering Marika in my mind overlaps with that of the god of Rivacole, including her voice, confused laziness, clear sincerity, and she is presented as a very patient mother, a painful and hopeful soul. In addition, Disco Elysium is really an art, a classic masterpiece that the gaming industry must appreciate. Chapter 74 The Golden Rule should have been changed long ago. Due to the language barrier, Lind did not talk to the resurrected witch immediately. He put on a pair of rubber gloves, took a small flashlight, and waved it in front of her eyes. He saw that the pupils contracted normally when stimulated by light, and then continued to give the witch a simple physical examination. This medical knowledge was obtained from reading materials in the library when he was in London. Sometimes he felt that studying the origin of magic was very similar to studying diseases. The same symptoms were attributed to different causes. The human body is a complex and sophisticated system, while the structure of the universe is relatively simple, but it is so huge that it is difficult to describe. This is true, who can use metaphors for the universe itself? The greatness of God's law lies in the fact that it uses a set of symbol systems that transcend the universe itself to bind the universe itself, making those hidden and unspoken rules utterable. If mathematics is turned into law, then the universe will obey mathematical logic. Mathematics has never been the truth, it is just a game invented by humans, just like Monopoly. Mathematical rules are tough. Why can't 1 + 1 = 3? Because it is stipulated that. In fact, even elementary school students know that 1 + 1 can equal 3. For example, when a couple is added together, a child will be created as an extra number. But mathematical games reject this kind of imagination, and they just run in a mechanical and cold framework. In order to make mathematical games fit natural phenomena, humans have to add variables to pure formulas. Calculating the parabolic trajectory of a cannonball? In pure mathematics, it is just a conic curve, but in nature, air resistance, the Coriolis force, the curvature of the Earth's surface, etc. must be considered. The law is equivalent to God's game rules, which are imposed on the universe. It says that 1 + 1 = 2, so a couple cannot have children. It says that 1 = 2, so everyone will be twins. This kind of horrible violence works in this way, it disguises itself as the true link of the universe, making people unaware of its existence. But Lind, an outsider, felt it clearly. As soon as he arrived at the border, he found that his magic failed because his magic was not recognized by the Golden Law. If you want to cast a spell, you must either adapt to the Golden Law or break it and transform it. As an outsider, he knew very well that the people of the borderland lived in shackles and lived in a world firmly controlled by God. That God was not Queen Marika, but an existence called Supreme Will. Linda suddenly had an idea: why can only you, the Supreme Will, do this Supreme God, but I, the King of the Tower, can't do it? Things will change, and it will be my turn next year. The Golden Law of the borderland should have been changed long ago. The rebellious tradition of his ancestors made him angry for a while, but Linda actually didn't like any compulsory laws. He planned to take away the golden law and give freedom to the people of the borderland. As for offering the law and being crowned as a god, Linda didn't care. What he cared about was the law itself, which was the precious truth. While thinking about the next action, Linda gave the finger witch a physical examination. During this process, he seemed absent-minded. And the finger witch just stared at him curiously without any resistance. The results of the physical examination were encouraging. The operation was successful. The girl is now full of energy. Since Linda erased her death record in the law, theoretically, the finger witch should be the same person as she was in life, and her soul should be full and rich. So when Lind casually pulled out the finger witch's soul, he found that the memory inside was cleaner than the smooth cerebral cortex, and the density of the thought string was even lower than that of a newborn baby. Lind stared. How did she become mentally retarded? He stared at the finger witch hesitantly, wondering if his soul extraction technique had regressed and accidentally damaged the witch's memory. This possibility was very low. When Lind designed the soul stone assembly line for the slaughterhouse in Winterhold, he had already mastered the soul extraction technique to perfection. He could peel off the soul of even a firefly intactly, just like Uncle Lee peeling a raw egg in A World Without Thieves, and he could also put the soul back intactly. He was already an old craftsman, how could he make a mistake? Lind stuffed the soul back casually and took out a notebook to record the experimental results. Then he began to guess the possible reasons for the discrepancy with the expected results. The finger witch came back to life and watched him write and draw. The flashlight was placed aside, and she imitated Lind's previous practice and shone the flashlight into his eyes. Lind waved his hand and drove her away. The resurrected witch couldn't even walk. Her brain function was undoubtedly sound, and her cerebellum had a well-developed ability to balance, but she could only crawl on the ground. If a baby did this, it would be quite cute, but when a woman did this, Linda's first reaction was Sadako. He had to stop recording and teach the witch how to walk upright on 2 legs. This was a small step for the finger witch, but a big step in the history of human evolution. The resurrected witch kept trying to give Linda a physical examination. "Don't pick at me. Don't pick me," the witch muttered. Interesting. Linda was refreshed. The finger witch's behavior logic was not like that of a baby. It seemed that she was not a new soul, but she had forgotten too thoroughly, and some instincts were still retained. So as long as she recovered well after the operation, she might still be able to regain her memory. This could also bring new breakthroughs to Linda's research on souls and laws. In the next few days, Linda took time to return to World I and solve Rita Skeeter's troubles. Then he continued to do basic physics experiments in the chapel of the king. He had to prepare a few destructive magics that could make the final decision, and then he could start to investigate the ecology of the borderland, collect biological data, and conduct further research. He entrusted the house elf Giali to look after the witch, so that she would not sneak out again when he was not paying attention. This happened once and almost killed her. There is a monster called the limb-joined noble in the outer square of the chapel of the king. It is here to wait for the fated ones who return to the borderland. Linda had never paid attention to this guy before. Until a few days ago. He finished the configuration experiment of the freezing ice storm and found that the finger witch was missing. When he went out, he saw that she had been blocked by the limb-joined noble. If she was a step later, she would die. The limb-joined noble is like a fat spider, with several deformed arms supporting its twisted body. Its body is a thin noble boy, who was attached to the limbs of other powerful creatures by evil surgery to gain strength. It is said that attaching someone else's arm to yourself will only bring encumbrance, but under the rules of the Golden Law, this is effective. Lind saw the finger witch standing in front of the limb-joined noble. The monster raised the slender ritual straight sword high, shining brightly, with cold stars flashing. With just a light blow, she could take her life. In the desolate ruins swept by the wind, her back was like a pale flower in front of the chariot tracks. Opening her arms, with a resolute and fearless spirit, or perhaps a benevolent tolerance of heresy. At this moment, Lind glimpsed the past of the finger witch, a brave weak person, a martyr who used her body to block the sword. Before her death, she might have resisted the attack of the limb-joined noble for someone. Before the limb-joined noble swung his sword, a cold ray fell from a height. This ray was invisible and colorless, but when it passed through the air, it left an ice-blue tail, as if drawing a faint stroke on the scroll of the world, and all the wind blowing through here dropped fine ice crystals. The sword of the limb-jointed noble was held up like this, unable to move. Its body was quickly covered with frost, just like white mold spreading on the surface of food. Its internal organs, bones, and flesh were all frozen, but it still retained basic activity, turning into a living ice sculpture, standing in this dilapidated and ancient square. The witch blinked, reached out to touch the ice sculpture, and then raised her red frozen hand in front of Linda, cold. This is not fearlessness, it's just a fool who doesn't know fear. Chapter 75 Give up your stupid hostility. Before Linda crossed over, he was an educator, but he was not interested in being a nanny. If it was just taking care of a child, he didn't think it was a big deal, but the finger witch was a mature woman. When Linda occasionally saw her quiet sea blue eyes, his heart would jump slightly. This was out of respect for beauty, and her fascinating and pure temperament would also make him uneasy. It is not difficult to admit the charm of the finger witch. Her fragile and helpless appearance will also arouse the desire to protect many men. But Lind does not intend to play any love games with a woman who has lost her memory. Talking about love in such an unequal relationship cannot produce any beneficial results except satisfying the vicious and selfish desire of the superior. And this practice is too hypocritical. It is disguised in the name of love and completely regards the resurrected finger witch as private property, a living doll. The finger witch is no longer suitable for the border area. She cannot survive in this cruel prison. As a civilian, she has not yet met the requirements to join the library tower. As a muggle, it is impossible for her to stay in Hogwarts, so she can only go to Winterhold, or find a place to settle in the muggle world. In contrast, the finger witch seems to be more interested in modern society. Out of respect for the human group and as an educator, Lind decided to spend some time with the finger witch, provide her with information on survival and development, teach her common sense and skills for survival, and cultivate her into a healthy person. This kind of help from the strong to the weak is the key for humans to stand out from the cold nature. Even as a god, Lind does not like Yahweh, the angry and cruel God in the Old Testament. Lind, God is a bit too extreme. JPG. That day, after finishing the Earth History course, they walked along the wet streets of London. Lind took her to adapt to the city, from how to take a taxi, to where to eat, how to calculate change, how to purchase food and clothing, etc. The finger witch stretched out her red hands, as if showing a handicraft, and she looked at Lind expectantly and peacefully. It's cold, she said. Lind told her, in the next period of time, you have to try to make friends with strangers. Friends? Like Lind? Almost. As a human being, you must make friends, you must participate in social activities, and at least work, otherwise you will die. Survive. Yes, survive. This world is just as cruel. You have to avoid the worst outcome from happening to yourself. They walked along the Thames. The dirty grey water was filled with the stench of industrial pollution, and the finger witch covered her nose. Lind took her to see the homeless vagrants, the corpses in the garbage dump, the groaning wounded on the hospital beds, the numb faces, the grey eyes, and the desperate sighs. I was a newcomer, penniless, and faced such a dilemma. I took you to see these to make you understand that no matter what, you have to survive. Life is precious, and death is terrible. The finger witch nodded. I don't want to die. Then try to learn how to survive, protect yourself, learn how to work and make friends. I won't take care of you forever. After teaching the basic and necessary life skills, Lind bought a Muggle identity file for the Finger Witch, from birth certificate to education certificate, personal bank account, driver's license, passport, etc., and then let her live alone in London. Will you come back? The Finger Witch stood in front of the Baker Street apartment and said goodbye to Lind. The expression on her face was as helpless as a child who left home for the first time. In the next 6 months, I will come when I am free. By the way, don't forget to write a diary. If you remember anything, write it down in time. I will make regular deposits in your bank account. Spend money when you need to. Don't starve yourself when you live alone. You should try to find a job to make a living. If you still can't survive alone after 6 months, I will take you to Winterbug. She nodded. Linda left the apartment not far away, went into the dark alley next to it, and called out the house elf Giali. Giali, I have something to ask of you. Protect her secretly, and don't let her find out where you are, okay? Yes, master. Giali bowed respectfully. After settling the Finger Witch, Linda returned to the border. The sky outside the chapel of the king is always overcast, as dark as if a storm is coming. In the far north, the tall and dazzling figure of the golden tree still stands, like a golden pillar supporting the sky. Linda walked across the square. Because he had left the border, the timeline here was reset, and the frozen limb-jointed nobleman had returned to its original state. Everything before was a fantasy. It had never been frozen and was still full of life. The limb-jointed nobleman came from behind the statue of Marika. It leaped up, flew lightly into the air, and landed heavily in front of Lind, shaking the ruins and raising clouds of dust. The handsome young head let out a fierce roar, blowing away the dust in the air. This behemoth is as big as a medium-sized pickup truck, with 3 arms to drive. It holds a shield and 2 swords at the same time, is both offensive and defensive, has flexible movements, and is extremely powerful. It is a very difficult and thorny creature to deal with. Lind stood in the howling wind, with a layer of dim shield covering his body surface to block the airflow from the outside, and his cloak did not tremble at all. Interesting limb grafting technology. He stared at the deformed body of the limb-joined noble hidden under the long carpet, completely ignoring the sharp straight sword hanging above his head, probing like a snake, and let it swing down and hit the magic shield. All the impact was offset, and even the robe was not damaged. The mind of the limb-joined noble was severely damaged by the limb-joining process, but it was not a completely irrational beast. Realizing that physical attacks could not break Lind's defense, it immediately retreated and used ancient prayer rituals to add sacred spirit to the 2 swords. Have you had enough trouble? The answer to Lind was a swift and fierce stab. The wind was whistling, and the pale water droplets were squeezed out of the atmosphere by the shock wave created by the sword tip. This sword, which was close to the speed of sound, was attached with brilliant sacred golden light, like a beam of morning glow that burst out when the sun jumped over the horizon. Lind did not dodge or evade, and his sword was straight and unbiased. Where the sword tip landed, ripples suddenly appeared on the magic shield. The ripples became more rapid as the holy light washed away. One sword fell, and another sword followed. The 2 swords bombarded alternately. Like a terrifying rainstorm. The sword tip landed at the same point, showing the exquisite sword skills and excellent control of the limb-jointed noble. In the violent ripples of the shield, Lind's figure became blurred. Hardness cannot last long. Crazy the crazy 14 consecutive stabs stopped due to exhaustion. The small ripples on the magic shield slowly subsided. The man did not move at all. It made the monsters feel desperate and confused. Linda looked down and saw a grain-sized tear on the chest of the wizard robe, with golden light on the edge of the thread. It seems that it failed to defend against all energy shocks after all. There is still room for improvement in this shield. Linda looked up and looked at the handsome noble boy's head, stretched out his hand, and aimed his palm at the limb-joined noble. Extreme Magic Pulse Magnetic Storm. A blue-purple electric current ring rose from his palm, and charged in a very short time, emitting dazzling incandescent light, and the colorless and invisible electromagnetic pulse had already penetrated the limb-joined noble. Delicate electric sparks gradually exploded on the surface of the limb-joined noble, and its huge body was as beautiful as a hillside in spring. The finger, which is a regret for many game players. So resurrecting her is a predetermined plot. This character is a blank manuscript, she can play some special role, the foreshadowing has been set, whether it will be mentioned again is uncertain. Chapter 76 The First Boss of the Old Man Ring. Linda teleport the limb-joined noble back to the library tower. The strong neural electric impulse has completely destroyed the resistance of the limb-joined noble. Compared with a deboned fish, the only difference is that its bones are still there. But in the library tower, even if it still has the ability to move, it is useless. Linda took out the notebook, checked the body structure first. Pulling away the covering blanket, you can see the distorted body of the limb-joined noble, just like putting several wax figures with different appearances into the same crucible to heat, half melted and then cooled and solidified to form a disordered object. The spine of the creature is intertwined like a centipede, and the surface of the body is covered with pus and bird feathers. It presents an extremely distorted, extremely contrary to beauty, and extremely blasphemous form. The inspiration for making this monster may come from Indian food stalls, where all the ingredients that look edible and inedible are added together, and then a lot of unnecessary processing operations are performed to make the finished product able to slide in the intestines. It cannot be regarded as a whole at all, but several unrelated parts are spliced together. The internal system of the body is a mess. It is said that a sparrow is small but has all the internal organs. This guy has too many internal organs, and it is basically like a pot of awful soup. It is a great miracle that it can survive, and every minute and every second it is alive is a ruthless humiliation to all biological and medical common sense. However, the magical thing is that the limb replacement process successfully grafted the power of the deceased onto the recipient. Such an illogical system can actually run, just like a program full of bugs. It can run, even if the posture is weird, but it does not affect the result. The reason is simple: this is an act permitted by the Golden Law, even if the founder of the law would never like the limb-joining technology, even if the rules of the universe are absolutely incompatible with the limb-joining technology, the logic of the law allows the limb-joining technology to become a reality, and it is feasible. The founder of the limb-joining technology is by no means a qualified researcher, but he must have his own unique understanding of the Golden Law. After entering the library tower, the limb-joining nobles were out of the influence of the Golden Law, and these limbs no longer brought power. Instead, the twisted biological tissues began to collapse on their own. Linda did not stop the collapse, and the collapse of a system can best expose the hidden contradictions. The skin, flesh, and internal organs of the limb-joining nobles began to dissolve, almost like melted yellow wax, slowly flowing along the mountains of the bones. It was rushing to death. With the collapse of the limb-joining system, some gorgeous dark golden light spots began to seep out. Linda reached out and touched these golden lights. In his eyes, the souls of the limb-jointed nobles were all made of this thing. It was a thought string distorted by the law, a strange product, but very clever. It was this thing that had been maintaining the operation of the limb-jointed system, and it was this thing that made this piece of meat with all the bugs become a killing machine instead of a high-level paraplegia. It can be seen from this that the law of God is to achieve the purpose of binding the rules of the universe and the fate of living beings by distorting the thought string. These distorted thought strings condensed into a dim golden small ring on the body of the limb-jointed noble. This thing is called Golden Rune. Linda nodded at the pile of rotten meat in front of him, recorded the physiological characteristics and the collapse process, and wrote down the evaluation in the notebook. The morphological structure can almost be called a pile of feces. It is now known that crude surgical operations and pupil regeneration rituals are used to maintain the shape. The soul that adapts to the new body is shaped by injecting Golden Rune. This matter is mediocre. Improvement suggestions, it is of no value. Don't waste time. He was disappointed with the limb-jointed nobles, but was surprised by the golden rune. No wonder the dead are sometimes more useful than the living. The inspiration that the limb-removing noble brought to Lind after his death was greater than when he was alive. After Lind picked up the golden rune and left the border, the effect of the golden law hidden in it slowly dissipated. Even he could not reverse this process. Even if the time of the library tower was reversed, the law would still leave. The library tower rejected the law of the alien god. The golden rune continued to decompose and turned into pure thought strings, and the internal information had been lost. Lind wrote in his notebook, "Rune it is a product of the fusion of law and thought string. The production method is unknown and more samples need to be examined." After leaving the body, the rune spontaneously forms a solid hard shell to prevent the loss of thought string. The principle is similar to the soul skin. The shattering of the rune may cause the memory to fade. In addition, the finger which lost her memory, which may be related to the emptying of her rune. Close the notebook. Linda collected some structures of the creatures in the borderland from the collapsed body of the limb-joined noble. These data can be used to improve the transformation spells. Although he can't use them, he still records them as comprehensively as possible with a rigorous research attitude. Looking back, Linda has been practicing magic skills in the borderland for nearly 3 months. He thinks it's time to go out. Who is the first official boss in Elden Ring? Limb-joined noble? Plot killing doesn't count. Greg's soldiers? Just tools for practice. Tree guards? Not the main line either. Oh, I remember, it's the evil omen demon Market. Using the principle of regression, Market is Mungert. So, the first boss is actually Mungert, and the destination is the royal city of Rodel. Linda jumped from the cold cliff outside the chapel of the king. He spread his arms like wings, and the magic energy extended from the outside of his arms to the back of the wings of a jet glider, bursting out 4 blue-green tails, dragging the sky, suddenly passing through the desolate clouds, and abandoning the flock of flying birds. He went to the bright golden tree in the north, crossed Nimjfu, Linia, and flew to the Yatan plateau. Looking down from the sky, the border continent looks like a curled-up baby. He started from the tail vertebrae, like a comet across the sky, straight to the throat. The majestic building complex there is called the Royal City of Rodel. Hometown at the foot of the golden tree. Linda landed on the square of the throne of Elden. This place was once the center of power in the borderland. The person sitting on the throne was the hero who had met the Elden Ring, the king of the gods. The golden tree is the destination of life in the borderland, the center of the law, the supreme good, the most noble and the most honorable. This place is the closest to the golden tree. It is also the road to the core of the golden tree. There is the stone stage, the highest altar for the Elden Ring. Now, the king is gone, the ring has been broken, and the borderland is suffering in war and strife. The grace of the royal city is as shattered as its ancient walls. In the desolate land, the cursed son of evil omen holds the royal power and strives to maintain the last glory of Rodel. Malika called Lind to come to the stone stage to offer the law of the outsider and save this broken and devastated world. So he came. It is not just coming as promised, but coming one after another. The empty square was paved with the messy dead leaves from the golden tree. The foreign wizards walked lightly, rolling over the dead leaves, making a rustling sound like stepping on snow. The deformed and twisted son of evil omen on the throne raised his head. Well, a tarnished. The tired regent, dressed in rags and holding a long staff, slowly stood up. Looking down at the stranger who was walking over. Fooled by the fire of ambition, trying to get involved in the Elden Ring? You shouldn't set foot on this throne. Your life, along with your ambition, will be extinguished by me, the last King Munget. Linda looked up at the lush branches of the golden tree and the crown as bright as the sun. Those who are truly wise can glimpse the trajectory of the golden law from the flickering light of the leaves. It's like looking at flowers in the fog. Although he can't touch them, the fragrance of the successive blooms has made him happy. After hearing the judgment of the blessed King Mungot, Lind finally lowered his gaze to him. I guess you said some cool lines, but unfortunately I don't understand them. Are you interested in going to the library tower? I want to learn the local dialect of the border area by the way. Mungot's answer was a merciless stick strike. Chapter 77 The Last King. The blessed king's long stick hit the shield on Lind's body. This shield looks thin, but its complex microstructure and abundant magical energy make it easy to resist the artillery fire of the main battle tank. Is that all? Lind stretched out a finger to block the long stick. The shield offset all the impact force, and it looked as if he stretched out his hand to stop a straw in the wind. The force of this blow was not as strong as the stabbing of the limb-jointed noble with all his strength. Mungot quickly pulled back. He grasped the staff and crushed the petrified shell, revealing a narrow dark purple blade. The sheen on the surface of the blade was as colorful and sticky as the reflection of dirty oil. It's really not to be underestimated. The fated ones are worthy of being the descendants of warriors. The familiar scene, just like the limb-jointed noble, was a performance of stubborn resistance. Linda's destination was the stone stage. He would touch the root of the golden law. In this way, he could deeply analyze the law of God and master the lofty truth that transcends the universe. All the roadblocks along the way were gently swept away. Make way. When I get the Elden Ring, there will be plenty of time to chat. Linda waved his hand to drive them away. The two of them didn't speak the same language. They were talking at cross purposes here and didn't connect to the same channel. Mungot stood under the golden dome, but his figure was as deep and desolate as the long shadow of the night. Linda didn't have strong hostility towards him. It was difficult to defeat a strong man of Mongot's level with only the magic of the Elder Scrolls series. But as long as Mungot couldn't fly, Linda would always be invincible. I will write the cause of death on your tombstone, and that is arrogance. Mongot spoke slowly and in a determined manner. Linda shook his head. Don't you see the gap between you and me? It seems that you have to taste despair before you surrender. He jumped lightly, and his body floated rapidly in the air, looking down at the blessed king from an unreachable height. The eye of the tower exuded surging magical energy, which gathered between his hands. A spell configuration as thorny as a sea urchin and as blue as the ocean quickly condensed. Before the spell was formed, snow had begun to fall around Linda. Snowflakes fell on the deformed, multi-horned forehead of the son of evil omen and melted on Mungot's grey skin. How long has it been since it snowed in Rodel? Since the magic ring was broken, he didn't remember winter. Mungot looked up. The wizard's shadow was so far away that it almost melted in the dazzling crown of the golden tree. Marika, who abandoned the people of the border, was also so dazzling. God above, will you bleed? The blessed king chanted a golden prayer in a low voice, raised his hand and grasped the sacred and bright phantom spear in his palm. He stepped forward and bent down, like a giant bow pulling a string, and the brilliant spearhead pointed directly at the stranger's figure that looked like a distant star. Ha! The spear whistled, piercing through the warm and ancient atmosphere, and the wind vortex swirled on the spear like a roaring cloud, blowing away the abnormal ice and snow. It was like a golden thunder bursting out of thin air. It hit the target in the next moment. Linda's chest and abdomen were hit hard. And the sacred impact penetrated the shield, pierced through the wizard robe, and fell on the soft armor lining. His soft armor was transformed from the pajamas, with double enchantments, and the physical defense was comparable to dragon scales, greatly reducing magic damage. It would automatically repair after being damaged. The soft armor was silent, and the sharp and tough sacred energy failed to tear through its defense line, and the weak scratches caused also disappeared in a short time. Linda's spell preparation was complete. Ultimate Demon Frozen Ice Storm. He let go of his hand, and an ice-blue sea urchin fell, beautiful and fragile, like a glass craft. The moment it hit the ground, a colorless, piercing shock wave spread in all directions, slightly slower than the speed of sound. The atmosphere where the shock wave passed was pale and peaceful, like the white scenery of winter. The edge of the shock wave was like a boundary, separating the two seasons. Mungert retreated backwards, his movements were extremely fast, even like flying close to the ground. In a flash, he had already stuck to the trunk of the golden tree. But he still felt that he was not retreating fast enough, not far enough. The sea urchin did not break after landing, and bounced up again with the explosion of the shock wave. When it landed again, it also burst out a round of shock waves. When the second wave of cold air passed, the atmosphere changed from pale to blue, and the water vapor in the air froze into loose ice crystals, falling to the ground. The sea urchin jumped up again. It fell again. Boom! Boom! The invisible bone-piercing shock wave was like ripples on the water. The world where it passed was dimmed, and the winter of the polar night was coming. Mungert climbed up the trunk of the golden tree. He held the long blade in his mouth and used all four limbs to avoid the rapidly expanding shock wave and to get closer to Lind. Lind's second spell was ready. The ice storm had also caught up with Mungert. It was an extreme cold he had never felt before. Before the shock wave touched his skin, the first thing he felt was his ragged clothes. This old rag was always soft, but it suddenly hardened and began to hinder his movement. Then, most of his back, from the waist to the tail to the ankles, was immersed in the shock wave. Mungert felt a slight numbness, and other than that, it was just a little cold. His legs could not bend or stretch. Then came his arms. Before he froze, he pursed his lips and howled, and spurted out his long sword with all his strength, turning it into a sharp purple-red blade of light, and pounced on Lind. It was just a fight of trapped beasts. It did not cause any damage, nor did it delay the preparation of the spell. The shock wave washed over mercilessly, and Mungert was like a cicada, quietly hanging on the bark of the golden tree. The blessed king did not move. Ultimate Demon Lightning Gun. A blazing white lightning column fell down with a bang. Before the cracking thunder exploded, Mungert was hit, his body was charred, and he fell to the square. Boom! Boom! The ice-blue sea urchin was still beating, like a cold heart. The blessed king lay on the ground, with 2 feet of snow falling on his body. Not long after, the ice layer on his body had shown the dark blue of ancient glaciers under the light. Until the sea urchin jumped 17 times and finally broke. The throne of Eldin was frozen. Linda fell from the sky, looking at the towering ice on the throne, and whispered, "The only thing missing is a Lich King." He approached Mungert. Since natural magic is relatively rigid, he couldn't control the lethality after the spell was released, so it was really uncertain whether Mungert was dead or alive. But even if only the corpse was left, the information in the brain could be extracted. Linda was not here to make friends with Mungert. He just wanted to learn the language of the borderland in case of emergency. The rustling footsteps were the sound of stepping on snow. Linda blew air into his red palms, but what he exhaled was a handful of white frost. It was so cold. The golden tree was silent, and the cold Elden throne blew a strong wind towards the royal city. The crown of the tree dropped golden leaves, which rustled with the wind. Drifting to every corner of the border. Linda glanced at the frozen Mungert, and turned his gaze to the golden tree again. Whether to learn the local language is secondary, let's do the business first. He walked towards the long steps leading to the heart of the tree. Kala kala. The thick ice layer cracked, and the grey-yellow dirty water, as hot as magma, as smelly as rotten meat, as turbid as thick soup, gushed out from under the snow. The huge square was covered with filth. Mungert broke through the ice layer, and his frozen skin turned an embarrassing purple-black color. The breath of evil omen curse lingered around his body, expanding and surging as if it had vitality, turning into an illusory evil ghost body. Phase 2, right? You don't remember, it seems that you are not as good as me. It's a pity, but it's a good fight. Chapter 78 Mungert, shut up. The throne of Eldin has been defiled, and Lind flew up to avoid the sewage on the ground. The sons of evil omen have the appearance of a furnace. In the era before the Golden Tree, they were a blessing, but after the Golden Law unified the border, they were regarded as a cursed group. They were born with deformities and were destined to be abandoned. The deep and complex sewers of the royal city of Rodel were full of sons of evil omen, living with dirty, rotten garbage and feces. Their twisted bodies were filled with unclean breath, and their sad souls were filled with grief and anger. Munget, the son of the first king of Eldon in the Golden Tree era, such a noble bloodline was abandoned because of the evil omen curse. After crawling out of the dark and terrifying sewer and experiencing miserable growth, Mungert is no longer a weak baby. He is now different from the past. He has the fragments of the magic ring and the power to be king. This is a story of a strong man returning from despair. Returning to the hometown that abandoned him, facing the precarious war situation, Mungert did not choose to vent his anger and destroy this indifferent world. On the contrary, he chose to protect Rodel, even though Rodel never protected him. He chose to protect the people of the royal city, even though his identity as the son of evil omen would be spurned by everyone once it was revealed. He chose love, even though he had never been loved. Fated, you forced me to commit the great sin of defiling the throne. Munget's weapon flew out of the square and landed on the streets of the royal city. Furious, he stretched out his hand to grab his twisted long tail. After being frozen, he could not feel the pain. He tore off the frozen stiff tail and swung it as a slender chopping knife. The evil omen that was emanating from his body condensed into a wild evil ghost behind him, holding two hideous sawtooth hatchets, also gritting his teeth. He walked towards Lind. Knowing that he had no chance of winning, the king who guarded the Golden Tree alone would not retreat. The last king died on the throne that was about to be destroyed, which was also the highest honor. Today, I will wash away the shame with my blood of Munget. The long tail slashed horizontally, the blade light was like a splashing water curtain, and the evil ghost behind him pounced out like a lion crossing the abyss. In a brief blink of an eye, it had crossed a long distance. In Lind's eyes, Mungert's weapon almost teleported in front of him, and every inch of his vision was filled with furious burning foul air, as if he was not hit, but falling into a grey, yellow, and stinking desert. Boom! A dull explosion set off a turbid wave of more than 100 feet. Dust expanded and filled the air. Mungert stared at the clouds. A strong airflow swelled in the explosion trace that looked like a mushroom cloud, emptying the turbid air. Lind stood where he was, covering his nose, and stared at Mungert coldly. Fuck you, if you can't beat me, just blow up the septic tank, right? It has always been said in the martial arts world that mops stick to shit, and Lu Bulletin is alive. Today, I saw that it is indeed true. If Linda had not put on a whirlwind cloak in time and added the filtration technique, he would have been suffocated by now. Munget, you are really the stinking king of the borderland, ah! Releasing the evil omen power suppressed in the body is also painful for Munget. The tearing feeling in the body like giving birth is ignored by the frozen nerves, but the surge in the mind memories of infancy are like a steel knife sawing bones. A complete alien of the times, a cursed child not tolerated by the Golden Tree. The appearance of the blessed king can no longer cover up the truth of his depravity and misery. Munget, the last fig leaf has been torn off, he is a king with nothing. Linda protects himself on the spot. Wood armor, iron armor, magic shield, advanced barrier, and powerful magic protection. Then there are more transformation spells, advanced giant force, giant body, bear claw, giant palm, vampire touch, bloodletting claws, paralysis touch, eagle eye, wind walk, wolf walk, followed by illusion magic, courage, higher courage, motivation, encouragement, and rage. Finally, destruction and recovery protection, flame cloak, lightning cloak, continuous treatment, healing ring, elemental blessing. Munget naturally didn't talk about martial ethics when facing Lind, who was standing still. He tried his best to attack, bombarding with evil omen breath and holy phantom weapons in turn, long tail continuous slash, raging waves. The ground of the Elden Throne Square was cracking in the tremor. Linda, he didn't move. He just stared at him coldly. Under the protection of a variety of extremely effective magic, his body began to grow huge, his arms stretched out, covered with thick hair, his fingers protruded and sharpened into bloody claws, his legs twisted into reverse joints, and the magic aura all over his body was like a erupting flame. Mungert's crazy attacks kept penetrating the shield, tearing his wizard cloak and wizard robe, and on his unprotected forehead wounds on the head and face. The wounds healed in an instant. The little bit of blood that flowed over the bridge of the nose and dripped on the chin. Falling on the ground. A drop of God. Mongert was tall, 8 feet tall. Linda was only 6 feet tall and had to look up at him. Now it was Linda who looked down at the blessed king. Is it over? Linda took a light breath, heavy as a bull's roar. Is it my turn? He stretched out his giant palm, and the bare claws could cover half of Monget's body, and the shadow cast could cover him completely. The face of the last king was as cold as iron, and his tone was inevitably tired and desperate. It was like a miserable player who found that after scraping the boss for a long time, he only broke a bloody skin. Fated, I am not afraid of death. And you, will also bleed. Bang! The claws swung down, and the sonic boom sounded like a sharp thunder. Mongert raised his hand to summon a phantom shield. The next moment, he was swiped out like a ball, rolling and bouncing on the broken ground, and stopped when he hit the railing on the edge. It was too fast. Mongert could not avoid Lin's attack at all, and his shield was shattered by one blow. Multiple malicious spell effects directly put Mongert into a state of paralysis and bleeding. He could hardly stand up. I'm tired of turn-based games. This time, fall down forever. Lin's shadow cast down, covering the light radiating from the golden tree. Mongert raised his bloody head, and was met with a ruthless heavy blow. Bang! Like a nail, Mongert was smashed into the ground, piercing through the square platform. Breaking through the magnificent buildings of the royal city, and smashing all the way to a stone cliff below. Linda jumped down from the cave entrance and fell in front of Mongert. The brick and stone dome of the building was broken and collapsed. A rain of stones fell, and huge pieces weighing several tons hit Linda, but they were like gravel and could not move him half a step. He looked down at Mongert like this, and even inadvertently blocked the falling rocks for the dying blessed king. They would not care about this little favor to each other. Monget's head was like an overripe melon, soft and shattered, and his skull was shattered. His body was constantly overflowing with golden runes, a huge amount of runes. These strange substances were not only the soul entities of the creatures at the border, but also the source of their power and memory. After losing the runes, the huge and majestic body of the last king shrank little by little. Stubborn fated one, you don't understand what I'm saying, so go ahead and try. You'll eventually find out that the golden tree rejects everything, even you, is no exception. Mongert laughed sadly and relieved. He still had the last bit of strength left, but he didn't fight again. He just sighed the last time in his miserable life. A portal opened on the huge rubble behind Lind. He picked up Mongert and threw him into the library tower. Chapter 79 POC Copyright Monday is caught. Climbing up the long steps, Lind came to the gate of the stone stage, which was only one door away from the center of the golden tree. Intertwined stone thorns entangled the door, and the golden seal of Elden King Radagon was on it. No one is allowed to enter. The thorns that Mongert sighed at, now it's Lind's turn to face. The seal of the golden tree is already a part of the law. Only by modifying the law can the seal be unlocked, and the law is hidden inside the golden tree. This is equivalent to putting the key to unlock the door. After observing the golden tree closely, Lind realized that his previous guess was actually wrong. The historical trajectory of the borderland is indeed recorded by the law, but this situation did not appear after the ring was broken, but it was the same throughout the golden tree era. As the manifestation and symbol of the golden law, the Golden Tree is the hub of time and space in the borderland. All the history of this land is transmitted to the main body by the ubiquitous roots of the Golden Tree and recorded in the lush tree canopy. Every leaf is a story and represents a corresponding rune. On the day when the leaves fall, someone will die. Lind saw a more creepy magic from the Golden Tree than the eternal transformation. That is fate. The leaves fall not because someone dies. Someone dies because the leaves fall. This is a strong prophecy that is almost bound to come true. When Queen Marika separated the fate of the Golden Tree's falling leaves from the law, the rule called the destined death disappeared from the law ring, and the people blessed by the Golden Tree would not die. Whoever controls the Golden Tree can control his fate. The owner of the Golden Tree only has the supreme will, and is the real master who controls the power of life and death in the borderland. Laws can change a good world beyond recognition. It compresses the endless imagination of the universe, the struggle and fate of life, all into such a towering tree, so that all tragedies and joys are extracted into the cycle of withering and flourishing of a tree. Great and selfish. The operation of God's law gave Lind a lot of inspiration. He also wanted to plant a tree in the library tower. Before that, he still had many problems to overcome. For example, rune. He knew that this was a special thinking string, but he didn't understand how rune was formed. Was it affected by the law, or was it born like this by the creatures in the borderland? In short, first talk to Queen Marika. Let's meet, King. Linda, Beast of Eldin, I'm here to kill you. The seal of the Golden Tree is unbreakable, but Linda can bypass the defense. He draws a little bit of eternal power from the eye of the tower. This omnipotent thing of promise gradually assimilates with the seal, and then wraps Linda, allowing him to be regarded as the same source by the seal and pass through it little by little. When Linda broke through the thorns and pushed open the door, golden light rushed in. He closed his eyes, and the strong light penetrated his eyelids. A blinding light. Linda did not move his feet, but he felt that he seemed to have crossed a certain boundary. When the light in his eyes dimmed, he opened his eyes. What's below? Under Linda's feet is a cold and grey stone stage, like the cold earth after the sun goes out. In the center of the stone stage is a short pillar, where the Elden Ring was once stored. And now only the stone hammer for smashing the ring is left. What's above? The surroundings were empty and boundless, and the deep sky stretched to an infinitely distant place. What does the air feel like? Cold, lonely, quiet, and clear. The highest place where the law operates. If the Golden Tree is compared to a computer, then this is a virtual world of data. It is almost like a dream here, empty. Linda has only seen this sense of emptiness in his soul. Perhaps the stone stage is the consciousness of the Golden Tree? Then where is the self-consciousness of the Golden Tree? He looked up and saw Marika hanging in the void and suffering. Queen Marika, who committed the great sin of smashing the ring of law, is now hanging in the air, with her chest and abdomen pierced by a spear. She is suffering in endless time and pain. The most honorable and powerful god is weaker and more powerless than anyone else. She can do nothing but wait, wait, and wait. When Linda came at the invitation, the shackles that bound Marika suddenly broke. Her broken body fell. Then she fell right into the portal that Lind opened under her. The library tower. Lind opened up an isolated island in the void. He wanted to deal with the Beast of Eldin here. Marika slowly stood up, and a black, void-like liquid flowed out of her broken and hollow body. It was the breath of the Beast of Eldin, the ultimate weapon that the Supreme will put in the border. It felt the threat of Lind and controlled Marika's body to fight him. But this battle was destined not to happen. The moment she fell into the library tower, the outcome was already decided. I command you. Lind stood in his kingdom of God. His words were better than the law. Beast of Eldin, leave this body. A ball of black wind whistled and rushed out of Marika's body, turning into a huge god with a beautiful shape, like a winged raindrop. It raised its slender neck, and in its clear and deep liquid body, the light of 100 billion deep space stars lit up one after another, and the condensed bones of the stars shone like glowing golden neurons. When Lind saw it, he knew that the beast of Eldin was the self-consciousness of the golden tree. Lind looked up and saw the beast of Eldin cruising in the air. Wherever it passed, phantoms of golden trees rose in the void and gathered into a forest. The golden law descended on the library tower. The tiny Lind looked around the void where God descended, and the golden phantom trees gathered like a forest. He raised his hand and gently stroked his forehead. The excessive information once again made his brain feel extremely stressed, but he already knew the source of the golden law, and he could create his own law. I have gradually understood everything. I have to say that this is a generous gift. The beast of Eldin dived towards Lind, and the nebula dragged on its surface. Every explosion that occurred was as tragic as the death of a star. But that was all. Gods will not shed blood in their own kingdom. Linda gently stretched out his palm towards the swooping beast. The contrast between their shapes was like a child at the seaside stretching out his palm towards a blue whale. Size is relative. The sun was in the distant sky, and it could be covered by a hand. Linda's palm blocked the swooping god in his own field of vision. So he really grabbed the beast of Eldin. The huge beast fell into Linda's palm like a fry. And the explosion of the nebula could not scratch its skin. It was not that the beast of Eldin shrank, but that Linda at this moment stood tall and upright, like a titan of creation. The eye of Magnus on the sky opened, and the column gushed out magnificent eternal divine power, wrapping the beast of Eldin. Transfiguration. The beast with the body of a star was kneaded into a glass ball as beautiful as the starry sky. It was taken into the pocket of the god. Chapter 80 The New God Who Refuses to be Crowned. The beast of Eldin has been subdued. He came to the body of Queen Marika. Now, this god was only a layer of petrified and hard skin. Not to mention the soul, even the bones and flesh were empty. She has disappeared. So that's it. Lind recalled the Queen Marika who talked to him in the chapel of the king. She was just a thought body, a ghost, a god in the minds of the people in the borderland, and an incarnation of absolute spirit. The real Marika was dead, and even he couldn't revive an empty shell. He shook his head and thought it was a pity. After obtaining the law center, Lind can now try to establish his own law system. However, rashly placing the law in other universes may trigger a war of gods, which is too dangerous. His plan is to limit the application of the law to the library tower, mainly for exploring destiny. The magic theory of prophecy helped him reach the source of magic faster. There are only two kinds of things that attract him in the borderland now. One is the fragments of the magic ring, from which he can see more of the true meaning of the golden law, and the other is magic and prayer. As a wizard, it is normal to be interested in the research materials of his peers. By the way, he can also meet the former game NPCs. Melina, Millicent, Cillian, are all familiar names. His arrival can change many tragedies. Isn't this a great charm of time travel? Before setting out to explore the entire borderland, Lind went back to his classroom to take a rest. He brought the dying Mongat in for treatment before, and it should be almost healed now. The house elf Giali shook the golden bell, which was the bell for lunch to be ready. Just right, I'm a little hungry. Linda expressed his gratitude to Giali for his hard work. Is my guest awake? Mr. Mungard is still in a coma. That won't do. If there are no guests, this table of good food will be wasted. Linda looked at the rich delicacies on the table. He has always been frugal. When he eats at home, he only has 3 to 4 dishes per meal, and the portion is appropriate to fill the stomach. He thinks this is a virtue and sticks to it. Only when entertaining guests will he ask Giali to prepare a big feast. He estimated that a warrior like Mungard must be a big eater, so today's table is particularly rich. On the big silver plate in the middle of the long table is a fragrant roasted whole pig. The plump body is piled high with stuffing, with a crispy and red skin. The pig holds a gorgeous apple in its mouth, and its squinting eyelids seem to smile, inviting the guests to cut it into pieces. Lind had already imagined that after cutting the pig skin, the rich and clear gravy inside would flow down like a small waterfall. The roasted and melted fat must be as white as snow, and the cooked muscle fibers would emit a faint pink color. Putting the skin and meat into the mouth and chewing it will bring a three-layer taste of crispness, smoothness, and toughness, and the spices and meat flavors will fill the nose. Any bad mood will retreat in front of such delicious food. Lind couldn't wait to enjoy the food, but he still maintained the demeanor of a host and went to call the guests to dine together. He and Jiali came to the bedside. The defeated Mungut showed symptoms of rune loss, his physique was severely shrunk, and now he was skinny. Every time Jiali saw Mungut's appearance, he couldn't help crying. House elves are a very sentimental race. Master, can Mr. Mungut be saved? He can't die. Lind stood beside the bed and leaned over to check. His injuries have healed, but his spirit has been too traumatized and he refuses to wake up in his sleep. Jiali wiped the corners of his eyes with a dirty rag, like a loyal family member accompanying him, looking forward to the attending physician Lind. Hearing the news that Mungut's body had healed, he smiled happily. Mungut took a long breath, his eyes were closed, and a faint smile appeared at the corners of his mouth. Lind was very curious, what would a monster who had never been loved dream like? A light red aura appeared in his hand, and he gently pressed it on Mungut's forehead. Nightmare. Lind came to a golden hillside, which was a low, small earthen mound like a steamed bun. The real border did not see such soft-lined hills, and the wind there was hard. Mungut's spiritual home is such an inconspicuous hill. There was a withered golden tree on the top of the hill, with fallen leaves. Mungut sat under the tree, leaning against the trunk with a peaceful expression, like a quiet monk. He looked into the distance alone, and the war-torn border areas gathered on the vast plains before the horizon. He saw the roaming bandits of Nimchva fighting with the soldiers of Grek. He saw the deformed creatures fighting with the soldiers of Latin behind the smoked high wall of Galad, on the land twisted by the scarlet corruption. He saw the wandering platinum son of Linnea fighting with the cuckoo knight. He saw the Rodel soldiers fighting with the mechanical puppets on the Gmir volcano on the Yatan plateau. In the endless time loop, the weak were slaughtered again and again, and the strong wielded the butcher knife again and again. They didn't remember how many times this process was repeated, and the blood that had flowed from their bodies was already a torrential rain. Fresh red blood, rotten black blood, heterogeneous platinum blood, they all spread like rivers, with burning corpses floating on the water. The borderland where the throne is vacant is sunk in the disputes between the fragmented kings and the demigods. Mortals will not die well. Kings will not die well. Gods will not die well. Everyone wants to win, 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 and in the end everyone dies. It's so cool. Mungut suddenly laughed out loud. Very happy. Linda had stood beside Mungut without knowing when. Powerful fading one, you were also rejected by the golden tree, right? I knew it a long time ago. You knew it again. Linda looked around Mungut's dream. Your dream is quite unique. Is this a nightmare? No, it's a beautiful dream. It couldn't be more wonderful. I think I will never like the feeling of being in someone else's dream. It's very uncomfortable. I didn't invite you. Then wake up, don't be a sad baby, it's time to face the real world. Mungut opened his eyes, and what he saw was the illusory sun hanging high in the dark sky. Jolly brought him a steaming cup of honey tea, and the ugly elf smiled shyly and kindly at him. The wizard who defeated him stood by the bed, writing furiously in his notebook. Where is this? Mungut didn't expect a response, he knew they couldn't speak the same language. But unexpectedly, Linda answered, the library tower, my classroom. Why save me? Linda smiled and shook his head, because I need to learn the language of the borderland, just consider it as you paying for the medical expenses. Don't lie down. My servants have prepared lunch, let's eat together, you must be starving. Mungut was a little restrained at the table. He didn't know how to use a knife and fork, nor did he know how to use chopsticks. A child who grew up in a sewer didn't know any table manners. Linda put down his knife, stretched out his hand to tear off a pig leg, held it in front of him and chewed it. His mouth was full of oil, and he grabbed a bottle of honey wine and drank it. Munget's expression moved, and he followed Linda's example, sharing the pork and drinking the wine. He was not a lively person. He was absent-minded when eating and almost choked. "Is your mother Queen Marika?" "Yes. I'm sorry, she has disappeared." "You entered the golden tree. How did you do it?" "The law is not perfect. It has flaws and loopholes. Although it cannot be broken, the seal can be bypassed." "Great." Munget hesitated for a moment, put down the pig leg in his hand, stood up and bowed to Linda. "Then you are the new king of Eldon." "I am not. The throne on earth is always easy to decay. And my throne will last forever in the sky." Munget looked at the wizard who was deliberately wolfing down the food to dispel the doubts of his guests, and suddenly smiled with relief. "A god with a mortal heart is good, far better than those high-handed bastards. Munget, king of Rodel, is willing to serve the new god." The follow-up reading data is not qualified, and it did not make the second round of recommendations. I am really sad, and my heart is empty. Please follow the updates if you are not busy. I will work harder. I will read any opinions you have, and I will try my best to change them. I just ask everyone not to support the book anymore, it will really kill me. Chapter 81 Melina, I hate you for being like a piece of wood. The glory of the golden tree dimmed and went out. All creatures in the borderland can know it, no matter where they are. All the blessings faded, and now everyone is a fated one. Those ambitious people, the rebels who are sharpening their knives, and the heroes who are determined to be kings are all very confused about this sudden post-Golden Tree era. Munget stayed in the royal city. He said that he had a dream, which was to make people no longer discriminate against the sons of evil omens, because they were no longer a cursed and abandoned group, and it was time to leave the sewer. Linda gave him a mobile phone and asked him to keep in touch and get together again when he was free. The first stop after Linda left the royal city was Nimchfu, which was also the place where the dream began. Ah, beautiful natural scenery. Linda was very satisfied with the scenery of the border. Compared with the world of other Soul games by Hidetaka Miyazaki, it can be said to be the world of the living. Not only is there plenty of light, but also lush vegetation. He shared several landscape photos of Nimchfu on his mobile phone. At this time, Anmund called him. "What's wrong?" Anmund complained, "The Dragonborn has learned all my magic, and he is pestering me to learn new magic every day." At first glance, this remark has a sense of copyright JVU of a middle-aged man trembling when facing public grain. A fool with amnesia is more studious than you, Anmund. Anmund, you should know your shame. Master Linda, I want to recommend the Dragonborn to join the library tower. His identity is very special. Linda rejected this suggestion. He can join the academy as an external member of the library tower. Let him pick a house in Winterbug. If Winterbug is attacked by a dragon in the future, a hero like him will be needed to solve it. Anmund's voice dropped. The dragons in Skyrim are becoming more and more active. Mage Linda, when spring comes, the earth will surely burn. Let the academy prepare to accept refugees. Winterhold will take in everyone. Just inform Mage Belina about this. Linda made a phone call and walked to the cliff to look at the land under the setting sun. Nimchfu was full of soul-destroying soldiers. After losing the blessing, they seemed to have lost their fighting spirit and sat on the ground silently and numbly. He also saw the tree guards in heavy golden armor, facing the direction of the golden tree and committing suicide. The bloody corpses of the knights blew silent horns, indicating that the history of the borderland had completely entered a new era. He sighed softly. "What's wrong, Mage Linda?" "Nothing, what are you doing recently?" "I plan to go back to the academy for further study for a while. The Dragonborn has grown up and made new friends. I no longer need anyone to protect him, now it's his turn to protect the people." "Well, then come back. Linda smiled and said, let's meet in Winterhold in a few days. They agreed. Linda stayed at the border for more than 3 months, until the O.W.Ls exam was approaching, and then he returned to World I. After the phone call that day, he met a woman leading a horse. She walked in the thin mist at night, avoiding the wandering soldiers and bandits, and came to Linda. Warm bonfire light up their faces. The woman knelt down and took off her hood, revealing her beautiful young face. The firelight danced on her short pink hair, which reminded Linda of jellyfish in the deep sea. Her left eye was sealed by a strange claw-shaped spell, so it was closed. The strange sense of imbalance brought by this one-eyed eye never shamed her beauty. Wandering fated one, the witch is by my side. The woman looked indifferent and serious, like a cold, hard firewood. Yes. Linda put a beautiful glass bead in front of his eyes, staring at the flickering bonfire through it, like a child looking at the stars, and said in a vague tone, aren't you lonely like this too? I have Torrid to accompany me. The Torrid the woman mentioned was the horse she was leading. It was not tall or handsome, with thick hair like a yak, and 2 horns on its head. Its eyes flickered, and when it saw Linda's gaze, it snorted and nodded at him. What do you want to talk to me about? I'm Melina, I'm here to make a deal with you. Then tell me. Have you heard of the finger witches? They serve the 2 fingers and guide the fated ones. You don't have a witch by your side. I can replace their duties and transform runes into your power. As long as you desire the Elden Ring, this condition will definitely help you. In exchange, I hope you can take me to the foot of the golden tree. Linda looked at her and smiled. The golden tree is about to decay, and all the blessings have dimmed. What are you going to do? That's why I need to find the reason more urgently. The reason is that someone defeated the beast in the golden tree and took away the core of the golden law. Do you know the inside story of this matter? Yes. I know it completely. Linda found it very interesting. He solved the final boss at the beginning of the game, and then wandered around the novice village with a full-level big account. It was not only full of the beauty of strength, but also a kind of comfort of the magic plot. Is this the experience of the second round? That's right. Melina was silent for a moment, and said seriously, I want to know who stole the law. So you don't want to go to the golden tree? The transaction conditions have been changed to knowing a secret, right? Yes. I will fulfill the duties of the Finger Witch. Linda shook his head, you don't need to fulfill any duties. This news is given to you for free. I defeated the Beast of Elden, and I also took the core of the law. Melina opened her mouth slightly, and her stunned look made Linda feel satisfied. For a long time afterwards, only the campfire was crackling and whispering, and red butterflies like hot coals were flying on the dancing flames. The night dew was getting colder and colder. Linda had no intention of finding a shelter. He lay on the grass and stared at the sky. The oldest magic in the borderland was inspired by observing the stars. Melina still squatted beside him, just so quietly. Your duty is to be the spark that ignites the golden tree, right? Linda suddenly spoke, his tone full of reminiscence. He missed the days when he played Elden Ring, a good game that made people forget about food and sleep, and it was an ordinary life with a break from the busy schedule. The era of World I was too old, so it was almost impossible for Linda to relive the old times. You know my origins. Who are you? Melina's tone seemed to be always in the same tune, and it was impossible to hear the ups and downs of her emotions, but she was indeed feeling anxious at the moment. I am Lind, a wizard. Melina, sometimes you have to believe in the meeting arranged by fate. I returned to Nimchfa this morning. As night fell, you also appeared here. I saw an opportunity to save the regrets I had when I played the game that year. Lind turned over and sat up. He stared at Melina and showed a simple and happy smile. I know you. Although I don't know you completely. But I know your mission and your destiny. I know that you will be a quiet witch, accompany the fated ones, experience one battle after another, and defeat one powerful enemy after another, until the day when you become a fire and ignite the giant's flame. You will conceal your death and leave without saying goodbye, as if the hardships and obstacles you have experienced together in the past are just a joke. I hate you like a piece of wood. Her expression was completely confused. I used to be a nobody. Facing tragedy, I could only secretly sympathize and laugh at myself. Now I can yell at those tragic fates that hurt my mortal heart, fuck you. No. Linda got close to Melina, and she leaned back slightly, still maintaining her center of gravity. 4 eyes, no, 3 eyes met. Linda's eyes were sparkling, with a kind of innocence and childishness that was hard to see in adults, and with a strange love, he said, I don't want to see you burn again. I want to give you a complete life. The plot of the border was originally planned to imitate the Lord of the Rings, assembling a ring team to return the ring. But considering that many people don't understand the old man's ring, I have to write it briefly, focusing on travel and fighting, and quickly passing this part of the plot. The most regrettable thing for me in the original work is Millicent, I must go to save her. Chapter 82 Changing Fate. Melina was very disappointed with Linda's so-called complete. There were not many touches in her life. Linda also saw that she was an emotionally dull person. Such people either received too much care in their childhood, so that they were accustomed to kindness, or they were too lacking in love and were not familiar with the feeling of being cared for. Melina was the latter. She was emotionally dull and always suppressed it. She had her own persistence, could endure loneliness, and remained quiet. As a crucial role in the plot, she was more obscure than some supporting roles. Some people are born to burn, just like the Mars butterflies flying above the flames. They are obscure, but they can light firewood for cold and helpless travelers. You don't need to burn the golden tree. Your mission is over. Linda told her. It can be seen that it takes Melina a long time to accept this fact, but she fulfilled her promise and followed Linda to assume her duties as the Finger Witch. Ordinary people who have lost their life goals are like stray dogs. If they don't get help and care, they are likely to encounter danger. In this era, they are almost certain to die. Linda asked Melina not to hide in plain sight, but to show it outside. The border area is not dangerous for him. Maybe he will have to work hard to face some demigods. Then he can let Melina hide in the library tower. The spirit horse named Torrit likes Lind very much, and Lind also senses a sense of familiarity from it, which seems to be the breath of Queen Marika. It seems that Torrit found Lind not by chance. It has always known who its new master is, so it guided Melina to meet him. Lind can't ride a horse, so he only let it be responsible for carrying the luggage, and Melina led it. In this way, the two of them and one horse slowly traveled around Nimjfu. The main force in this area is the city of Stonewell. The city lord, Jarek, is the weakest fragment king. He retreated all the way from the royal city to here and couldn't get out. After the golden tree was extinguished, the Jarek soldiers here seemed to have new actions. The soldiers are dispatching and gathering. Maybe there will be a war. Lind guessed so. He and Melina both think that war is the stupidest thing in this post-golden age. After the law expired, the most important thing to do was to recuperate and rebuild this devastated world. After a while, they came to the Weeping Peninsula south of Nimjfu, and heard from the wandering merchants that the lord of Stonewell City died suddenly and the whereabouts of the ring fragments were unknown. Indeed, after the Golden Law expired, the poor limb-replacing technology was exposed. Many technologies based on the Golden Law were really ruined now. The madman who reattached Greg also died a miserable death. Linda estimated that the happiest people at this moment were the magicians of the Origin School. Once the Golden Law expired, these stargazers could see the stars again. And the magician who turned himself into a star also flew to the sky on the day when the golden tree went out. He met a female magician named Cillian in the underground prison of the ruins of Post Street. It is said that this person killed many colleagues in order to study magic. In the world view of Harry Potter, she is at least a ruthless character of the Dark Lord. The Golden Rule is no longer valid. It's a cause for celebration. She was always happy when she heard the news. Linda asked her if she was interested in joining the library tower. Cillian was very interested in this kind of wizard organization spanning different worlds. But she also had difficulties. My original body is imprisoned on the southern peninsula. If you can rescue me, I can offer all my life's learning. It seems that she is really afraid of being imprisoned. It's better to say that she is begging than negotiating. This request is very reasonable. Linda quickly set out to the south. When crossing the bridge and arriving at the Weeping Peninsula, Linda and his party met a lonely blind girl on the roadside. She claimed to be from Morn City in the south of the peninsula and was Irina, the daughter of the city lord. The hybrid servants in the city started a rebellion, and there were terrible noises everywhere. My father asked me to escape, but he is still in the city. Can you find him? It's not safe for you to be alone on the roadside. Come with us. Linda saved a poor girl on the way. The girl was doomed to die. Irina followed Linda's arrangement because he sounded like a very gentle person. Linda said that he was also an amateur doctor and might be able to cure her congenital blindness. After getting permission, Linda untied the white gauze ribbon covering Irina's eyes. Her eyes were beautiful, but without spirit. The structure of the eyeball was intact. The reason why she couldn't see things might be nerve damage. Linda used 2 magical crafts to make a special pair of goggles for Irina, which could convert visual signals into thought strings and directly import them into her consciousness. In this way, she was equivalent to having a mind eye. The vision of the mind's eye is very different from that of the naked eye, and the perception of colors is very confusing, but for Irina, regaining sight is worth being happy about. After putting on her glasses, she curiously touched Lin's face. Human faces were very unfamiliar to her, and she needed a long time to establish a new cognition. After rescuing Cillian's body, Lin sent Irina to her father. Morn City was still in a melee, with monkey-like subhuman hybrids gaining the upper hand and humans retreating step by step. The city lord was very dissatisfied with Lind for bringing back his daughter, who he had sent out with great difficulty. Lind said bluntly, "Jarek is finished, what are you, a minister, playing with your life? Take your soldiers and daughter away from Morn City, go to Nimchfu, and start a new life." The city lord had been fighting with the hybrids for some time, and had no idea of the news of Greg's sudden death. The knight who lost his monarch was distraught, and could not resist his daughter's persuasion, so he took his soldiers to break through the door that day. He left and headed north. Only the rebellious subhuman hybrids were left in Morn City. They lived on corpses. When the corpses were eaten, the crazy flames would be extinguished. But before that, Lind burned Morn City. The cold magic flames would freeze the flesh and blood into powder, and even metal and rock would not be spared, turning those cannibalistic dogs and hybrids into dust and ash together with the city gate. Where to go next? Melina asked. This was the first time she took the initiative to speak in so many days. She could see that Lind was very purposeful in doing things. He was changing the people and history of the border. Galad. Galad is east of Nimchfu. The scenery here is completely apocalyptic style after the nuclear explosion. A venomous juice called scarlet corruption has infected the earth and polluted the water source. The air is unusually sweet. If you smell it too much, you will smell an unbearable fishy smell from the depths of your nasal cavity, starting from the intestines and rotten from the inside out. In the era when the blessing of gold was still in effect, a large number of immortals were parasitized by corruption. They watched themselves enter corruption, their bodies twisted, their skin ulcerated, their muscles atrophied, and finally turned into sentient zombies. When the Golden Law was invalidated, the first to be liberated were these former immortals, and they could die peacefully. And the living people parasitized by corruption still need to suffer in pain. On the low hill behind the magic town of Celia, a young woman with a broken arm gasped in an abandoned church, and scarlet corruption surged in her body. When Lind found her, the woman with a broken arm was still in a coma, and she was not awake for much of the day. The footsteps and horse hooves woke her up. "You'd better stay away from me. The scarlet corruption in my body is squirming," she reminded her, and the intercostal muscles trembling in pain divided her words into several parts. She seemed to be sobbing slightly, but there were no tears on her drooping face. "It hurts, right? Follow me." Lind waved his hand gently, and a clay doll appeared on the ground, carrying the girl into the library tower. Scarlet corruption flowed out from the wound of her broken arm. But it was not rampant in the library tower. The breath of the demon god Mora could not cause any trouble. The power of scarlet corruption comes from unknown outer gods, but it is like a spore, carrying some information of the outer gods. "Leave this body." Linda gave an order, and scarlet corruption began to flow out. Then, the breath of this woman was greatly weakened, and she almost became dying soon. Linda asked Giali to prepare hot water and soak the injured in the pool. He took out a bottle of red wine and poured it on her head. "You bathe in this water, like bathing in the blood of a saint." The cheap red wine bought in a London supermarket became very viscous and extremely colourful after flowing out of the bottle. Linda used a blood clan ritual to replenish the vitality of the injured and replace the old blood in her body. The skin through which the red wine flowed became white and rosy, with an excellent complexion, and her internal organs also stabilized. When the last scarlet corruption was gone, the patient's condition had been cured, leaving only her broken right arm, which still caused disability. "You saved me." "Why?" "Because you are pitiful, and I have the ability to save you." Lind put on gloves and did a simple check. "Your arm can regenerate. In order not to harm your health, I suggest you take it slow. Drink a bottle of bone spirit every day, combined with vitality potion. In less than a month, you can be like usual. My name is Millicent. You solved the scarlet corruption for me. Such a favor cannot be repaid by any method. I will repay you with my life. It's embarrassing to say, but actually my swordsmanship is not bad. If you need, I will fight for you." The next stop is Ria Lukalaya. The border plot ends in almost one chapter, because Lind has to take an exam, laughs. The follow-up will be a plot of the main world. As for the next world, it may be Middle-earth or the Marvel Cinematic Universe. I don't know which one you want to see. I have to think about it again. Chapter 83. Yesterday we conquered the library. Millicent is a red-haired swordswoman, tall and slender, with a thin face due to years of illness. Her strong will to survive is eye-catching. Knowing that she is not strong enough to protect Lind, she asks Lind to allow her to leave for a while and come back to repay her gratitude after she becomes stronger. "I will embark on the path of practicing as a swordsman of flowing water, and hope to return soon after completing my studies." After recovering from her disability, Millicent bid farewell to Lind. Except for the mobile phone she gave her, she took nothing with her. She was alone, with only a long sword in her hand. She knew very well that Lind could not use her protection. Even if she became the first swordsman in the border area, it would not change the gap in strength between them. But Millicent would not appear in front of Lind as a useless person. She had the ambition to become stronger and a goal to pursue. Linda helped many people along the way. Many things that were easy for him were life-saving ropes for people in distress. Therefore, he also made many friends. Most of them only met briefly and left in a hurry. Everyone was a passerby in each other's life, and Linda was no exception. Melina just watched his actions silently. When Linda chatted with her, she said that people are like butterflies. If their wings are broken, they will die. However, there is a kind of butterfly that breaks its wings and will recocoon and pupate. The day it breaks out of the cocoon again, it will no longer be attached to the old flowers. Melina asked him, after breaking out of the cocoon, did the butterfly get a new life? Linda thought for a while and said, "Yes, I believe it will." Melina's eyes shone. Everyone sees the world differently. Melina sees the world differently from those who were helped by Linda. Hope has arrived. One night, Linda received a call from Mungert, saying that the God-man was asking about the truth of the extinction of the golden tree. If she wants to find me, she can come to the Eli's church in Linnea. Linda hung up the phone. There is a lonely magician named Tops in the Eli's church. Linda admires his understanding of magic, so he also invites him to join the library tower. You can definitely satisfy your pursuit of magic, and the benefits are very good. Tops was very moved. He has always been despised by the members of the academy, but he didn't expect to meet his mentor today. In this panic-stricken post-Golden Tree era, it is a good thing to find a group of like-minded magicians to form an alliance. Which came quickly. The next morning, she arrived at the Eli's church. Her body is a blue doll with 2 hands and a thick snow witch costume, especially with a big hat. She looks like a fluffy and warm guy. The God-man, a fighter who rebelled against the 2 fingers, felt a kind of joy of meeting too late when she found Linda. "So it's you, I heard that someone has seized the law. What a great achievement! I am the witch, and I would like to thank you for everything you have done for the border. The law is the most valuable knowledge in the border." Linda did not hide the fact that his actions were selfish. He invited to join the library tower. After all, he was also a demigod-level spellcaster. After learning that there was a high tower king in the library tower, refused the invitation. She did not like any outer gods. Even if you don't join the library tower, you can still maintain academic exchanges. Linda took out his mobile phone and handed it over. Played with it for a while and did not refuse. They shared their respective understandings of the Golden Law. Linda also learned from that the Supreme Will was paying attention to the border. Although was slow, he would find abnormalities sooner or later, and many outer gods would also start competing for the border. If they do nothing, the future world will inevitably sink in the flames of war. We must block the gaze of the outer gods. Either offer the law, replace the golden tree, and cover the border under the glory of the law. Or let the border go to the starry sky, to the cold moon, where there is no need to worry about the invasion of the outer gods forever. Linda was silent for a while, and the idea that popped into his mind was, is this considered wandering the border? Then what is Melina planning? He was happy with his idea. Of course, this kind of thing is not allowed by the sister to leave the border. Linny was very satisfied with his answer. She would implement her plan to let the border enter the era of stars and reach the cold dark moon after 1,000 years. I don't want you to think that the witch is a miser who only knows how to covet benefits. I will share all the magic books, just to add some brilliance to your collection. So, goodbye, strange outsider, maybe we will meet again one day. On the 3rd day after saying goodbye to the ambitious witch, Lin suddenly made an accurate prophecy unconsciously. This is the magic he has been studying since he obtained the law. Even for him, it is not always successful, but once it succeeds, the prophecy will bring endless variables. He said he was going to meet the last person and then leave the border. You are leaving? But don't you want to collect the fragments of the magic ring? Melina was surprised by this sudden news, and then nodded, I know. I have to leave the border. If I continue to stay here, I will be beaten by the outer gods. It's very troublesome. But don't be disappointed. The person I'm going to meet will help you. As a fire girl, Melina's body has been burned under the golden tree, and the pure soul left behind is considered a fire. Her current state is more like a ghost. On her body, which is covered by clothes, there are actually burn scars all over, reminding her of her fate as a consumable. The last person Lind wants to see is the Dean of Ria Lukalaya College, the Full Moon Queen Rina. She masters the magic of rebirth, which can return people to the womb. Since he said that he would give Melina a complete life, he naturally promised a real flesh and blood body. Ria Lukalaya is like the Hogwarts of the borderland. The magic of the borderland has its own special features. The original origin is that stargazers get inspiration from the starry sky and draw magic power from a mineral called pyroxene. Pyroxene is a star that falls from the sky. The ultimate goal of the magicians of the origin school is to cultivate themselves into a star and fly to the sky. ETA trademark is just that their way of cultivation is very magical. They use the brains of other magicians as materials and merge them into a ball. This method is very evil, and the result is to become an inhuman alien. Therefore, the study of origin magic is banned in Ria Lucalia. Selen is the origin mage. Lin told her not to chase the stars anymore, because there are more magical magics in other worlds. She went to Winterhold to learn magic from the Elder Scrolls world. Before leaving, Selen gave Lin a key to the academy. With this key, she could pass through the seal of the academy. The academy is not very friendly to outsiders. At least the mage guarding the gate launched a magic attack on Lind as soon as he saw him. Lind is fair. He will attack as many times as the mages launch attacks on him. He can withstand the opponent's attacks, and the opponent can resist. If you can't stop his magic, it means you are not strong enough. The Full Moon Queen lives in the Great Library at the top of the academy. Since her husband Radagon left, Rena has been a mad woman who is deeply resentful. She only knows to hold the amber egg hiding the great rune and talk about her unborn child. Therefore, the academy wizard took the opportunity to put her under house arrest. Melina couldn't bear to see her like this. She is a widow. Do you really want to disturb her? She is already a widow, I can't let her live a widow. Linda broke into the great library. Rena, do you want a husband? Don't get me wrong, Linda is not going to be her husband, he is going to revive a thought body of Radagon to see if he can relieve the madness of the Full Moon Queen. In this way, he is actually a psychiatrist who came to see her. When he just broke in, Rena was floating in the air, her body wrapped in a golden spherical shield. This shield was released by the young apprentices in the Great Library to protect her from harm. The ghost Ladagon is the incarnation of the body of longing. He is the perfect husband in Rena's mind. He has handsome red hair and a perfect physique. He is a handsome man who makes people admire his masculinity. Seeing this ghost, Rena's mental state has indeed improved. She has regained some rationality, and her eyes seem to be happy and sad. Outsider, thank you for your kindness, but my Ladagon has left and he will not come back. No matter what, I cherish your friendship. If there is anything I can help you with, just say it directly. Linda entrusted her to reconceive Melina, and at the cost of the great rune in the amber egg, it will be perfect. Butterfly with broken wings, it's time to cocoon again. The fire girl looked at Linda in a daze. Why are you doing this for me? Because you are pitiful, and I have the ability to do it. Linda waved to her and watched Melina turn into a light spot and fly into the amber egg. When the butterfly with broken wings breaks out of the cocoon again, she will not miss the old flowers. Lind returned to Hogwarts and resumed his study life. He received a phone call with a familiar yet strange voice. Hello. Lind, where are you? I left the border. I miss you. Chapter 84. Lind also has to make up lessons. After returning to World I, Lind did not plan to travel around for the time being. This school year was about to end, and he wanted to be a homeboy in Hogwarts. He signed up for O.W.Ls for all 12 courses. Even knowing his academic level, many classmates expressed their concerns. Because he never took classes seriously, Merlin, if such a guy who always skipped classes could get good grades, I don't know how many little wizards would feel heartbroken. Due to his long-term disappearance, this matter was actually tacitly approved by the professors. When Lind returned to Hogwarts, it was already mid-May, less than 25 days before the exam. At this time, the 5th and 7th grades, who also had exams, were already very nervous. If the air could be turned into a towel and squeezed, it would definitely squeeze out the brain juice that overflowed from the students' ears. Percy, a good student, dragged Linda to review the textbook every day. He would not stop until he had memorized the textbook thoroughly. The intermediate transfiguration that was passed down from the eldest son of the Weasley family was already filled with bookmarks and notes, and the spine was collapsed and wrinkled. He found that no matter what he asked, Linda would not answer according to the answers in the textbook. He was worried about Linda. Although you have better, in the exam, don't write content that goes beyond the scope of the textbook. The examiner will not be as tolerant as our professor. Just correct, not truth. I understand. Linda did not object. He asked Percy to ask again, and then the answer was almost the same as in the book. For you, the O.W.Ls exam must be a piece of cake. The roommates were a little jealous. They were really busy recently. Not only did they have to study, but they were also studying various magical tricks. Various potions and amulets are popular among 5th and 7th year students, all of which are said to be helpful, from the BAFE brain refresher that enhances memory to the voodoo rat pendant that confuses the examiner. The students who sell these are mainly Ravenclaws, and their confident appearance is very deceptive. In fact, smart little wizards know that these things are useless. They are all fake and shoddy products, which are more deceptive than the street stalls in Pangaeawan. In addition to reviewing, the supervisors have to crack down on the supply chain of smuggled goods by unscrupulous vendors, confiscate the messy goods bought by the students, and stop this unhealthy trend. The air spreads in Hogwarts Castle. However, in the tense atmosphere, even a good student like Percy couldn't help but put a bunch of lucky 4-leaf clover on the bedside table. It can be seen that this business has been banned for many years, and there is indeed a reason. However, Lind also has subjects that bother him, and it's not just one. He never worked hard in the care of magical creatures class. Although he was not a problem with the content memorized in the textbook, he lacked practical operations. Dealing with animals is not something that can be sloppy. In addition, there are divination classes and arithmetic divination classes. Lind has been studying law recently. The academic field involved in this theory is destiny and prophecy. Logically, he should have an easy time facing the school's divination class. But destiny is not so easy to infer. The more you know, the more fog there is. Lind's predictions are very ineffective, as if he was interfered by some strong force, so that the divination results he made are often far away from the facts. He foresaw that there will be huge changes in the future. This matter concerns all life on Earth, and it is unknown whether it is good or bad. It is also possible that his premonition is wrong. In short, the exam still has to be conducted. Linda is very pessimistic and thinks that he may not get 12 OS, but it is not impossible to save it. For example, in the remaining 20 days, he should deal with more magical creatures. For this reason, Linda often visits the gamekeeper's cabin during class. Guarding the Forbidden Forest is a hard job, but Hagrid can adapt to it very well. He has always been satisfied that he can stay in Hogwarts to work. And dealing with many magical creatures in the Forbidden Forest is exactly the life that Hagrid loves. Hagrid is a big guy. Linda knows that he has giant blood in him. Many Hogwarts students also spread such rumors, but Hagrid himself is determined not to admit this. Giants do not have a good reputation in the magic world. Like werewolves and vampires, they are regarded as an evil race by the wizarding community. The first time Linda met him was at the Leaky Cauldron. At that time, they just nodded to each other. Hagrid seemed to be a confused and rough man, but his mind was surprisingly delicate. He always remembered Lind. Harry and the others always praise you every time they come to visit. I'm thinking about when I can invite you to tea. I'm here to ask for your help, Mr. Hagrid. I heard that you are an expert on magical creatures. Before Lind finished speaking, Hagrid smiled heartily. His bright eyes hidden in the thick beard flashed with joy. You are too flattering. How can I be considered an expert? As you can see, I'm just a gamekeeper. This is a simple guy who can be coaxed with just a few compliments. When Lind and Hagrid are together, they often feel a kind of simple happiness. He is always busy. Whenever he has time, he goes to the Forbidden Forest to visit magical creatures and makes friends with many rare animals. On weekdays, he will take the initiative to maintain the campus of Hogwarts, sweeping snow, defrosting, or doing some repair work. Little wizards in school often imagine the future, such as working in the Ministry of Magic and getting a salary, or opening a shop and making a career, or traveling around the world, making friends and gaining knowledge. Everyone is ambitious, confused and afraid. This kind of worry about future life will not appear in Hagrid's hut. He will not think about the future and never thought about changing the trajectory of his life. The days when the mysterious man was still showing his power were terrible. I really don't want to experience it again. So now his requirement for life is to have another stable job until old age, and then die happily. Hagrid added that if he was about to die of old age, he would find a place far away from human habitation to lie down in advance so that wild animals could eat fresh meat when they came. Linda followed Hagrid through the Forbidden Forest. Although the school regulations did not allow students to enter here, he specifically asked Dumbledore for a special pass on the grounds that transfer students needed more extracurricular activities to make up for the shortcomings of insufficient class hours. Magical creatures have different personalities. Some are more humane, while others don't like outsiders. If you want to make friends with them, you have to be patient and show a friendly and sincere attitude. Of course, forcible coercion with force can work, but many animals are more principled than humans and often use self-mutilation to express resistance. Lind had a very unhappy relationship with local animals when he was at the border. He still remembers that he tried to make friends with flying dragons, but the result was that there were more dragon materials in the library tower. He didn't think it was his problem. The owl Kaya was very close to him. With the help of Hagrid, Lind was finally able to deal with common magical creatures. On the night of his graduation, he prepared a simple banquet in Hagrid's cabin. There were only 2 of them. The staple food was wheat cakes, paired with Texas barbecue, stewed vegetables, and cheese sticks. The drinks were vodka and whiskey. Outside the house, the night wind was loud, mixed with raindrops, crackling against the crooked windows, and the distant candlelight of the castle flowed on the grey glass. The light in the house was warm, the charcoal in the fire pit burned a thick silver grey, and the hound Yaya pounced on a large piece of roast beef and gnawed his tail. Halfway through the drink, Hagrid heard some whistles outside the house. At this time, Lind was already dizzy, and he only heard the half-blood giant say, "I'm going out for a while." He put on a thick beaver cloak, opened the door and disappeared into the depths of the wind and rain. The person who called was Melina. She appeared later. "I was wondering whether to let her stay in the border or live in another world. You may not believe it, but I am quite good at writing love stories. But I don't want to use these contents to increase the word count, and the operation risk is quite high." Chapter 85 The Prophecy of the Centaurs. Linda was drunk to the right degree. He could fall asleep if he just closed his eyes and lay down for a while. Hagrid had been gone for a long time and the charcoal in the fire pit was gradually cooling down. After adding fire twice, he finally lost his patience to wait. It was almost midnight now. The road back to the castle was wet and dark. It would be better to stay in the hut and listen to the heavy rain and wind outside, which could also be used as white noise for falling asleep. The hound Yaya had eaten enough, rolled himself into a ball, and slept soundly in the doghouse at the foot of the bed. Linda staggered and lay down. Hagrid's bed was very large. Compared with the size of the half-blood giant, it was actually a bit cramped, but for humans of normal size, it could be used as a bunk bed. He slept in a daze for an unknown period of time. The rain had stopped, the stars had appeared, and the wind was still blowing gently. Linda was awakened by a few barks from Yaya. He didn't open his eyes. The hound's barking soon quieted down. Someone squeezed into the house, then stopped at the door and spoke to the outside. "No, you can't take the students away. Firenze, this matter is not negotiable. Another person outside the house answered, Hagrid, this is for his safety. Hogwarts will protect every student. Then you have to tell him to be careful and not to come to the jungle again in the future. Oh, thank you for coming. I will tell Professor Dumbledore about this. The people outside the house left, and the footsteps sounded like horse hooves, kicking and stomping, stepping on the soft wet mud after the rain. Hagrid turned around and saw Lynn sitting up on the bed, his eyes shining faintly. Who is here? He asked, his voice still a little hoarse. A friend. Hagrid hesitated for a moment. Listen, Lynn, something happened. Hope is close to the Forbidden Forest. Is your friend a centaur? Hagrid shook the beaver skin, hung it on the coat hook, and muttered, yes, they don't like wizards very much. Firenze is a very special centaur. But you have to be careful of a guy named Bane among them. He plans to come to you tonight. Let them come. What should I be afraid of? Linda found it interesting. Are they going to deal with me? It's hard to say. Centaurs often do some divination and say some irrelevant things. Linda rubbed his forehead. They don't want to kill me, do they? How is it possible? Hagrid was shocked. Centaurs will not hurt little wizards. This is the rule of the school. It's just that they want you to. His words were stuck here. Hagrid, if you don't tell me the inside story, we can't continue talking about this matter. Lynn, you sleep here and leave early tomorrow morning. Hagrid still didn't want to continue talking. This night was not easy. Linda chose to say goodbye to Hagrid and go back to the library tower to sleep for a night. In the next few days, he did not go to the Forbidden Forest. He reviewed other subjects step by step in the castle. He almost forgot about the centaur's visit in the middle of the night. Unknowingly, June came, and Linda began to study divination. He suspected that his inaccurate divination was the same reason as his inability to dream. In all mysticism, dreams and divination are strongly related. He was rejected by dreams, so naturally he couldn't explore the future in depth. Although he couldn't dream himself, he could try to interpret dreams for others, which was also a way to exercise his divination ability. So Linda would find someone to chat with in the common room every day when he was free, which made many girls happy. But because the results of divination were always unsatisfactory, everyone knew that Linda was a bad fortune teller. Brother, maybe you are not born to do this job. Many boys expressed sympathy. This was the 7th time that Lind predicted that someone's parents would die tragically several years ago. This doesn't make sense at all. His predictions were so bizarre. He also predicted that a little witch was the daughter of a wealthy businessman living in the Victorian era in her previous life, and a wizard would live in the Amazon rainforest all his life, with tattoos of magical creatures all over his body. Because he knew he was lacking in this area and was unwilling to fail, Lind decided to ask professionals for advice. The professor of the divination class was Trelawney, a witch dressed in a strange way. She was surprised when she saw Lind. "Oh, my God, my child, please sit down and let me take a good look at you." Lind had seen descriptions of Professor Trelawney in many fan fictions. This was a witch with a gift for prophecy. Although she was usually unreliable, the predictions she made inadvertently always came true. Trelawney stared at Lind's palm for a long time, and suddenly said, "Have you never attended my class?" Lind, who was caught skipping class, blushed. "Sorry, Professor." He admitted his mistake and would never repent. Trelawney read Lind's palm and said he was a homeless person. Then she brought out a teacup and asked Lind to observe the tea leaves at the bottom of the cup after drinking it. "Well, I saw it. It seems to be the sun, surrounded by many stars, but these stars are in a panic, coerced by the Sunday." Lind leaned over quietly. He only saw a few stains. According to the reference figure in the textbook, he would rather think it was a unicycle, indicating a journey. "My dear, you have to be careful and use your talent carefully, otherwise you will become very, very lonely." I think everyone is lonely, this is the bottom line. Trelawney spun the teacup. She said she saw a cloud of fog, which meant that Linda was entangled in sorrow. Is the pressure too great? Child, maybe you need a good sleep. Sleeping can't solve anything. Linda will fail if he wants to. This feeling has rarely been felt since he has the library. Fortunately, Linda is a guy with strong self-regulation ability. He allows himself to fail, and everyone likes him more because of this. Because Linda always makes up stories when he is fortune-telling, he describes the results of the prediction vividly. Even if everyone knows that such things will never happen, they still find it interesting and think, oh, if this is true, maybe my life will be different. Seeing that the exam is approaching, Linda thinks it's better to give up fortune-telling and arithmetic fortune-telling. Here it means to strive for passing and give up excellence. On the morning of June 9, a thick fog rose by the Black Lake. Linda would do morning jogging exercises here as usual. During the days when he was missing, many students continued this habit. As the end of the semester was approaching, everyone felt the pressure of academic studies, so the usually mighty team became deserted. Linda lost his companions in the fog. At this time, he heard a burst of hurried horse hoof sounds, which made people wonder if he had suddenly traveled to an ancient battlefield. Then, a group of majestic centaurs broke through the fog and surrounded him. What do you want? Linda paused, wiped the sweat on his cheeks with a towel, and asked the leading centaurs loudly. Come with us, human. The centaurs who spoke had red hair all over their bodies, like a ball of fire. The stars predict you. This trouble must be solved. You invite guests like this. Linda hung the towel back around his neck. Since you don't carry weapons, let's forget it this time. Tell me, what trouble needs to be solved? The centaurs looked at each other, and then told him that the stars predicted that the world would fall into great chaos in 2 years, and the source of the chaos and the opportunity to solve the chaos both pointed to this 5th-year transfer student. Chapter 86 Stars Go Crazy. The centaurs have their own prophecy system, which predicts the direction of history through stargazing. Stars are often linked to fate. A more notable example is the world of the Elder Scrolls, where people born in different months correspond to different constellations, which are reflected in their characteristics. The stars in the world of Harry Potter, at least in the eyes of Muggles and most wizards, have little to do with fate. Lind has also observed the starry sky of this world, but has not been able to gain any inspiration from mysticism. The centaurs invited Lind to their water source. The red-haired centaur in the lead spoke in a tough tone, as if he would kidnap you if you didn't leave. Lind gently stroked the pendant, and the eye of the tower emitted a faint light. He planned to have a good talk with these centaurs, at least to teach them what sincerity and attitude of cooperation meant. At this time, a clear phoenix cry sounded, and a golden-red divine bird broke through the mist from above and landed heavily on Lind's shoulder. Hello. Lind had seen the phoenix named Fox in the principal's office. Hagrid, panting, came with Dumbledore. The old man rode on the back of a centaur. His purple robe fluttered like a knight's battle flag, revealing his white silk pajamas and cotton slippers. I'll go, Gandalf. Lind smiled and waved. Professor Dumbledore, are you here to save Rose from disaster? Dumbledore smiled and got off the horse. He bowed to thank the centaur who had given him a ride. The silver centaur gently stroked his chest and bent his front hooves. With this natural and harmonious state, Dumbledore would be a good hand if he took care of magical creatures. Firenze. The red-haired centaur cursed, you actually let a human ride on your back. You are not a beast. Enough, Bane. It was you who broke the agreement and broke into the school. I want to stop your mistake. Dumbledore walked in front of Lind, like an old hen protecting her chicks. The fog on the lakeside has gradually dissipated, and as the sun rises, the morning light is dazzling. The students jogging around gathered together, but were stopped by Hagrid and were not allowed to approach. While the centaurs were still arguing, Dumbledore tilted his head and asked in a low voice, what happened? They made a prophecy that I was related to a disaster 2 years later. Oh, there is no doubt about that. Dumbledore blinked, with a naughty look on his face. After all, your appearance will bring unexpected things. Professor, you really make me sad. Lind was amused, but I promise that Hogwarts will not be hurt, and no one can make trouble in the school and hurt students. I believe it. Dumbledore's voice seemed to be blown away by the lake breeze, light and floating, and then settled like iron sand, as always. The centaur's argument has ended. The centaur named Firenze persuaded some of his companions to return to the Forbidden Forest, and the rest followed Bane. This matter must have a result. Bane frowned. We will not hurt you, human. If you don't trust us, you can find someone to accompany you. He looked at Dumbledore when he said this. Dumbledore respected Lind's choice in this matter and signaled him to decide for himself. Let's go. Lind patted his sportswear and changed it into a decent black wizard robe. He cleaned it up to remove the hot sweat after running. He was ready to visit the centaur's territory in a refreshing manner. I hope your astrological predictions will make me feel that this trip is worthwhile. Professor Dumbledore, is that okay? The principal nodded and seemed to be in a good mood. Hagrid also decided to go with him. The centaur's habitat is deep in the Forbidden Forest. Starting from the Black Lake, it took more than 3 hours to approach slowly. The dangerous creatures along the way did not attack because the centaurs in the team were on guard around. Although they did not carry weapons, their deterrent power was still quite sufficient. After arriving at the periphery of the water source, the centaurs around breathed a sigh of relief. The woodland here is full of ancient oak trees, and the dark green vines are like waterfalls from the treetops, forming a wall of vegetation. The centaur Firenze and several elderly centaur elders are waiting here. Bane went forward and talked in a low voice, whispering to each other, and then the tone became more and more intense, and it seemed that they were arguing again. Finally, an old centaur stopped the farce. He wore many ornaments and a horse coat made of ramie and linen. The upper body of the human-like body was painted with colorful totems on the chest, and he wore a feather crown on his head. The centaur elder led the guests through the sea of vines and entered the water source. This was a clearing in the forest. The rivers converged into a small clear lake. The stone beach by the lake was inhabited by male centaurs. They set up nomadic tents shaped like yurts, piled up the carcasses of prey in the open space, and there were also several huge remains of 8-eyed giant spiders. There were leather racks outside the doors of each tent, and the furs of pigs, rabbits, and foxes were stretched out by thin wooden poles. Javelins and spears were placed on the weapon racks by the lake, and straw targets were erected on the cliffs on the other side of the lake. When Lind and his team arrived, several centaur teenagers were practicing shooting there. Hagrid seemed to be a frequent visitor here. He greeted many centaurs. After a brief visit to the customs and habits of the centaurs, everyone sat down in a small meeting place surrounded by gravel. The cushions were woven with soft hay and filled with rabbit hair and vanilla. It should be said that the atmosphere here is good. Although the tribe is wary of outsiders, the etiquette of hospitality is not sloppy. So can you tell me about the prophecy in detail now? There is an error in the stars. The centaur elder said worriedly, the starry sky we see is not the same as it used to be. And this happened silently. Our memory is correct, even the star dial has changed, as if it has always been like this. But he vaguely named a person, said that the world above our heads has changed. Linda immediately realized that the astrological error here was caused by his eternal transformation. It seems that these centaurs have a way to recall the abandoned history, which surprised him. I want to meet the person you mentioned, who said that the starry sky has changed. That's impossible. The centaurs around refused in unison and cast doubtful eyes. Dumbledore looked serious. What changes have occurred in the starry sky? The sun disrupted the operation of the planets. A flattering star disappeared, and then Leo was attacked by a dark star. We can no longer get inspiration from the stars. They all become crazy and disordered. The stars will go out one after another, and the dark stars will continue to appear, alternating with each other, without end. 2 years later, the sun's brilliance covered the entire starry sky. Dumbledore relaxed his brows and said calmly, "It sounds like the end of the world." Linda suddenly made an accurate prediction unconsciously. The blue magic aura seeped out of his eye sockets, and his eyes were green, looking like he had a terrible eye disease. When he came to his senses, everyone around him was staring at him. "Are you okay?" Hagrid took off his rabbit leather gloves and put the back of his hand on Lynn's forehead. "What's wrong?" Lynn shook his head and laughed. "No, I just did a divination." "Well, I know what happened to the disaster 2 years later. It's quite interesting. I'm wondering whether to intervene." The centaurs didn't believe Lynn's words. Just when everyone was arguing, a white wooden feather arrow suddenly shot from the other side of the lake, landed on the stone beach, and deeply pierced a pebble. The arrival of this arrow scared the centaurs. Dumbledore pointed to the rune on the arrow shaft and said, "That's the symbol of Aaron, the Lord of the Otherworld in Welsh legend." "Well, I see." Lind nodded, "So that's why there are only males here." Only Hagrid looked confused. "What?" Firenze picked up the feather arrow and showed it to the elder for review. Then he held the feather arrow high and ran around the centaur's tent, and finally returned to Lind. "Please follow me. Rhiannon, the incarnation of the goddess of horses in Celtic mythology, wants to see you." Chapter 87. The world was sad 7 times. Hagrid shouted, "I haven't heard of any Rhiannon here." Firenze gestured to him, and the other centaurs were very serious, staring at Hagrid as if they were looking at a piece of fat pork weighed, as if they were going to chop him to weigh him if they didn't agree with him. It can be seen that they attach great importance to the name of Rhiannon and do not allow outsiders to comment on it. Linda explained, "Hagrid, you also noticed that there are no female centaurs here." "Yes, what's the matter?" "I believe that centaurs will not grow out of the ground like potatoes. They treat women and children as all hidden." When Lind said this, the centaurs around him showed a very uneasy look and their postures became nervous. Firenze, who was walking in the front, said, "You'd better not remember the next journey. I know you are close to me. But please don't forget it." The centaur Bane snorted with an unclear meaning. Dumbledore and Lind lowered their voices and talked in a low voice. "Professor, when did these centaurs settle in the Forbidden Forest?" "You have stumped me. Although I have lived for more than 100 years, I am definitely not as old as the centaurs in the Forbidden Forest. It should be said that this is a mysterious tribe, and the wizarding world knows very little about them." A centaur named Ronan heard their whispers and said proudly, "We appeared on this land earlier than the Saxons." The Saxons entered the British Isles in the 5th century AD. Lind shrugged, "So the history of centaurs is not as long as the history of the Ollivander family making wands." Dumbledore whispered, "Does the name Rhiannon ring a bell in your heart?" "Yes, the goddess of white horses, and also the goddess of the moon. According to mythological research, she may have the same origin as Epona in Roman Gaul. Could she be the founder of the centaur tribe?" Under the guidance of Firenze, he kept holding the feather arrow high. They circled from the lakeside, stepped over a gurgling river, and circled all the way to the foot of the cliff on the other side of the lake. The cliff was covered with vines, covering a smooth stone wall. The centaur boy who had just shot the arrow stood aside and smiled at the 3 outsiders. They were very interested in the phoenix on Lind's shoulder. "It seems that we are getting closer to the real habitat of the centaurs." Firenze pushed aside the soft vines hanging like a curtain in front of the stone wall, revealing a rock with a map of the summer sky in the northern hemisphere. In the position of the North Star, there was an arrow hole. Firenze gently inserted the arrow into the hole, which was a perfect fit. The centaurs around made a low whistle like a throat. The stars on the mountain wall lit up one after another, and then the rocks rippled like pool water, expanding a 2-person high circular passage from the arrow hole. The passage seemed extremely deep and long, with only a little light as big as a grain of rice at the end. This is... Dumbledore showed a surprised look. Fairy Hill. Linda nodded, agreeing with Dumbledore. The Fairy Hill is the residence of God in Celtic mythology, a joyful place like heaven. It was the first time that Linda saw such a place, but he did not feel any trace of God's presence. Perhaps it led to a magical secret place. Entering the passage felt like walking into a damp cloud. The centaur named Firenze walked in front, followed by Bane, Dumbledore, Linda, Hagrid, and other centaur warriors behind. The light at the end of the dark passage gradually expanded from the size of a grain of rice, like a distant explosion in deep space. Stars, and later they didn't have to walk, the light came straight at them. The dark and angular rocks around them disappeared like clouds and smoke. Hey! The light faded, Hagrid let out a long breath, and Lind felt a hot wind blowing from behind, blowing up his cloak. The half-blood giant could finally stand up straight. What appeared in front of the guests was a vast grassland, and the horizon sank into the white outline. The sky in the secret realm is slightly different from the outside world. Regardless of day or night, the stars here are bright. Correspondingly, the sky is not so blue, but nearly the sun was also moving around the sky, but the light that overwhelmed the stars was gathered in an area the size of a wash basin, forming a circle of halo as bright as white crystal. Hagrid muttered in praise of the scenery here. As a friend of the centaurs, he had never been here before. Under the beautiful starry sky, the centaurs' children were running on the grass in the breeze, their steps stumbling, hugging, and playing with each other. Female centaurs gathered by a lake reflecting the stars to do simple manual labor. As soon as Firenze and his friends came back, they were greeted by young and beautiful girls. They called out the names of their loved ones, and instead of riding side by side, the intimate horses' hooves fight each other. All three guests present are single. Dumbledore has a love-hate relationship, and the remaining two are pure-blooded virgins with steel souls. Lind turned his head away silently. He saw Dumbledore with a look of nostalgia, and Hagrid, what's with his happy expression? Could it be that he treats centaurs as breeding animals? Firenze is also a pure-blooded single dog, and his originally melancholy look is even more depressed. And Bane, who didn't get along with him all the way, is very lucky in love. You come with me. Firenze continued to lead them deeper into the secret realm. They walked slowly through the tribe of centaurs. After walking up a low hill, standing here, Firenze pointed to the chief's tent, an extremely gorgeous tent. The cloth was as white as goose feathers, and the circumference was draped with gold, emerald, and amber beaded curtains, and the pointed decorative column was hung with a silver-cast moon. He said, "You go over, Rhiannon already knows you are coming." He seemed a little worried about Hagrid. "When you go in, stare at the ground. If you show disrespect, Rhiannon will be angry." "Well, don't worry." Hagrid strode open the door curtain and then let out a fierce shout. "Ah!" Linda and the others squeezed into the tent and saw Hagrid holding his chest, as if he couldn't breathe. The tent was empty, with only a piece of vanilla woven on the long carpet sat a golden mare, her hair like melted gold, and her dark eyes were more demure than the night sky. Hagrid was overwhelmed by this godlike beautiful mare. He trembled as he tried to touch her. It was obvious that he was having a hard time holding back. "Hagrid!" Lind reminded him, "Don't forget what you promised before." The mare stood up, nodded to Lind and Dumbledore, but ignored Hagrid, the half-blood giant with a stupid face, not caring about anything at all. "Hello, humans, and beautiful Phoenix, I'm Rhiannon." The mare didn't speak, but a crisp female voice came out from her abdomen. Hagrid excitedly pulled Lind's sleeve. "Lind, did you hear that? She can talk." "I'm not deaf yet," Lind replied calmly. He and Dumbledore both returned the chest-touching salute and introduced themselves. "By the way, this is Hagrid. He has no ill intentions, but he likes to deal with animals. The stars foreshadowed your arrival. But you brought disaster to the world. Now the stars are changing again. I want to know what made you change your mind. I made a prophecy. Lind looked around. There were no seats prepared for guests in the tent. He planned to make a long story short. 2 years later, a huge change will happen. I have seen it. It is about the tampering of time and history. Dumbledore opened his eyes wide, rubbed his long beard gently, and fell into deep thought. Historical tampering is a very interesting process. Lind described it this way. It is closer to the source than the usual prophecy, which will cause differences between the past prophecy and the future prophecy. It seems that this secret place is isolated from the outside world, so you will see 2 different starry skies. But the rain of the source has been falling. If you can't adapt to the new history, you may disappear. Dumbledore whispered, "Delin, do you mean that the history outside has changed?" "Yes." Lind didn't elaborate, "It's just a trivial change. Compared with what will happen in 2 years. Rhiannon's body swayed slightly, and then, in the surprised eyes of the 3 old virgins, the mare turned into a blonde woman. She seemed to be wearing a golden, airtight coat, but that was just her unusually long hair. You can prevent the disaster, why not do it? Revising history does not bring about tragedy in the usual sense. Just like Abraham's lamb, it was born to be sacrificed to God, but if it had never been born, it would be Abraham's son who died. But for the baby, he would not know that there was a scapegoat. This is correct for the revised history. But I know. Rhiannon showed a sad expression, and you know it too. There is an answer to the gods who once existed. If you allow history to be tampered with, you will be forgotten. Linda was surprised. How many times has history been tampered with? This land has been sad 7 times. Chapter 88 The Dark Lord in the Prophecy. How much of the history that has not been tampered with do you remember? Only once, in the past history, the Roman Empire never declined. Neither the Angles nor the Saxons set foot on this land. At that time, flying dragons soared in the sky, and the earth sang the epic of British heroes resisting Roman soldiers. I once bred the centaur tribe with my lover. Rhiannon whispered, "Our history is lost. I can't remember the person who was on my back. Has been forgotten and never appeared again." Do you know how the gods died? They didn't die, but all traces of their existence disappeared with the loss of history, and then they never appeared again. People who predict the stars, remember that the universe doesn't care about gods, and will not be sad for anyone's departure. Please protect our past and future, because they are the only traces of billions of lives in the world. When the 3 wizards returned to Hogwarts, they were still thinking about Rhiannon's warning. "Professor, have you thought of anything?" "Yes, it seems that we must warn the Ministry of Magic and demand the destruction of all time converters." Dumbledore hesitated, but his tone was firm. "Let history go in the direction it should go. For our future generations." I accidentally opened a Pandora's box. Lind pinched the eye of the tower. "I should withdraw the paper." Eternal transfiguration. That's right. I proved that history can be tampered with and gave an answer. Although it is difficult, it can be done. Imagine that I have never appeared in this world. I can't see those flowers. I can't listen to music, all the laughter has nothing to do with me, all the tears have nothing to do with me, and all the love doesn't exist. Dumbledore stood in the hot afternoon sun, feeling a little cold. It's really more terrible than death. I always thought I was strong enough and had seen everything. Delin, do you think there will be a kingdom of the dead after death? Maybe. Linda was not sure either. He was only the king of the library tower, not the god of other worlds, maybe not. Dumbledore suddenly laughed again. It turns out that I am just a confused old man. I always thought that death was just another adventure. The beginning of the danger. But the truth is more terrible than death. I don't know if I have the courage to face the ending of disappearance. If you had never existed, I would have continued to wander the streets of London, and then found a restaurant to work odd jobs, and tried to save money under the pressure of the boss, and tried to save a sum of money, and then try to invest in stocks. I have many good ideas to make money in my mind. Speaking of which, if you hadn't sent the letter back then, maybe I would have become a Muggle businessman, married a wife in my 30s, and then suddenly one day, my child received an admission notice sent by an owl. But there is another possibility, I will die on the street and become an unknown floating corpse on the Thames. Everything he said was his fantasy when he first arrived. At that time, Lind had no relatives, was hungry and cold, and just wanted to have a full meal and find a small nest where he could sleep comfortably. He struggled with the sadness and anger of being teased by fate. Everything that happened later was something he had never even dreamed of. Dumbledore's steps were slow. He looked very tired. Like an old man who was crushed by illness. Lind gently stroked the phoenix feather on his shoulder. Professor. Actually, I have a way to make history certain. No, I can support whatever you want to do, but it can't be like this. Dumbledore shook his head. That's more terrible than history being tampered with, isn't it? Yes. Lind nodded. Very terrible. Then don't let us face such a terrible ending, okay? Dumbledore's tone was very light, as if it was blown away by the wind, like a dandelion, and there was no day when it fell to the ground. Linda looked at Dumbledore's sea blue eyes, and there was a complex and unspeakable sadness and bitterness in his old eyes. He was silent for a while, and said, Professor, maybe I will find a better way in the future, so that the universe will always remember our name, and let the infinite distance and countless people be closely related to us. Please believe me, as always. After the iron-like silence, Dumbledore suddenly blinked mischievously. I remember you have to take 12O.W.LS exams. Shouldn't you hurry up to review? Linda smiled relaxedly and took off his hat to the principal. The phoenix fox flew from his shoulder and glided towards the tower. He also said goodbye to Dumbledore. Hagrid didn't speak all the way. It wasn't until Linda left that he said, that horse is so beautiful. Dumbledore agreed very much, that's true. They all knew that Hagrid would be able to sleep well after returning. 3 days later, the Order of Merlin, 2nd class, was delivered to Lind in recognition of his outstanding contribution to the theory of transfiguration. He refused the order and published an apology in Transfiguration Today, apologizing for his unfalsifiable theory of eternal transfiguration and for the suspicion of sensationalism. He decided to withdraw the manuscript and revise it again. Finally, after verification by the Order of Merlin, it was decided to award Lind the Order of Merlin, 2nd class. After returning to the castle, Lind made a special trip to find Harry and asked to talk to him alone on the pretext of checking his learning progress. The practical guide has added a lot of new pages, and it can be seen that Harry has also done some research on silent spell casting. This is the result of his hard work. In addition to his usual studies, he also has to participate in Quidditch training after class. As the youngest seeker in the team, he is highly expected by his classmates but also doubted by his ability. In order to repay the trust of his teammates, Harry always works hard. Every time he returns to the study room exhausted, he wants to fall asleep immediately. It is all thanks to the alchemy potion made by Hermione to help him relieve fatigue and refresh himself. He just feels that time is too tight, and he wishes he could turn a day into 48 hours. Your progress is already quite good. As a first-year wizard, you can achieve this level, and even the strictest professor can't find fault. I noticed that you are very concerned about the dark arts, which is not an area you should get involved in. Harry clenched the guide and lowered his head without answering. Linda had no discrimination against the dark arts, but these theories were indeed not suitable for ordinary people, let alone a child. He had seen from the prophecy that Harry was studying the dark arts in order to revive his parents. As he continued to study the dark arts in depth, the boy would become paranoid. Dark arts cannot revive a person. As Linda had said long ago, it can only revive a thought body at most, and it is even incomplete. However, for wizards who cannot master the eternal transfiguration, this is almost the only way. I know why you are so interested in the dark arts. Have you heard of the legend of the three brothers? Harry shook his head. Then let me briefly summarize it. The legend of the three brothers comes from the tales of Beetle the Bard, which tells the story of three brothers who obtained 3 hallows from the hands of the god of death. These include the Elder Wand, the Invisibility Cloak and the Resurrection Stone. Among them, the Resurrection Stone has the power to bring the dead back to life. Harry's eyes lit up. Just like the Philosopher's Stone is the highest achievement of alchemy. From this particular perspective, the Resurrection Stone can also be seen as the highest achievement of black magic. But black magic cannot really resurrect the dead. The wizard who possessed the Resurrection Stone summoned his lover who died young, but found that there seemed to be a thick veil between them. The girl was suffering in pain and begged the wizard to let her rest in peace. The beloved was out of reach, and the wizard finally couldn't stand this torture and chose to commit suicide. Linda's words gradually extinguished the fire in Harry's eyes, but soon, it was rekindled. There must be a way. He muttered to himself. Harry. Lind reached out and patted his shoulder, looking him in the eye. The boy's eyes were filled with sadness. He just wanted to be loved, and wanted to use the miracle of magic to exchange for someone who loved him. Is this wrong? Harry, listen, I made a prophecy. This prophecy is different from the past, and it is accurate. I foresee that the Death Eaters are gathering and surrounding their new master. That person is you, not Voldemort. By constantly devouring Horcruxes, you have become a more terrible wizard than him. At that time, you were only 13 years old. You have no interest in the power you have, and you only work hard for the goal of resurrecting your relatives in your heart. When you find that black magic can't satisfy your wish, you find another way. You use the time converter to tamper with history. Harry showed an expression of okay, I know you are making it up again. Don't believe it? Well then. I have to let you see the future with your own eyes. A magical light overflowed from Lin's eyes and pierced Harry's eyes. The boy suddenly fell straight down and fell into a deep sleep. In the deep dream, his body was still shaking. Chapter 89 Harry's Future. The morning light shone through the screen window on his eyelids, lighting up the dark vision. Harry opened his eyes. He looked around. There was no four-poster bed, no ancient brick and stone walls, but soft Simmons mattresses and white walls painted with putty. This was the residence of Muggles. Seeing the decoration here, Harry's neck began to ache like a needle, and he felt bitter in his heart. The environment here couldn't be more familiar. This is the Dursleys' house, the prison that imprisoned and tortured him for more than 10 years. The calendar on the bedside showed that today was August 28, 1992. There are still 4 days before school starts. He heard a loud noise downstairs, a boy making a rude cry, and then a panicked scolding. It was Aunt Petunia. Her shrill voice pierced through the ceiling of the first floor like an iron spike and reached Harry's ears. Quiet! Don't lower your voice, hear it, Dudley dear, or he will. Great, he thought, it's a torture that will never end. Harry got up and dressed slowly, and then the Dursleys' little butler would start a new day's work. When he put on his short-sleeved shirt, he imitated Uncle Vernon. Harry, you little bastard, go mop the floor. You only know how to eat all day, you are just a useless glutton. When he pulled up his pants, he imitated his cousin Dudley and added a sound of hitting, bang. Ha ha, look, Mom, Harry's glasses are broken again, look, so funny. Then, when he tied his shoelaces, Harry imitated Aunt Petunia again. Little lazy guy, you should wash the dishes. What? Your breakfast? There is no share for you here. He walked down the stairs slowly. The stairwell under his feet was where he lived in his childhood. It was a very cramped storage room. Fortunately, Harry was thin due to malnutrition at that time, and the narrow stairwell was quite spacious for him. The aroma of bacon wafted from the kitchen. The strong smoky smell reminded people of the factory thousands of miles away. How did those workers smoke the good pork sent from the slaughterhouse into delicious bacon? Those Muggle machines rumbled, and the TV said that the fat pigs slaughtered in the farm had never seen real grass. Arriving on the first floor, Uncle Vernon, contrary to his usual behavior, did not stay in his comfortable chair to read the newspaper, but sat calmly at the dining table. When he saw Harry appear, his stupid and fat cheeks trembled slightly, as if he was trying to squeeze out an ugly smile, but failed. "Good morning." Harry shrank his shoulders to make himself look more insignificant, so as not to make any mistakes and let this abnormal uncle hold on to it. "Ha, Harry, good morning." Vernon's cheeks wrinkled, his facial features seemed to be fighting each other, and his words were particularly gentle. "Petunia will prepare breakfast soon." He hesitated for a moment and asked carefully, "How are you?" Harry shuddered and apologized hurriedly, "Sorry." Vernon showed a confused expression. At this time, Aunt Petunia came out of the kitchen with a hearty breakfast. Harry wondered what day it was today. He stared at the plate, trying to find his share, the smallest one. No, there was no such thing as the smallest one. Harry and his fat cousin had the same share on their plates. He was completely full. Oh my God, Harry thought, did this family change their minds? Do they actually have good intentions? Yes, after all. I am Aunt Petunia's nephew, and she can't bear to give up this blood relationship. Although this family has exploited me like a free child laborer for so many years, they still provide me with food and shelter. The more the boy thought about it, the more guilty he felt. He was ashamed of mocking the Dursleys in his heart every time he was bullied. In fact, he was a burden to the family. Without him, the family should live in their ordinary life of vulgarity and would not be disturbed by the surprises of the magic world. They bullied, humiliated, ridiculed, and exploited Harry in order to avenge the shock Harry gave them. Harry ate the plate of fragrant bacon, fried eggs and toast with fear and trepidation, and drank a glass of milk. He really had never drunk pure milk in the Dursleys' house. Usually, it was a milk-flavored drink with half a cup of tap water. There was silence at the table. No one spoke. Cousin Dudley buried his face in the plate, rooting for food like a pig. They always quarreled. Harry thought this scene was quite warm, and some happy emotions were like opened sparkling water, bubbling from the bottom of his heart. After finishing his portion quickly, he was ready to get up and clean up the plate. Aunt Petunia stood up quickly and turned to him with a stiff smile, "Put it down." She was a little nervous. "I'll clean it up." "Thank you." Harry hesitated for a long time. Aunt Petunia's thin face showed a twisted expression of disgust and fear, and she nodded repeatedly. At this time, Cousin Dudley made a pig-like snort, and his expression was completely like an idiot. Uncle Vernon quickly stuffed his toast into his plate, which prevented him from making more noise. Very strange, very abnormal. Harry felt that there were biting cabbages crawling all over his body. Then the Dursleys seemed to have forgotten Harry and did not assign him chores as usual. He could move freely and quietly in the room, which made him even more uneasy. Today was Friday, and Uncle Vernon went to work as usual. Harry saw his uncle and aunt saying goodbye by the car from the second-floor window, hugging each other tightly, looking very affectionate. "My dear, bear with it for a while. I have already booked the boat and train tickets. We will set off in September and take Dudley baby to Casablanca. Just bear with it for 4 days. We will never meet this little bastard again." Vernon whispered in Petunia's ear, and Petunia scratched and twisted his shoulders, crying with red eyes. Harry watched the couple's reluctant farewell and felt funny in his heart. He seemed to see a big toad hugging a bald goose. Uncle Vernon glanced at the second floor and saw Harry waving goodbye to him at the window. His face changed, he cursed in a low voice, and drove away in a hurry. At this time, the sky suddenly began to darken. The morning sun set again from the east, and the angle shifted, falling on the southeast horizon. Low clouds accumulated, and snowflakes fell. Before long, the streets were covered with dirty snow. The world suddenly entered winter. Harry was feeling uneasy about this abnormal astronomical phenomenon, and suddenly saw a golden firework explode in the sky outside Privet Drive, followed by several fireworks of different colors. A group of wizards in black robes and pointed hats appeared on both sides of the street. They waved wands in their hands and kept casting spells to expel muggles. The neighbors and passing traffic all stayed away from Privet Drive, as if someone had put up signs on both sides of the intersection saying "Construction ahead, no passage," and no one approached. The group of wizards came straight to the door of the Dursleys' house. Harry saw at a glance that these guys were followed by 3 people in strange costumes, and they were the Dursleys. They appeared there without knowing when, and it seemed that they were cursed by the wizard, and their movements were slow and sluggish. "Oh no, my uncle and aunt are in danger." Harry's heart sank, and he felt a strong sense of uneasiness and panic. He searched his pockets and tried to take out the wand, but he couldn't find it. So he turned to look in the bedside table. He saw his hands trembling. Harry glanced at the calendar, and the date on it had changed. He remembered that it was August before. December 28, 1992. It was the Christmas holiday. He was shocked. The wizards downstairs had already crowded into the house. They were clamoring and praising the great Dark Lord. "Master, we caught these muggles back from Casablanca." The wand could not be found. And the danger was approaching step by step. The current situation could not be worse for a child. In order to protect his relatives, Harry mustered up his resolute courage and walked towards the living room empty-handed. Chapter 90 Born in Tears of Joy. The living room was dark, with a layer of dust on the floor, as if no one had lived there for some time. There was a sign for sale on the door. Wizards squeezed into the house, curiously fiddling with Muggle items. Someone was cleaning the house with a spell. This gloomy house had a little more human touch, but these were not good people. They were once Voldemort's subordinates, the evil Death Eaters. Most of them were originally serving sentences in Azkaban, but now they have reappeared in the wizarding world and gathered under the command of the new generation of the Dark Lord. Harry appeared at the stairs. His stomach cramped in fear, and he barely stood up by holding on to the escalator. This posture was like a trembling reed, but in the eyes of the Death Eaters, it was like a lazy and slow emperor. Harry still had no idea of the power represented by his face. The living room was quiet, and the sound of falling snow on the street became harsh. The dark wizards lined up in a fan-shaped formation facing him, like a dense black forest. Among the crowd, Harry saw a familiar person, Draco Malfoy. This annoying little wizard stood behind a man. As expected, this man was his father, Malfoy Sr. The father and son were simply cast in the same mold. Draco showed strange excitement and surprise at Harry's gaze. His father, Malfoy Sr., smiled and said, "The master is watching you, Draco, don't be timid, go forward bravely." Harry saw Draco's sticky little white face approaching his throat, which was blocked by fear, immediately broke free, and he uttered a harsh voice that he himself did not expect, "Stand there." The young man was still in the voice change period, and his voice was like the quack of a drake, hoarse and harsh. Draco's face turned even paler, he was terrified, and his eyes were filled with tears. His soft appearance was completely different from his arrogant performance at Hogwarts. The group of wizards in the room were as sluggish as if they were petrified. Let them go. Harry thought he would be hit by countless evil spells, and he was ready to die heroically, just to repay the Dursleys for their years of raising him. However, no spell came. Facing young Harry, the villains all bowed down respectfully, like straw blown down by the wind, wishing they could kiss his toes. Someone cast a spell to remove the spell for the Dursleys. Uncle Vernon was the first to scream, followed by Dudley. Aunt Petunia was still groggy. Harry waved at them, "Come here." He tried to protect his Muggle family from the dark wizards in a manly manner. However, Uncle Vernon responded with a merciless curse, "You little bastard! Damn wizards! We have fled to Africa and you still won't let us go. Come at me if you have any tricks. Don't hurt Petunia and my baby." Cousin Dudley screamed shrilly and hid in Vernon's arms and trembled. Harry looked at this scene in disbelief. His uncle held his wife and children and glared at him, as if the hatred between them was as deep as the sea. Several clever dark wizards quickly used the imperious curse again to control Vernon and Dudley. Harry asked blankly, "What did you do?" "Following your orders, we captured the Dursleys. At your command, we will fight to the end of the world." The speaker was a young man Harry had never seen before, and others called him Crouch Jr. "Did I ask the eunuchs to bring them back? Why are they hiding from me?" This set of rhetorical questions made the dark wizards look at each other in bewilderment, and it was Crouch who reacted first. He shouted triumphantly, "The Master wants to listen to the Muggles' crimes. Let them speak for themselves." Uncle Vernon was pushed in front of Harry, and a witch poured a potion into him. After drinking the potion, the fat middle-aged man stared at Harry blankly, and this look made his swollen face look like a dead pig's head. Harry felt a chill. Crouch rolled his eyes and asked on behalf of his master, "You lowly Muggle, why did you go to Casablanca? Don't you know that the Master ordered you to stay here? Because he is a bad guy. He went to that school and became a complete villain when he came back. He tortured my baby Dudley with a spell and he also hurt me. I want to protect Petunia and Dudley. While the little scoundrel went to school, we all moved away." Harry shook his head vigorously, "Impossible. What did you say I did?" "What did I say? You said, I have been a slave for 11 years, and every evil thing you did to me was done to me. I remember every punch on my head. Then you turned Dudley into a pig. My Dudley was originally like a smart little angel, but later he became a complete fool. You said, for the sake of my mother's blood, I will not harm your lives, but remember that from today on, you are not living for yourself, especially you, Aunt Petunia. Your blood and bones are very important to me, protect them." Vernon's dull accusation was like an iron spike, piercing Harry's heart. After piercing through the dullness, many previous doubts were also answered. It turned out that this family was not kind-hearted, but was forced by him with force. Harry didn't know how he bypassed the restrictions of the trace and could cast magic freely outside the school, but the result was obviously a revenge drama. In great self-blame and pain, Harry didn't know what to say for a while. "Master, should we start?" Old Malfoy asked cautiously. "What? Of course. Oh, sorry, I made a slip of the tongue, you make your own decision." Harry looked at him, the omnipotent father in Draco's mouth, the member of the Hogwarts Board of Directors, the former Death Eater, and still a Death Eater villain. He asked, "What should I start with?" The wizards lowered their voices, letting the admiration and fear slowly flow out from the bottom of their lungs, and they said in unison, "Resurrection." It was like a thunderbolt suddenly passed through Harry's mind, and then his body was out of control, pulling out an elder wand from his sleeve. It was really strange, Harry had never seen it, and then gently pointed it at the Dursleys. Vernon and Dudley floated up in the silent spell, like two pigs, hitting the ceiling and bouncing lightly, while Petunia stayed where she was. The dark wizards were jubilant, they grabbed a huge stone crucible from an old sack and lit a fire underneath. As a large number of white and black soul stones were thrown into the fire, the liquid in the crucible immediately began to boil. Harry saw a mural carved on the surface of the crucible, depicting a group of warriors who were thrown into the crucible and reborn one after another. Strange magic runes flashed in the blank space. He read it out almost without thinking. Dada, the main god in Irish legend, blesses the brave, throws into the corpses of the dead, and summons the souls back. The Death Eaters held their breath and watched intently. A woman took out two simple coffins from a bag. The mud on them was the soil had been cleared, but the old and decayed traces remained. When Harry saw the two coffins, his mind seemed to be shrouded in fog, and then the wet rain fell on his cheeks. He raised his hand to wipe away his tears. He waved his wand, and the coffin lid opened, revealing only dull bones inside. He closed his eyes, unable to bear to look, because he knew who the bones belonged to. Aunt Petunia suddenly screamed, and the effect of her spell faded. "Who are you?" "No, no, Harry, Jesus Christ, you came to us. You still want to hurt us. It was Lily before, and now it's you. Shut up." Crouch's wand flashed a vicious red light, but before he could make a move, the elder wand in Harry's hand pierced a red light first and landed on Crouch. "Heart-crushing!" Crouch screamed miserably. Harry put down his wand, and Crouch quickly covered his mouth. Harry opened his eyes again, as if he had just woken up. His expression became very strange. Everyone felt that the familiar young Dark Lord was back. But Harry still seemed to be dreaming. His actions and words were thoughtless and uncontrolled. "Penny, my good aunt. Don't worry or be afraid. I just need a little blood from you. Don't be stingy and give your blood so that your sister can return to the world." He waved his wand, and the female skeleton in the coffin flew up and slowly sank into the boiling crucible. The red magic flames jumped strangely and the color gradually turned blue. Penny looked like she wanted to vomit. She was terrified. Harry held the old wand like a knife and cut Aunt Penny. The skinny woman had lived in Casablanca for 2 months and her skin was a little tanned. Blood trickled out from the ends of her 10 fingers and flew into the crucible. Petunia's cheeks turned from a healthy rosy color to ashes. When the magic flame turned pale green, Harry finally stopped drawing blood. A man with his head down walked out from the Death Eaters. He walked to the dying Petunia and took out a bottle of potion for her to drink. Harry recognized who he was: Severus Snape, the professor of potions at Hogwarts, the vicious teacher who had always used his position to ridicule and insult Harry. Time has changed, and now he doesn't even have the courage to look up at Harry. The young Dark Lord ignored Snape and let him treat Petunia, who was losing too much blood. His eyes stayed on the crucible, chanting a long and difficult spell. Harry's chanting became louder and louder, the house was shaking, and his face was full of rich emotions. The next moment, the spring water gushed out from the crucible, almost rushing to the ceiling, as if it was endless, but not a drop of water fell on the floor. In the fountain, a human figure slowly appeared. Harry stared at it infatuatedly, and a gentle female face slowly emerged in the fountain. "Not enough!" he suddenly shouted, and when he pointed his wand at the Death Eaters, they screamed in fear, "Offer your flesh!" The magic mark branded on their skin began to burn, and the group of Death Eaters stepped forward with pain, waving their wands, cutting off the fresh meat from their bodies and throwing it into the crucible. Snape cut off his left arm without hesitation, as if it was not his bone and flesh, and when his blood was thrown into it, the effect was the greatest and most significant. The fountain was dyed red with blood, and more surging vitality overflowed. The skeleton in the fountain was wrapped in more flesh and blood, and slowly condensed into a fresh human body. "Come back, come back!" In tears of joy, she was slowly born. Chapter 91: The Stolen Mother. The sun rose as usual and leaked in through the window. It illuminated the resurrected woman, whose body was as bright as silver and whose hair was as red as night fire. Snape waved his wand, and the water rolled up, turning into a white robe to wrap her who was born from death. "Mom!" Harry leaned in front of his mother. His heart was full of disbelief and ecstasy. Lily Potter opened her eyes, and her eyes were a dead grey. Many people said that Harry's eyes were exactly the same as his mother's, but at this moment, Lily's eyes did not have that emerald green glow. She looked at her long-lost son as if she was staring at a stranger. Harry's heart suddenly fell into the ice sea. Trembling in fear, he grasped his mother's hand and put it on his face. "I am Harry." Lily looked at him, and there was no reflection of Harry in her pupils. The mother said nothing. The cheers and flattery of the Death Eaters receded. Everyone could see that the situation was not good. Harry couldn't believe it. He whispered, "There is no reason, it's impossible, how could it be like this? It shouldn't be like this. Even if it's a thought body, it shouldn't be like this. Speak, Mother, speak, can't you feel my longing for you?" Snape knelt beside her and called in a low voice, with a gentle tone that no one had ever heard. "Lily Evans." Hearing the name Lily, a glimmer appeared in her mother's eyes. She also gradually smiled, and her dead eyes were dyed with a little surprising green. Lily Evans slowly stood up, she looked around, and the dark wizards around her looked at her in amazement. "Master, you succeeded. You came back to life and defeated the god of death." Crouch's facial muscles were still twitching due to the aftershocks of Cruciatus, but he paid tribute immediately. The Death Eaters around him also hurried to flatter him, and for a moment their low flattering whispers sounded like the buzzing of a swarm of bees. Snape stared at Lily. He slowly stepped forward, stretched out his hand and tried to touch her cheek. Harry screamed in fear and anxiety in his heart, and his hands moved faster. "Cruciatus!" The arrogant Snape fell down. He curled up in front of Harry, wailing like a wounded dog, but Snape still stared at Lily with his eyes wide open, unwilling to deviate a bit, using all his endurance, just to keep looking at Lily in pain. "What the hell?" Harry shouted coldly, shocking himself, "Avada!" Before the wand released a green light, Lily stretched out her hand and stopped Harry. "Mom!" Harry couldn't see his expression, but the people around him saw it. In an instant, he changed from extremely cold to as warm as spring breeze. This sudden change made the craziest Death Eaters shudder. "Mom, please move aside. I'll deal with this guy soon." Harry's voice was a little broken, like a leaky bagpipe. Lily Evans stood in front of Snape. The embarrassed Snape, the resolute and fearless Lily, and Harry's face that looked like his father James Potter. It was like yesterday's school days were reappearing. Old Malfoy glanced quickly to the left and right, and then stood up to plead for Snape, "Master, please forgive Severus. Without his help, we couldn't have dealt with Dumbledore so smoothly. And the preparation of the items for the resurrection ceremony also depends on Severus's advice and efforts." Harry's heart and his words and deeds are completely different. He was shocked in his heart, but his hands were decisive. Another piercing blow hit old Malfoy. Draco saw his father rolling on the ground like a white maggot. He was so scared that he burst into tears and cried sadly, "No, Dad. He is nothing." Harry heard himself say this, "Do you think you can make decisions just because you have been classmates with Mom for a few years? I should have killed him for my father a long time ago. I can ignore his repeated insults to me at school, but he dared to." "Lily!" Snape panted, "I'm sorry, Lily. I'm sorry." Lily Evans turned around. She had walked out of Dada's cauldron, so she couldn't speak. She could only respond with silent eyes. When she reached out and gently stroked Severus Snape's cheek, the Death Eaters around seemed to be terrified. They all saw Harry's expression. It can no longer be described as distorted, as if a bolt of lightning pierced through his facial features, cold branches ran around, and teeth and saliva were exposed. "Stay away from her, I order you, Snape, do you hear me?" "No, that's impossible." Snape's left arm was broken, and the other hand was trying to support his body. He had no strength to do anything. Lily wiped his cheeks and forehead gently with her long sleeves, letting the sweat soak the white gauze, and her emerald eyes were like a gentle sea. Harry went forward, but was stopped by Lily Evans with a stern look. She looked like a lioness when she was angry. This was definitely not the meeting Harry imagined. According to the scene he dreamed of, he should be hugged tightly by his mother, and she would promise in his ear over and over again to make up for the love he had lost for more than 10 years. Harry screamed in disbelief, "Mom, why? You don't know how much I miss you. I resurrected you. But why did you help him?" Snape's tired face was immersed in the warm relief, and his peaceful and regretless posture made Harry confused. What is the relationship between this annoying Professor Snape and his mother Lily? Harry didn't know the grievances of the previous generation. But one thing is very clear. The resurrected Lily is not Harry's mother, but the thought in Snape's heart. He stole his mother. As a wave of anger surged in Harry's heart, the world in front of him began to change. The faces of the people around him melted like wax baked by hot fire. His sight was like a thick veil, vaguely seeing his mother's dress turned into ashes, her white porcelain body shattered, and then a boy's heart-breaking scream exploded in his ears, and then more shouts. The sound in the atmosphere was like many people whipping whips hard, and the black robes were winding on the ground like sewage. The tragic light was in burst. Harry looked down and saw the killing curse exploded from the Elder Wand in his hand, like a ball of fireworks. Chain of Avada Kedavra. Fire exploded. The doors and windows of the Dursleys roared silently in the shrill blue flames. Woo! A loud train whistle sounded, and Harry turned around suddenly, and the scene in front of him was distorted in an instant. The burning Death Eaters retreated rapidly, the walls and roofs suddenly blurred, and the ground seemed to be brushed by a brush. Then, the clear sky appeared, a railway track extended from the horizon, and the Crimson Hogwarts Express whistled. Woo woo! Platform 9 is about to depart. In an instant, the world changed again, and Harry had not yet recovered from the drastic change just now. He felt like he was going crazy. The anger, grief, disbelief, doubts about the truth, fear of being abandoned, and regrets of failure all dissipated in the blink of an eye, but after the tsunami of emotions receded, it revealed a ruin. Harry felt tired from the bottom of his heart. He didn't even know why he was here. His memory seemed to be broken, and he had forgotten something. The sky was clear and the winter sun was warm. The students who returned to school were talking and laughing, their young faces were happy and carefree. He wanted to cry now. But he just stood there and stared. The sea of AA people passed through Harry without stopping. Every day, I look forward to everyone's comments, eagerly. Give more suggestions, and ask for follow-up reading. Chapter 92 Stolen Time and Time Converter. The students on the platform were all rushing towards the train. There were not a few students returning to school after the Christmas vacation. Harry! Get on the train quickly! A familiar figure appeared in front of him. It was Hermione Granger. The little witch was holding a thick magic book. Her face was more mature than Harry remembered. Her facial features were clearer and deeper, and her figure had grown like a sapling. Hermione saw him in a daze, so she grabbed his wrist. He was like a kite being pulled, and got into the crimson train. Harry and Hermione sat in the same compartment, there were only the two of them. She took out her phone and took a picture of the scenery outside the window, shared it on WeChat Moments, and added the following message: Christmas vacation is over, back to study, smiley face emoji. Harry's eyes stayed outside the window, and he saw a strange person on the platform, a young man, holding an umbrella in such sunny weather. He neither got on the train to set off, nor rushed to the next train. He was like a milestone on the side of the road, watching the long river of history flow ruthlessly. What are you looking at? Hermione looked out along his gaze. Nothing. His attention and thinking seemed to be destroyed, and he could only reconstruct it bit by bit from the surrounding world. Harry saw that Hermione's tender cheeks were covered with fine and short fuzz, like a hairy peach. In the light cast by the window, her amber eyes were reflected on the glass, reminiscent of thick and pure honey. Why are you so abnormal today? You look a little silly. Hermione stretched out her hand and waved it in front of him. Harry stared at her hand. It was slender with clear joints. Each nail was flat, like thin quartz. The skin was delicate and white, without any ugly stains or damage. Hermione came closer, their faces were very close, and Harry could smell the special scent of Muggle laundry soap powder on her body, like sunshine and daisies. Her messy hair was like falling brown seaweed, gently brushing Harry's eyes, and he blinked unconsciously. Then he began to cry, completely unable to stop. "What's wrong? What's wrong?" Hermione frantically searched her shoulder bag, took out her wand, and then a soft plaid handkerchief, and stuffed it into Harry's hand. "Wipe it quickly, Harry, don't be like this, what happened?" She seemed to have guessed it, and said angrily, "Did the Dursleys bully you again? They are really outrageous. To be honest, they should be taught a lesson. At least they can't bully you like a house elf anymore." "No." Harry shook his head painfully. "No, the Dursleys were finished, they all died in that miserable Christmas holiday." Hermione grabbed Harry's right hand holding the handkerchief and put it on his face, trying to wipe away his tears, but it didn't work. Harry's arm was like a machine with rusty joints, and she couldn't take away the handkerchief he was holding tightly. So she had to use her hands to wipe his tears. "Don't touch me!" Harry shrank back, his action made Hermione's expression suddenly become embarrassed and at a loss. "I don't need to be confused. Please, don't touch me. Don't wipe tears for a cruel murderer, he doesn't deserve a little sympathy. Don't let your clean hands be stained by the blood of sin, she is still pure and clear, and knows nothing about the world." The journey that followed was even more torturous than 10 consecutive potion classes. Speaking of potion classes, Harry thought of Snape. The domineering professor could no longer tell him what to do. Because he was dead. He tried to stand in front of Lily Evans when he died. His lips engulfed by flames opened and closed again and again. He was saying, "I'm sorry." Harry blinked gently, and the tears that had accumulated dripped down, and his blurred vision became a little clearer. There was still a mist of heat on the lenses. He took them off and wiped them with the corner of his robe, without using Hermione's handkerchief. After putting on his glasses again, he felt much better. He folded his handkerchief neatly, placed it on the windowsill, and pushed it slightly to the opposite side. Hermione, who was sitting opposite him, was reading a book with her head down. This little witch was always so serious, persistent, and smart. But at this moment, she was obviously worried and distracted. When Harry pushed the handkerchief over, she first raised her head and glared at him fiercely, and then looked at him coldly. The emotions in the two pairs of eyes of different colors rose and fell like the tide. Finally, she softened her heart, closed the book hard, and stood up to sit next to him. Harry shrank towards the window, and he was shaking unconsciously. Hermione laughed out loud. "Why are you as timid as a bowtruckle?" Then, she asked seriously and worriedly, "Harry, are you okay? What are you sad about?" "Dumbledore is fine, he just needs to cultivate himself. The nurses at St. Mungo's Hospital said that his condition is stable." "Dumbledore is in the hospital?" Harry said hoarsely. What happened to him? He already knew that he was a complete villain, but he was really afraid that Dumbledore would die because of him. "You don't even remember this? At Christmas, Dumbledore got food poisoning and fell into a coma." Harry breathed a sigh of relief. "Then who is the headmaster now?" "Professor McGonagall." "That's right. Tell me more about the changes in the school." Every time Hermione started, Harry always asked her to talk further. He knew nothing about what happened in the second grade. After the first grade, Professor Quirrell resigned on his own initiative. In the second grade, a professor named Lockhart came. He was a useless idiot. During the summer vacation this year, many prisoners in Azkaban escaped. Everyone said that the mysterious man was back. The Ministry of Magic also sent Dementors to patrol the school. This year's defense against the dark arts professor is Lupin. He treats you very well, but he doesn't get along with Professor Snape. It seems that they used to be classmates. The little witch's lips opened and closed like two soft pink slugs. Harry thought, it's really strange. In the past, he and Ron couldn't stand Hermione's chattering, but now he wished she would never be quiet, Just keep talking, let the crisp voice be like a group of flying birds, forever flying in the sky of the teenager. By the way, is your thing still there? Hermione's words were interrupted here, just like all the beautiful dreams would wake up. What? Hermione took out a small hourglass from the lining pocket of her wizard robe, time converter. I applied for it with you. We all chose 12 courses in the 3rd grade, and many of the classes overlap. If we don't use this thing to steal time, we can't learn at all. Harry felt his pocket sink, and he took out a similar timer, golden in color, with a thin chain hanging on it. I'm glad you didn't lose it. You were acting strange today, and you must have experienced something bad. I was afraid that you would lose the time converter. Hermione hid her hourglass. You haven't forgotten how to use this thing, right? Okay, I'll say it again. Spin the hourglass 1 circle, and time will go back 1 hour. It's very simple, right? This sentence was like boiling molten silver, injected into Harry's cold and sad heart, and he felt the blood boiling all over his body. What did you say? This thing can turn back time. Yes, I know what you are thinking, it just gives you more time to study and rest. Things in the past cannot be changed. No, you're wrong, the past can be changed. Harry firmly believed it. This idea came strangely, but he firmly believed it. I'm considering whether to let Hermione be with Harry or with Ron. Ron in the original book is a good guy, and they are a good match for each other. In addition, Lynn's emotional state is also very problematic, a bit difficult to deal with. Chapter 93 The Truth of the Past. When the 2 young people fell into silence, the sun outside the window immediately flew down the horizon. The train stopped at the Hogwarts platform. Harry walked out of the carriage in a trance, but he did not walk off the platform, but went directly to the Gryffindor dormitory. I'm back, the familiar 4-poster bed, the old bricks and stones, the tapestry, the desk, the coffee table, and Ron, Neville, Thomas, Seamus, familiar faces. What's wrong with you? Ron was surprised. You seem unhappy. Harry shook his head and gave his friend a grateful expression. Yes, he was not really penniless, he still had friends. I'm glad you're okay, buddy. A lot of strange things happened this Christmas. Neither Snape nor Malfoy came to school. They must be planning something bad. Harry's expression was very strange. Where's Professor McGonagall? She's fine, but she seems to be very busy. Also, I really don't like those guys in the Ministry of Magic. They let the Dementors in. They make everyone uncomfortable, but there's nothing they can do. Dumbledore is in the hospital, and there are too many prisoners escaping from Azkaban. Especially that guy named Sirius, he's a completely terrible person. Really? Harry laughed indifferently and tiredly in his heart. His eyes wandered around the dormitory and noticed Ron's pet mouse Scabbers. It seemed to be seriously ill, with many hairs falling off its skin, and it was unwilling to move. What happened to Scabbers? Ron cried out in annoyance. Who knows? He looks really tired. Scabbers is already a very old mouse, and George said he might be dying soon. I remember you said that he had lived in the house for more than 10 years, and he was already a very long-lived mouse. Yes, poor Scabbers, I dare not take him out because the cat Hermione bought always wants to take him away. I'm sorry, Ron. His heartfelt sympathy not only comforted his companions, but also made him feel better. Harry found that he still had a conscience, and he could feel sad for his friends' losses. Maybe all this was not so bad, he just got rid of a few. For a moment, it was like a thunderbolt struck through his mind, and Harry forced himself not to recall everything that happened in the early morning of December 28. But his heart immediately fell into an ice cave. Everything was terrible, why should he deceive himself? His family, his subordinates, his enemies, and his parents' love had all been destroyed by the fiend fire and the killing curse. The past Harry was basically dead, only Harry was Hogwarts as his home. Harry lay in bed, and as soon as he closed his eyes, he fell into a nightmare. In his dream, those miserable, burning faces were roaring at him. The boy stood on the cold ground like black iron, looking up at the corpses falling like raindrops from the sky. Harry! Someone called in a low voice, but Harry couldn't find that person. There were corpses everywhere, and countless dead souls were floating in the air. Those wizards and witches were wearing strange costumes and died miserably. It was simply the doomsday scene of the magic world. Harry! The voice calling him became clearer. Harry! He woke up suddenly. The scene in front of him changed again. He was in a dilapidated shed, and a skinny man stood in front of him. Who are you? Harry looked around. It was midnight, and the broken doors and windows leaked new snow. The dusty air was freezing cold. The man in front of him looked pitiful, with the skin on his face close to his bones, just like a dried corpse. I am Sirius Black. Your father's friend. The man who called himself Sirius was unnaturally tense. I escaped from Azkaban just to find you, Harry. I want to kill someone, but not you. They all think I am Voldemort's lackey, but that is not true. I want to find the real traitor. I don't know what you are talking about. Harry covered his head tiredly. Harry! Look at me. Sirius grabbed his shoulders, his fingers like iron hooks. In order to avoid Voldemort's pursuit, your parents lived in seclusion in Godric's Hollow. They cast a spell on the house, the Fidelius charm. This spell requires a secret keeper. As long as the secret is not leaked, no one can find the protected house. At first they asked me to be the secret keeper, but I felt unsafe, so I persuaded them to change the secret keeper. What Fidelius charm? What secret keeper? Harry still didn't understand the logic. His headache was so severe that he almost had a mental breakdown. Let him go! Ron shouted from outside the shed, and then a silent spell, red light shot out, knocking Sirius away. Ron and Hermione rushed over and blocked Harry behind them. You villain, get out of here! Don't try to hurt Harry. You are his friends? Harry, you have a group of good friends. Sirius was not angry, he was very happy for Harry. I will tell the truth to each of you. But before that, a ginger cat jumped in at the door of the shed, holding a mouse in its mouth. Ron screamed, Scabbers! Then Hermione shouted, Crookshanks! Harry stared at the farce in front of him in a daze. Hermione's pet cat brought Ron's pet mouse over, and the sick mouse screamed miserably. Sirius suddenly attacked Ron and Hermione, and knocked their wands away with the disarming spell. Harry! Look carefully, this is not a mouse, he is an animagus, he is Peter Pettigrew. He is Voldemort's lackey. He is the one who leaked the secret and killed your parents. Sirius pointed his wand at Scabbers, show your true form. Damn it, do you hear me? Ron tried to pounce on Sirius, but the cat named Crookshanks blocked him. At this time, there was a noisy noise outside the lively shed, and a large group of people rushed over. It was Neville who notified the professors, accompanied by officials and Aurors from the Ministry of Magic, as well as a group of Dementors. The new Professor Lupin broke into the shed first, followed by Professor McGonagall, then Professor Flitwick. Minister of Magic, elite Aurors. The shed was full of people. Oh my god, it was so dazzling, everyone was talking, everyone was excited. Harry saw the expressions of these people, sad, angry, confused, cold, their mouths kept opening and closing, they kept talking and talking. Quiet! Harry moaned faintly. No one caught his words. I say, quiet! The Minister of Magic shouted loudly, and the Dementors were wandering outside the window. Everyone was arguing desperately, and the noise was about to break people's hearts. I say, quiet! The roof of the shed exploded. The reason was that the boy named Harry waved the Elder Wand in his hand. Everyone seemed to be strangled by the throat and couldn't make a sound. The adults stared at the wand in Harry's hand. "Is that the Elder Wand?" an aura asked softly. The Elder Wand said, "Yes," and answered his question with a cruciatous curse. Everyone raised their wands to Harry. Chapter 94 The Sands of Time and the Man with an Umbrella. Harry lost control of his body again and made a horrifying move. He sighed silently in his heart and wanted to stop it all, but he was powerless and could only let the Dark Lord show his power. Professor McGonagall walked forward slowly, her footsteps chiseling the ground like little awls, her expression unprecedentedly stern, a sternness he had never seen before no matter what troubles he had gotten into before. It was as if at this moment, he became Professor McGonagall's enemy, no longer a student protected and cared for by her. "Harry, what is going on? Why is this wand in your hand? Get out of the way." The Dark Lord's eyes were extremely cold, making Professor McGonagall feel strange, and making his companions feel strange. An aura looked at Harry from behind Fire the spell. Before the spell hit, the Dark Lord released the shield of the iron armor to wrap himself, and the spell bounced off the shield and hit the Minister of Magic Fudge, who was unconscious. Avada Kedavra! The Dark Lord retaliated without mercy. The shed seemed to explode, and everything that happened next was a sky full of spells flying, just like that day at the Dursley's old house. The Kedavra jumped through the crowd, and wherever it passed, the crowd fell like straw. At this time, as a dark wizard, Harry's strength had surpassed Voldemort's back then, at least in terms of the attainments of the Kedavra. It can be said to be shocking. When the shed was quiet again, the ground was full of corpses. There were officials and aurors from the Ministry of Magic, as well as professors from Hogwarts. Professor McGonagall protected Ron and Hermione, and they all survived. Sirius caught the mouse scabbers, and he also survived. There was no blood. There was only dead silence. The young Dark Lord stepped on the bodies of the adults and walked step by step to Sirius. He looked at the elder who was tortured beyond recognition in Azkaban with a cold and tired look. "Go on, what happened back then?" Sirius stared at Professor Lupin's body and pointed at it. "That man, me, Peter Pettigrew, and your father, we were once the best friends." His tone was strange, as if it had no weight. Maybe Sirius felt that all this was a dream, a fantasy when he was dying in Azkaban. "Voldemort wants to get rid of Harry because you are the one who will defeat him in the prophecy. We didn't know that Pettigrew had joined Voldemort. He revealed your parents' retreat. Then, they died to save you. So, my parents died because of this coward." Dark Lord Harry stared at the rat scabbers. He could feel that there was a mark on the rat. Every Death Eater had such a mark. Harry inherited Voldemort's memory and magic. He was the new owner of the rat. "Show your true form." At the command, Pettigrew, who was trembling in fear, changed from the size of a mouse to a short middle-aged wizard with wrinkled skin. He crawled on the ground, sobbing and defending himself. "Harry, don't believe this lunatic, he is just talking nonsense." "Sirius, he is the spy." Harry squatted down and put the Elder Wand against Pettigrew's head. He used legilimency to pull a long silver thread out of this guy's head and then sent it to his eyes. He flipped through Peter's memory and saw with his own eyes the scene where Peter leaked the secret to Voldemort. "It's all because of you. My parents died because of you. I was abused by the Dursleys." Harry's anger came and went quickly. "But what's the point of killing you?" he muttered to himself, "unless I can change everything." In the desolate shed, the boy was like hysterical. He trembled and wandered back and forth, stepping on corpses and rolling over faces. Hermione began to cry, Ron held her in his arms, and Professor McGonagall couldn't say a word. Sirius saw the Dementors floating in the sky, and suddenly laughed strangely, holding his arms and shaking there. "Change all this? Is there any way to?" Harry took out the time converter and was about to turn the hourglass when Professor McGonagall suddenly spoke. "Wait, Harry." Minerva McGonagall, who had undergone a dramatic change, looked like a woman defeated by life. The time turner cannot change the past. You have to use another method. What is it? Professor McGonagall said with great force, Dylan's eternal transfiguration. Harry asked, "Why tell me, Professor?" She smiled sadly, "Look here, Harry, you ruined everything. If you can change the past, then do it. The world will not get worse." "But I don't understand this magic." "This magic is not difficult. As long as you learn the essence of transfiguration and find the eternal object, you can completely change the history of an object." Professor McGonagall took a deep breath. "The eternal object is in your hand." Harry looked down at the time turner. The sand in the hourglass was like golden stars, emitting eternal glory. These sands? Yes, the sands of time, relics of the ancient Persian Empire. In 1845, the Ministry of Magic found a box in a sunken Muggle ship in the Indian Ocean, which contained about an ounce of sands of time. Time turners cannot change history, but the role of sands of time is definitely not just to make time turners. "Thank you, Professor." "Don't call me Professor, Harry, go your own way." Hermione's crying was intermittent, and Ron looked at Harry woodenly. Fudge, who was in a coma, woke up at this time, and he screamed at the corpses on the ground. Sirius was completely crazy. The atmosphere of despair in the shed made the Dementors unwilling to approach. These people couldn't squeeze out a bit of happiness in their hearts for them to eat. Petty tried to escape, but when he crawled on the corpses with difficulty, fear made him sob. The Elder Wand was against the back of his head. Harry crushed the time turner, the glass fragments pierced his palm, and the sands of time fell and landed on Pettigrew. Transfiguration spell. Harry murmured in a low voice, "You lowly man, when you betrayed your longtime friend, did you feel the slightest guilt? How can you deserve the trust of my parents? Even the animagus is a mouse, coward, why can't you be a mouse from birth?" "No, no, please, Harry." Harry's cold magic and will overwhelmed Pettigrew, and the transfiguration spell began to take effect. Peter's body and clothes began to distort, from color to outline, and turned into a mouse little by little. The sands of time penetrated Peter's body, and the effect of the transfiguration spell began to extend to the past. Such a little sand of time could not erase Pettigrew's entire life. Not enough. Harry turned to look at Hermione. "Give it to me." Hermione's eyes were swollen from crying, and clear snot hung on her lips. She coughed softly, took out the time converter from her arms, and threw it at Harry, hitting his forehead and cutting a shallow wound. "Thank you, Hermione." Harry hesitated for a moment before picking it up. But Hermione only showed a disgusted expression when she heard it. More sands of time fell. Peter Pettigrew's scream turned into a squeak. It began to rain in this world. The sky gradually darkened, as if covered by an airtight lid. The heavy rain poured, and all the pain, sadness, fear, and anger went with it. The survivors were quietly soaked in the rain. Harry closed his eyes peacefully, enjoying the moment of relief that finally arrived. His memories surged like a tide. All the details of his past life became blurred, as if separated by a thick veil. There would be no miserable childhood boarding with the Dursleys, no wonderful life at Hogwarts, and no tragedy tonight. No hateful faces, no warm friendships, no desolate corpses. Nothing. If Peter Pettigrew had never appeared and no one had told on the matter, the wizarding world today would be very different. Harry would have had a happy childhood under the care of his parents, instead of becoming the boy who survived a catastrophe. The lightning-shaped scar on Harry's forehead faded a little bit. Finally, Harry recalled the strange man at Platform 9. In such sunny weather, he neither set off nor went to the next journey, but just held an umbrella, as if standing in an invisible rain. Like a milestone, watching the ruthless erosion of the long river of history. Chapter 95. Only by bearing pain can one grow. Harry opened his eyes again and found himself at platform 9, standing under a large umbrella, with a young man holding an umbrella next to him. He was the strange man Harry saw in the car. An umbrella separated two worlds. Outside the umbrella, the thought string of the universe turned into heavy rain. Inside the umbrella, there was a quiet and lonely place. "It's over," Linda said softly. "You did a good job, Harry." "Why am I here?" Harry was at a loss. His memory still stayed in the shed, that terrible night. "Think about what you have experienced." The memory washed away by the rain came back again, although it was a little fuzzy, but the important events were still vivid. Harry can finally look back on the past calmly now. The boy has experienced too many shocks, so that if there is no rain to wash away the emotional elements, he will not be able to recall because of the strong pain. I killed a lot of people. It was you in the future who killed them, and all this is just a prophecy from divination." Prophecy. Harry seemed to wake up from hypnosis suddenly as if he heard a certain word, and he suddenly realized, yes, it's a prophecy. Linda nodded. "I shared what I saw with you. You are in an illusion. But I didn't make up the facts. Everything in the illusion will happen in reality." The question Harry was most confused about was, what is the relationship between Snape and my mother? Linda shook his head. "How should I know? You should ask him himself." "Then, what about after I changed history?" Harry said anxiously. "Do those people who were harmed by me don't have to die?" "Most of them, yes. You killed many Death Eaters, as well as Aurors and officials of the Ministry of Magic, and professors of the school. If you had changed history, most of them would not have to die, but their life trajectories would have been completely different." "That's great." Linda sighed. "But Dumbledore died of betrayal and conspiracy. You changed history and made Voldemort win. The child of prophecy did not appear. The Longbottom family and the Weasley family all died in the battle. Professor McGonagall, Professor Flitwick. These names you are familiar with, as well as all the righteous people, were defeated by Voldemort and his lackeys. The Ministry of Magic became Voldemort's one-man show, Hogwarts became Slytherin's school, half-blood wizards became vassals of pure-bloods, and people like Hermione, as they despised mudbloods, were domesticated into slaves. And you, Harry Potter, you had a happy childhood until your parents abandoned you and launched an assassination against the Dark Lord in order to resist Voldemort's tyranny. Of course, they were not spared. You stepped into the dangerous wizarding world without knowing anything, and were killed because of your parents' crimes. As a result of the punishment, he became an insignificant servant in the academy, and finally died of illness due to the heavy work." Harry was about to cry again. "Why? Why can't I be happy?" "Because you are not strong enough," Linda said bluntly. "A warm and affectionate world needs everyone's joint efforts to maintain it. Thugs like Voldemort brought chaos. People no longer believed in friendship, no longer helped each other, and turned to killing, oppressing, and plundering each other. The weak must suffer pain, both physically and mentally, and must endure it, and then die in obscurity." The boy closed his eyes sadly. "I will also become a villain, more terrible than Voldemort." "More terrible? It's hard to say. You have your own new things based on him. But there is still a gap between you and him. His goal is to establish the rule of pure-blood wizards, and you are to resurrect your parents. So the profession of the Dark Lord is also worse. The first generation of the Dark Lord Grindelwald has more ideas than Voldemort, and although Voldemort is very bad, he at least has a lofty goal. In comparison, you are just a child who longs to be loved. I don't like this prophecy. Can I really not revive my mother?" "Yes." Linda's answer cut off the boy's last fantasy. Not to mention Harry, even Linda in the library tower can't revive a person who has been dead for many years and whose body has rotted. Unless there is a complete corpse or complete memory, otherwise the resurrected person is just a new person, just like the Finger Witch. Harry collapsed. he squatted on the ground and cried loudly. "Be strong, Harry." Linda also squatted down and patted his back gently. "I let you see all this not to break your courage. If you want to pursue happiness, you can't indulge in the disappointment of the past. You certainly didn't have a happy childhood, but you have Hogwarts, you have a group of friends who care about you. Real growth is not to gain unrivaled power, but to learn to reconcile with your past and the indifference of the world." He still cried non-stop. Harry recalled the 11 years of oppressive life in the Dursleys' boarding house. He was a child who was never loved, a child who grew up in disgust and bullying. The Dursleys and Dudley Dursley brought Harry serious mental damage, but this was not enough to make him bad. Harry was always a man of courage and tenacity, a man. What made him bad was Voldemort's soul and the turmoil caused by Lynn's change of the plot. Maybe Harry will become the new Dark Lord, and then another son of prophecy, Neville Longbottom, will lead his companions to defeat him. But these stories are destined not to happen. Go back, Harry. Have a good rest. Nothing will happen after you wake up from a sleep. Harry became more and more sad. He felt that he was falling, faster and faster. He shuddered suddenly. He woke up. Harry heard someone say this. "Where am I?" "School hospital." Hermione said hurriedly, "It was Dylan who brought you here. He also said that you would wake up soon." Hermione. Harry looked at her blankly. Many classmates gathered around the bed in the school hospital. Ron put his face close to Harry with a silly expression. George and Fred walked in from outside holding the toilet seat. They happily placed the toilet seat at the head of Harry's bed to celebrate his rebirth. Then came more Gryffindor classmates. Seeing that more and more people came, Madame Pomfrey immediately got angry and wanted to drive them all out. Harry sat up from the bed. Hermione handed him glasses. He only realized that his face was wet at this time, and when he looked back, his pillow was also wet. No wonder everyone looked at him with pity. "Harry, you should have a good rest. You must have experienced something terrible." Hermione took the initiative to say goodbye. She and Madame Pomfrey also drove other students out of the ward to leave a separate resting space for Harry. Harry spent a restless night in the school hospital. He went to class as usual the next day. The end-of-year exams were approaching, and the professors were busier than usual. In the potions class, Snape still performed steadily and kept picking on Harry's faults as usual. Now Harry can look at Snape with quiet eyes. "Mr. Potter, you can't learn potion knowledge by staring at me stupidly. When can you stop being so ignorant?" Snape stared at Harry's emerald green eyes, and his annoying drawl seemed to become calmer. "Sorry, Professor, I will work harder." Harry didn't care about Snape's sarcasm. Ron saw that Snape's face was as uncomfortable as if he had swallowed a live toad, and he was immediately happy in his heart. "I hope you are not just talking nonsense." Snape returned to the podium with a cold face. He didn't bother Harry again for the whole class. The Gryffindor students were in a bad situation. They were severely deducted from their house points by this biased professor for various reasons. But except for Hermione, who was worried about the house points, other students didn't care. Everyone felt that Harry did the right thing. It was more satisfying to dampen Snape's enthusiasm than to win the house cup. After class, Harry took the initiative to walk towards Snape. "Professor, do you know my mother?" Snape paused for a moment. "It has nothing to do with you. I want to know your past." Harry's eyes were filled with sadness that was rare among adults. "What kind of person is she?" "Mr. Potter, no matter what you are planning, you will not get what you want from me." Snape seemed to be stung, pushed Harry aside and hurried out of the classroom. Snape did not go anywhere, but waited for Lind at the door of the Gryffindor common room, and stopped him when he saw him leaving. "Mr. Delin, we need to talk. What did you and Mr. Potter say?" Lind also guessed that it was Harry's transformation that stimulated Snape. "This old snake is like this, hiding everything. If he had the courage to confess to Lily Evans, how could James Potter get the beauty? Professor, it seems that you really care about Harry. Why don't you talk to him face to face? Don't treat Harry as a child, he has grown up. I don't see any sign of maturity in him. Sometimes growth is silent. After seeing something, the innocence of childhood can't be restored. Each of us carries pain and troubles, don't we? Chapter 96 Disasters subside and Owl's exam. Hogwarts is peaceful. Rhiannon Thomas brought a message to Lind, saying that the stars are back on track and the future crisis has been resolved. He also sent him a star dial as a thank you gift. Time passed day by day, June came, and the exam week that worried the 5th and 7th graders was just around the corner. The night before the O.W.Ls exam, many students suffered from insomnia. Delin, why haven't you gone out for a night tour recently? Percy, who couldn't sleep, couldn't help asking. Preparing for the exam. You are so good, but you also have to worry about the exam? When you graduate, it will be easy to apply to stay in school. Dumbledore is very satisfied with the magic class. That kind of thing is still a long way off, said Lind. It's more practical to think about where to go in the summer vacation. I want to go to Diagon Alley to find a part-time job in the summer vacation. The roommate was also attracted by the night talk and suddenly interrupted. You all didn't sleep. Percy shook his head. Did I disturb you? I can't sleep. I'm really worried, I hate exams. More than that, I hate studying. Magic should be unrestrained, but we have to learn so many theories. Memorizing is okay, but practice is terrible. I will make mistakes when I get nervous. Indeed. Linda also sighed. His divination didn't work when it failed. He hadn't understood this concept yet. Who could guarantee that he wouldn't fail during the exam? Percy smiled and said, your divination class is definitely hopeless, but there should be no problem with other subjects. Linda's face turned sour. He felt that he was still very capable. Didn't he just use his divination ability to solve a big crisis for the magic world? Harry went from being the savior to the Dark Lord. This script was too dark and cruel. It was better to nip it in the bud as soon as possible. The other two roommates started to recite spell theories to each other again. This night was really restless. Everyone, except Linda, couldn't sleep well. They closed their eyes and lay down for a while, then suddenly sat up and took out the notes under the pillow to take a look. If the content was consistent with what they thought in their hearts, they would sigh with relief and satisfaction. If not, they would gasp in relief. Rest early. Linda said, if you don't rest well, tomorrow's exam will be more affected. Someone suddenly sighed, it would be great if I could cheat. This exciting proposal was like a warm breeze, igniting the originally quiet dormitory. Percy immediately rejected this delusion loudly, it's impossible. The inspection of the Wizard Examination Bureau is very detailed. There are anti-cheating spells everywhere, and the examiner will pay close attention to you. Don't think of cheating in any way, whether it is cheat sheets, automatic answer quills, memory balls, or automatic error correction ink, all of these will be searched out. The roommate sighed and asked Linda, Delin, we know you have the best way, do you have any ideas? When Lind was still a muggle, he had fantasized about cheating in exams more than once. It was pure fantasy at that time, but when he was in elementary school, he imagined a telepathic pill that would allow people who took it to communicate with each other, and everyone could pass cheat sheets in front of the teacher, which was very cool to think about. When he was a child, he also fantasized that a group of telepathic children would form a team, master magical powers, and transform into super soldiers to protect the world in secret. What a shame! He is now able to fulfill these childhood fantasies, but he no longer has the innocent passion he had back then. And he used to be an educator, so how could he help students cheat for personal gain? Lynn said, instead of fantasizing about cheating in exams, it is better to think about what to eat for breakfast tomorrow. The topic stopped here. The next day's breakfast was as rich as usual. The school also prepared blessing cards for the 5th and 7th graders, which contained some notes on the exam and various proverbs. Lin's card read, "A willful man must have his way. Where there is a will, there is a way." Everyone shared the cards, and the contents on them were similar. After dinner all his students had to go to class, and all the candidates went to the lobby next to the auditorium to wait for admission. The professors and examiners were setting up the auditorium. Taking advantage of the last bit of time, many students gathered together to ask each other questions and recite, especially around Lind, where the most people gathered. Some students paced back and forth, or squatted by the wall in a daze. Compared to the important exams in Lind's life, the exams in the magic world were not harsh. This was not a screening exam. There was no such thing as improving 1 point and defeating 1,000 people. As long as the results were qualified, you could get a certificate. It was nothing more than the number and value of the certificates that were different, which was related to the future job search direction. Not long ago, the deans of various colleges had discussed employment issues with the candidates. Professor McGonagall hoped that Lind would stay in school to teach. Of course, she also recommended Lind to join the Ministry of Magic and become a glorious Auror. Lind decided to continue traveling in various worlds. He wanted to see more scenery and had no plans to settle down in one place for the time being. At 9:30, the side door of the auditorium opened, and the layout inside could be seen. The original long table had been replaced with a single small desk, all facing the deepest staff seat, where Professor McGonagall stood. Everyone went in and sat down in batches, encouraging each other. Percy's face was particularly pale, and Lind's other roommate was holding his stomach, looking uncomfortable. The first exam was the theory of spells. It took 2 hours, and Lind wrote it down smoothly. Except for some unfamiliar spells that required a little recollection, nothing could stump him. These exam questions reminded him of the days when he lived in the Leaky Cauldron. At that time, he studied very hard and studied spells all day long. After the exam, everyone couldn't wait to share their answers with each other as soon as they walked out of the auditorium. The top students discussed which spells to write for a certain question, and the poor students turned green when they listened to them, because the answers were different from those of the top students. At noon, the examination room was decorated as a restaurant, and all the students in the school ate together. In the afternoon, the room was rearranged as an examination room for the practical examination of spells. When Lind came to the examiner, the old man shook his hand excitedly as soon as he heard his name. "You are the famous Lin. A genius transfiguration master, your achievements will bring a new look to the magic world. It will affect the future of wizards." Then his face changed. "Unfortunately, if I had the power to give you full marks, I would do so without hesitation, but you still have to pass the exam yourself." The old man winked at him, indicating that he would show mercy to Lind. However, Lind's performance was perfect. He had practiced almost every spell in the textbook hundreds of times in the library tower, and he could use it without thinking. The first test question was to use a spell to make an orange on the table do a backflip. When he was about to cast the spell, the examiner reminded him to take out his wand. "I usually don't use a wand." Lind has 2 wands, one is his magic fork, which he only takes out in big occasions, and the other is a cypress wand bought from Ollivander's wand shop, which is simply used for appearance. When Lind demonstrated his skillful wandless and silent skills, the examiner was so happy that he almost fainted. "I have never seen such a great student. Merlin's beard, you are worthy of the title of professor." The subsequent test questions became more and more difficult, but Lind solved them all easily. Full marks. No doubt. Professor Flitwick, who was waiting at the door, was very happy for Lind. The subsequent candidates also received some preferential treatment more or less because of the good mood that Lind brought to the examiner. There are a total of 12 courses, and it will take 2 weeks to take the exam. He estimated that he would have at least 9 excellent ones. Maybe 10. As for divination and arithmetic divination was slightly better. In the divination test, his conclusion almost made the examiner faint, because Lynn said that she would become a bull in 3 years, and her husband would become a king. In fact, the examiner's husband had been dead for more than 10 years. After the exam, this school year officially came to an end. The topic in the common room became where to go for summer vacation. Lind looked at the mark on his hand. World 4 had appeared, and it would not be long before he could explore the new world. Chapter 97 Secular Games. In addition to the final exams at Hogwarts, there was another thing that touched everyone's heart. That was the ownership of the House Cup. Slytherin House has won the House Cup for 6 consecutive years, 7 years including this year. Talking about this, the little lions of Gryffindor were very indignant. They were not upset that they could not win the House Cup, they just did not want to see those venomous snakes in Slytherin being proud. Our pretty boy Draco was beaming every day, approaching Harry and the others, making a few provocative remarks, which made Ron and Hermione very angry, but Harry was very calm. This kid has been terribly quiet recently, and it is not the quietness he used to be. His roommates have not seen him smile for a long time. A student who worked so hard some time ago, now he is just in a daze every day, but he is not depressed, and his state is very strange. Linda is the one who worries least about the House Cup. He knows Dumbledore will arrange it. The wolfhound Alfred has been sneaking out recently, and the Weasley brothers said that they were still in the middle of the night. I met Alfred on the 4th floor. It seems that the plot of the Philosopher's Stone is about to begin. In Lynn's prophecy, Harry still obtained the Philosopher's Stone at the end of the first school year. He also glimpsed some magical secrets from this magical creation, and thus entered the essence of transfiguration. In a coincidence, he severely damaged Alfred's soul and stripped off a large piece of memory as nourishment for his growth. This is a standard plot of grabbing treasures and hurting enemies. It can be said that Harry got the script of the male protagonist of a cool article. It's just that the way went astray and he became a miserable character in the end. Lind hopes that Harry can grow up, not only with knowledge and ability, but also with a healthy mentality, so that he can become a member of the Library Tower and explore the root mystery of the spell in the future. Regarding the resurrection of relatives, all we can say is that everything is possible, and maybe we will find a way in some world in the future. Shortly after the end of the year-end exam, Dumbledore made a special trip to find Lind. He said that he would go to the Ministry of Magic to participate in the agenda of destroying the time converter, and asked Lind if he wanted to sit in together. Lind also readily agreed. He actually wanted to take advantage of the opportunity to steal some good stuff. It would be a waste if the time converter was destroyed in vain. The Ministry of Magic is located in London, and the guest entrance is on a street near the city centre. Dumbledore changed into Muggle clothes on this day, just to avoid being watched by Muggles when walking on the street. When Lind saw him dressed like this, he immediately laughed. "What's wrong? Does it look inappropriate?" Dumbledore was wearing a weird mixed-color suit on the upper body, and a pair of green beach shorts with coconut trees printed on the lower body. The muscles on his 2 white calves were clear, and his long silver beard hung down to his waist. He also wore a pair of sunglasses on his face. Lind's first reaction was to the Turtle Master in Dragon Ball, who looked so frivolous. Lind knew that this old man was actually very clear about the dressing taste of the Muggle world. Dumbledore really loved to play. When he walked on the streets of London in this outfit, he had a very high rate of turning heads. In comparison, Lind's outfit was much more normal. He had the face of a young man in his 17s or 18s. He had been exercising effectively and had a good figure, so he wore a white short-sleeved shirt and a khaki canvas jacket, a pair of blue overalls, and a pair of brown high-top leather boots, with a capable and refreshing style. During this period, Europe and the United States were still deeply influenced by popular culture such as rock and punk. Lind's outfit was not outstanding, but Dumbledore was praised by a group of hippies. It seems that I am more popular. The old man pushed down his sunglasses and winked at Lind. Professor, I want to donate some money to Hogwarts, specifically to help students with difficult living conditions. Lind took this opportunity to talk about some of his ideas. I am very grateful to the school for lending a hand when I was in trouble. In return, I plan to cooperate with Flourish and Blott's bookstore. Let students get new textbooks for free, and I will bear all the expenses. It's a good idea you have. But about money, Dumbledore said seriously, Lin, have you mastered the Midas touch? Yes. Please don't abuse magic. Too much gold will not bring wealth. Are you worried that the goblins will be angry about this? Lin's essential transfiguration can be used to make gold, but it is very difficult and can be removed by a counter curse, so it did not cause panic in the banking industry. Only the eternal transfiguration can truly turn stones into gold. Dumbledore said with a smile, let the goblins get angry. I'm just worried that Lind should be more careful when spending money. The old man meant that Lind should follow the rules of the game. Money doesn't fall from the sky. There must be a traceable source, otherwise it will easily attract jealous people. What do you suggest? Start a business. Dumbledore took out a business card from his pocket. It said Turing Alchemy Workshop, a small shop located in Diagon Alley. Although it is not famous, it can cover Lind's source of funds. Lind shook his head and laughed. These constraints of rules and regulations have ruined so many good young people. I can say that I have discovered the treasure of the sunken ship of the Spanish fleet, which is also a good reason. When he saw this business card, he thought of his experience of looking for a job after graduation. For 5 pecks of rice, his waist was broken. If there is a chance, I invite you to Winterbug. You will see another society and another school. There, magic is used in production, everyone can eat well and wear warm clothes, education is free for the masses, and jobs are assigned after graduation. I have always believed that although the education at Hogwarts is good, it is somewhat out of touch with reality and goes against the trend of historical development. Dumbledore was somewhat moved. He hesitated for a moment, nodded and said, then, I look forward to that day. The two chatted all the way to the entrance of the Ministry of Magic. This is a shabby red telephone booth. People come and go on this street, but no one will find that such a broken telephone booth leads to the mysterious magic world. The secrets of the magic world will sooner or later be known to the Muggle public. Lind got into the telephone booth and complained in a low voice, then the Ministry of Magic will be able to change to a decent elevator. Dumbledore was tall and had to bend his waist slightly. He picked up the phone and dialed 62442 to connect to the Ministry of Magic. The operator on the other end of the phone was a tired witch. When they actually entered the Ministry of Magic, they would find that most of the staff here looked half dead and half working. Go down the phone booth and reach the lobby on the 8th floor underground, and the view will suddenly open up. The decoration of the Ministry of Magic gives people a feeling it is more fashionable than Hogwarts. The fashion here means that it has entered the Victorian era from the Classical era. It almost spans the entire Middle Ages. The floor and walls are covered with dark wooden boards, and there are old-fashioned elevators that squeak when they run. The fusion of wood and steel has an industrial feel. Serious bureaucracy drags down the administrative efficiency of the Ministry of Magic. They have to spend the whole day here. After Dumbledore explained his purpose, the receptionist led them to the minister's office. The issue of destroying the time converter required the approval of the Wizengamot court. Minister Fudge sat in a chair and kept calling people from various departments. He respected Dumbledore very much, so he asked his assistant to keep sending drinks. British Muggles can't get anything done without drinking some wine, and the same is true for British wizards. Linda soon got tired of the long wait. He used illusion magic to create a fake body to sit in the office, and he himself cast the disillusionment charm to become invisible and wandered around the Ministry of Magic. His magic phantom was very natural, and Fudge praised him, saying that he was a model student who could keep his composure and would definitely be successful in the Ministry of Magic in the future. Such words were too hypocritical. To succeed in the Ministry of Magic, one had to rely on connections and currying favor with superiors. Linda encountered a magical item of interest in the Department of Mysteries on the 9th floor underground. The place was very heavily guarded, and he had to spend more energy and maintain a stronger invisibility magic to avoid being discovered. In order to avoid leaving clues, it was not advisable to stay for a long time. After a general tour, he stole some of the time converters that were about to be destroyed, mainly to replace the sands of time. After seeing the real thing, Linda's doubts were resolved. There was some divine power left in these gravels, so it was no wonder that they could be used as eternal objects for transformation and spell casting. That night, news came that Harry and his friends had broken into the forbidden area of the school. Dumbledore and Linda just couldn't stand the long meeting, so they hurried back to Hogwarts by flu. Chapter 98. A Thought Can Change Fate. The year-end banquet finally came. 4 colleges and 7 grades gathered in the Great Hall. The news that Harry and his friends had entered the forbidden area had spread, and the long table was always a place where all kinds of gossips in Hogwarts flew around. Linda also learned some of the truth from these guys. The 4 people who participated in the adventure this time were a group of 4, and Neville, an honest child, also participated. The 4 of them are now a more cohesive group as a member of the Hightower Conclave. Harry was slightly injured in this adventure, and it was said that he was bitten by a dog. And the dog named Alfred was beaten up. This is different from Linda's prediction. Alfred didn't die, which means that Harry didn't get that large piece of memory. There is no doubt that the deviation between the future historical trend and the prediction will become more and more. Harry was discharged from the hospital. He was the last person to enter the Great Hall except Dumbledore. As soon as he showed up, the hall fell silent, and all eyes turned to him. It was not until a while that it became lively again. Linda lowered his head and used his mobile phone to send messages to his old friends. He heard the 5th-year students around him grumbling and complaining. They were all fed up with the Slytherin guys. "Don't worry," Linda mentioned casually, "I made a prophecy that we will get the house cup. Then there is no hope at all." Everyone sighed. Dumbledore was cheerful when he walked into the hall, and the hall became quiet as soon as he spoke. "Another year has passed, what a wonderful and fulfilling year. I hope your little brains are richer than before. In a few days, you will enter the summer vacation. Then you can have a good time and free up some space in your brain to store new knowledge. Before the formal meal, let me, an old man, take care of the award ceremony of the College Cup. The specific scores of each college are as follows: 4th place, Hufflepuff, 352 points, 3rd place, Gryffindor, 401 points, 2nd place, Ravenclaw, 426 points, 1st place, Slytherin, 472 points. The Slytherin table cheered. Linda also laughed. "Hey, did you hear wrong? We are the 3rd place. I will laugh first, and then you will laugh." Dumbledore changed the subject. Yes, you all performed very well. But there are a few things to be counted recently. Mr. Ronald Weasley won the most exciting game of wizard chess in Hogwarts in many years. I reward Gryffindor with 50 points for this." The twin brothers stood up, applauded proudly, and Percy excitedly shouted to Lind and other prefects, "That's my brother, my youngest brother." Dumbledore continued to preach loudly. 2nd, Neville Longbottom, holding a sword and defeating the troll with great courage, 50 points. 3rd, Miss Hermione Granger faced the fire and calmly made logical inferences, 50 points. 4th, Harry Potter, he overcame temptation and prevented a terrible conspiracy, 60 points. Every time Dumbledore read out an item, the Gryffindor table burst into cheers. After that, recalling the end-of-year banquet, for Gryffindor, it was first a tragedy and then a comedy. Lind finally avenged his previous shame and earned himself the title of an unreliable prophet. As for what happened that night when the 4 children broke into the restricted area, they told it in person on the return Hogwarts Express. Linda. In the compartment. The 4 children sat with Linda again. They told their own experiences, just as Linda told his experiences at the beginning of the school year. It was as if these children had made a promise to Linda to trade stories for stories. This year passed, and growth came unexpectedly. Soon after the Christmas holiday, Alfred often came to play with us. Harry began to tell the story. Because Dumbledore was busy with chores and often had to go on business trips, the wolfhound Alfred always found opportunities to sneak out of the principal's office. Especially since the beginning of this spring, Linda, the evil star, rarely stayed in school, so Alfred became more unscrupulous. Its well-behaved appearance makes people love it, especially because it is very sensible and will help the little wizards. The big watery eyes stare at you, as if silently saying, "Let me do it for you, let me help you." It makes people reluctant to refuse. Everyone likes it because of this. Except for Snape, he and the dog clashed and were almost bitten several times. Then everyone liked Alfred more. Its goal has always been the closely guarded Philosopher's Stone. Without Quirrell, an important helper, it is almost impossible to pass the many tests. So it can only think of ways to lure the little wizard to help it pass the test. A foe always takes us to find treasures in the castle. Some time ago, he was often injured. In order to find out the reason, we agreed to secretly follow him at night. A foe came to the restricted area on the 4th floor and walked into a room. We saw a huge 3-headed dog in the room. Ron stood up and gestured with his arms open. "It's very big. It can eat us all in one bite." He tried his best to imitate the posture of the 3-headed dog. The freckled boy made a drooling and ferocious appearance, which made people feel humorous and funny. The 3-headed dog guarded the entrance to the treasure land. A foe tried to communicate with it, but he was repeatedly blocked. As a dog, a foe really tried hard. It turned into a spy, lurking beside Hagrid, and learned the secret that the 3-headed dog Fluffy could be hypnotized by music. It also made a set of simple percussion instruments with hollow wood. Alfred squatted down and straightened his waist like a human. 3 wooden drums were tied around his waist. His 2 paws and long nose beat together. When the drums sounded, the 3-headed dog fell asleep immediately. Alfred interpreted the bitterness of the dog. While playing, he stretched his hind legs with difficulty and moved to the entrance of the treasure land. It was a trap door. He had to stop and use his mouth to pick the door open. The music was interrupted, and the 3-headed dog woke up immediately and pounced on it. Fortunately, Harry and others blew the whistle in time and hypnotized the 3-headed dog again. Alfred was injured again, but he was indomitable. He immediately opened the trap door and jumped into the dark pit under the door. The young wizards were worried about his safety and mustered up the courage to follow him. What awaited them was the test set by the professors. Ron solved the large wizard chess left by Professor McGonagall, Neville picked up Gryffindor's sword and killed the giant prepared by Professor Quirrell, Hermione solved the potion puzzle set by Snape, and with the help of his companions, Harry reached the finish line alone. "I saw a mirror," Harry said calmly, "then I got a stone. I think it's probably a great treasure." At this time, Alfred came behind me quietly, bit my hand, and was knocked unconscious by my spell. This muddled adventure ended in such a muddled way. The little wizards didn't have much feeling about it, but they just lamented that Alfred was a wolf and a dog. Oh, he was originally a dog. In Lind's prophecy, Alfred's raid was very successful, and he almost bit Harry's throat directly, but the seriously injured Harry hit it with a killing curse, and a large piece of Voldemort's memory was torn off and merged into Harry's soul. Just a difference in one thought, the ending is very different. Lind thought it was very good. Many times, it takes only a thought to go astray. Life is the collection of every coincidence. The story is short, but the journey is long. In the following time, everyone talked about the arrangements and plans for the summer vacation. Everyone has to go home. No matter whether that home is warm or cold. Only Lind looked out the window, his mind drifting to who knows where. The next world, let's temporarily set it in Middle-earth, take Dumbledore to see Gandalf. Marvel will go later. Chapter 99. Do you want to change your name to Marika? Summer vacation arrived as scheduled, and the train to London passed through the fields under the clear and warm sunshine. The little wizards at Hogwarts were happy, and everyone was desperately trying to find something to say to their friends around them. The students who were quiet and silent in school before became talkative. They agreed not to lose contact during the summer vacation, and they must keep in touch and share any interesting things in life with each other. Except for the 7th grade, most of the compartments they were in were quiet. It seemed that everyone had nothing to say to each other. There was no need to say anything. This summer vacation was just a short separation for students of other grades. For them, there might not be such a happy gathering in the future. All the experiences of the student days can only become memories, for a sudden smile on an ordinary afternoon in the rest of their lives. When the train approached London, everyone changed out of their wizard robes and put on clean clothes. Cool summer clothes. Walking to the platform, the sky was already dark, and the summer evening atmosphere was slightly chilly. Students passed through the ticket gates in 2s and 3s. Everyone said goodbye outside the station. Lind once again witnessed the Dursleys' bad attitude towards Harry, but the boy didn't seem to mind at all. Instead, he showed a sincere smile and thanked his uncle's family. Everyone's family situation is different. Neville also wants to return to his depressing home. Mr. and Mrs. Granger waved to Hermione from a distance. Mrs. Weasley, with her little daughter Ginny, greeted them happily when she saw the children. Lind put his hands in his pockets. Many people said goodbye to him. After the excitement ended, he was alone again. "Hey! Lind!" A brisk woman's voice called him. An unexpected acquaintance ran quickly in the crowd waiting at the station. It was the Finger Witch. "Why are you here? I know you're out of school." The Finger Witch winked at him gently. Linda smiled, "Thank you for picking me up. I'm homeless. Come to my apartment and rest. I made the bed sheets for the guest room yesterday." "Do you run a bakery?" "Yes, business is pretty good." According to the agreement, Linda would visit the Finger Witch every month. The two were already old friends. She lived alone in London. After Linda left, she lived in the apartment alone for 2 days, and couldn't figure out what job to find. 3 meals a day were cheap white bread from Mother's Pride, with a bottle of blueberry jam, all bought from a supermarket half a street away. She tried to find a job taking care of people in the hospital, but was rejected because she lacked relevant skills. Later, she often went to the library and tried to learn nursing skills. During the days when she was studying in the library, she passed by a bakery every day. Business was quiet, and she was the only customer at noon. The owner of the bakery was a somewhat mean widowed old lady. Both of her husbands died during World War II. The deepest memory left by the war was the cry of bombers over London. Her only child died of starvation. The Finger Witch paid to buy the bakery. Although the owner was not friendly, she liked the bread here very much. After changing to a young and beautiful female owner, the bakery's business immediately improved. Linda often entrusted Gialli to secretly look after the Finger Witch. And he would come to visit when he was not busy. The operation of the bakery was not always smooth sailing, and there would be troubles of all kinds. When the business was good, people were too busy to handle it, and when it was deserted, it was very unbearable. Those men who lingered outside the door all day long and were reluctant to leave were mostly amazed by the beauty of the Finger Witch and wanted to win her favor. They also caused a lot of trouble for this. The Finger Witch followed Linda's instructions and rarely went out at night. Only one day, she accidentally left her keys in the bakery and was robbed by a group of villains on the way back and forth. That time, it was the house elves who secretly helped her. The finger witch didn't take it to heart and didn't mention it to anyone. She just took out a loan to buy a second-hand car for transportation. After picking up Lind at the train station, she first drove to a nearby supermarket to buy food for the next few days. As soon as she returned to the apartment, she went into the kitchen to prepare dinner. This capable modern woman's temperament is amazing. The decoration in the apartment is very simple. There are almost no personal items. Everything is neat and tidy. Turning on the TV casually, it happened to be playing Mr. Bean. Lynn sat on the sofa and felt that although this kind of life is not magical, it is also very interesting. The finger witch's best dish is still mixed vegetable stew. She has never bought a recipe. She often buys at random in the supermarket, picks some ingredients that she likes, stews them in batches in the pot, and finally seasons them simply. She doesn't like pre-prepared dishes, and there are no canned foods in the kitchen. She brought a pot of red soup to the table and put a basket of bread on it, which is considered dinner. The two people sat opposite each other, holding bread in one hand and a long spoon in the other, and they shared the soup pot. "Thank you for your hard work. Is it delicious?" Linda nodded and turned the topic to the finger witch. "Did you think of anything?" "No. But I want to change my name." "Annie is too common, isn't it?" "No, I like it very much, but I want to change it to a more interesting one." The finger witch hesitated for a moment. "I want to change my name to Marika." Linda was shocked. "Are you sure?" "Why?" "I just think this name is catchy." Linda said, "I need to check you later." "About changing your name? It's up to you to decide, I can't control you. After all, I'm just a homeless person eating here. If I don't agree, you can drive me away." "Linda, where are you going this summer vacation?" Marika seemed to have let out a long sigh of relief, and her words became more relaxed. "Do you want to work with me in the bakery? Homeless people can also have a job. It sounds interesting." At this time, Linda received a call from Winterbug. Belina said on the other end of the phone, "The Dragonborn wants to hold a peace conference to get the Empire and Stormcloak to suspend the war so that he can focus on dealing with Alduin. That's a good thing. If he needs anything, I'll help him. The Dragonborn really wants to see you. He learns things very quickly, and Winterhold doesn't have much to teach him." Belina smiled. "He almost broke your record. Dragonborn is unreasonable. He is a natural hero, and maybe he will become an emperor. I should meet him. Maybe he will be responsible for maintaining world peace in the future. A peaceful Skyrim will be beneficial to the development of Winterhold. Please come back when you are free." Linda hung up the phone and returned to the dining table. Marika was waiting for him and asked softly, "Are you leaving?" "How could that be? You have to sleep here for at least one night." Marika smiled warmly. "Eat quickly. The soup will get cold soon." After dinner, they leaned on the sofa and watched TV. Mr. Bean is indeed a good show. Linda actually prefers to watch Yes, Minister, but Marika doesn't like it. It was already dark outside the window. Marika yawned. She took a bath, and walked out of the bathroom with wet hair. "Come here." Lind asked Marika to come closer, and then took out her soul. Chapter 100. The first day of summer vacation, kill a dragon first. The soul of the finger witch is much more lively and abundant than when she was just resurrected. Apart from this, there is no difference. Lind closed his eyes and reached into the soul. The touch was like ice. "Hello, Lind." The voice of the finger witch sounded in his ears. "Is my soul interesting?" "You said this, which is enough to prove that your soul is interesting." Lind slowly sank his consciousness, and continued to go deeper into her memory until he crossed the invisible boundary and reached the consciousness body. He looked around, and the consciousness body seemed like a deep space, where the thought string floated silently and lost its vitality. And the self-consciousness was the star in the deepest part of the deep space. Sometimes Lind would wonder, if the universe is also a soul, is every star its thought string? This may be the truth, or it may just be the magician's fantasy. I know. The witch laughed. So you are a person who likes to fantasize. Yes. I never deny it. Linda gathered his thoughts and used the brain occlusion technique to block all thoughts. He stared at the self-consciousness of the finger which the empty star. Did you see any problems? No. Everything is fine. Linda opened his eyes, stuffed her soul back, and then released her recovery magic to help her relieve the discomfort caused by the soul separation. The finger witch whispered, "It seems that you don't know everything. The mystery of the soul, I am just getting started." Linda said bluntly. Although he had the help of the library tower, he did not dare to claim to be omniscient. Knowledge is not endless, but can be obtained continuously. So the more you know, the more you find your shallowness. You should rest. Malika took Lynn to the guest room. This was a small bedroom with simple and warm decoration. There were no decorations, only a soft bed, and an old enamel table lamp on the bedside table. She said she bought it at a flea market for only £5. The light from the table lamp was a strange blue. It would be more comfortable to use an orange chandelier. Do you need me to wake you up tomorrow? Malika leaned against the door. Her long chestnut hair was still wet, and a little gold was faintly visible at the roots. Please let me sleep until I wake up naturally. This is summer vacation. If I can't stay in bed, what kind of vacation is it? Linda really slept until noon, when Marika had already gone to work. On the table was her breakfast, black pepper fried eggs and toast. He used magic to heat up his breakfast, made a cup of tea, filled his stomach, and stared at the empty living room for a while. Only then did he finally feel like he was on summer vacation. It was this state of doing nothing that was very right, and every office worker would miss it very much after work. But Linda couldn't be idle after all. According to the plan, he still had to go to Winterbug. Linda recalled the agreement with Dumbledore. It was just right that he could take this old man to see the world in another world during the summer vacation. Owlkaya delivered the letter to Dumbledore, and he arrived in London via Fleur Powder that night. Lynn, you don't know how happy I was when I received the letter. Old men like me always spend their summer vacations alone. Dumbledore knocked on the door. He smiled like a Santa Claus, greeted Lind, and nodded to Marika. Dumbledore, at your service. Lind invited him to dinner and said with a smile, "It seems that my letter can summon the greatest wizard of the contemporary era. This spell is much more useful than any other magic. Dumbledore is a very likable old man. He is calm, gentle, humorous, and powerful. He was elegant when he was young and bookish when he was old." Marika had a very pleasant chat with him. It can be said that both the host and the guest enjoyed themselves. After dinner, Lind opened the portal. Dumbledore's eyes were full of strange light. He stepped into it, almost impatiently. Every spellcaster should be curious about the unknown world. From this point of view, Dumbledore is not old. What's more, he is also from Gryffindor and the blood of adventurers flows in his body. Marika sat at the table and waved goodbye to Lind. Goodbye. She smiled. Winterhold. The sky of the sun's high moon, July, was unusually clear. As the spring snow melted and the roads thawed, refugees displaced during the war poured into the rebuilt city, filling the streets. Road, bringing industrial population. Of course, there are also unrests in public security. Thanks to the watchers all over the sky, there are these sleepless machines watching every corner of the city. All violations of the public security regulations issued by the Winterhold Council will be notified to the nearest guards and college mages as soon as possible. There are still more than a dozen corpses hanging in the central square of Winterhold, telling people who come to live in this city that no matter what you plan, don't provoke the city's managers. The busiest area in the city is the northern port. Every day, the fleets that go out to sea to fish go back and forth, bringing tons of fish catch. A large number of sailors, fishermen, and workers gathered at the port, bringing spring to the frozen furnace tavern, which was originally deserted. The bottles consumed in a summer can fill the main street of Winterhold. The automatic trawl designed by the college mages has greatly improved the fishing capacity of fishing boats. These fresh seafood will be processed in the food factory at the port, and various types of food that can be preserved for a long time will be made through baking, air drying, pickling, and other means. The East Empire Trading Company took a fancy to these cheap seafood products in Winterburg, and a large number of orders came in, which is currently the largest financial income of Winterburg. Kleeman is now the captain of the guards of Winterburg. He no longer has to patrol the streets or stand guard on the city walls as usual. His official duties are not busy either, because the city management of Winterburg is the responsibility of the mages of the academy. As a sheriff, Kleeman's daily work is to attend meetings, write mission reports, and sign public security documents. He will spend more energy on training new recruits and have plenty of time to accompany his family. At noon that day, he was taking a nap in his office when he suddenly heard a desolate and ancient dragon roar. Then, the Winterburg badge he was wearing vibrated, and the monitor patrolling over the city issued an emergency alarm. Beware of dragon attacks! Beware of dragon attacks! Everyone leave the streets immediately! Please leave the streets immediately! Kleeman didn't have time to put on his armor, grabbed a shield and rushed out the door. He looked up and saw a strange-shaped spot in the sky in the south, which did not belong to any kind of flying bird. It is a very terrifying thing to witness a giant dragon attack. The roar it makes is deep and long, like the reverberation of thunder, and the ancient city walls will tremble slightly. The earth is responding to the call of the dragon, they are the kings of the sky. Assemble! Kleeman shouted, all soldiers, prepare for battle. The dragon disaster spread throughout Skyrim, and Winterhold, although located in a remote area, was not immune. The horror of the giant dragon that was often heard from the wandering refugees has finally come to the heads of the people of Winterhold. Another long dragon roar, it spread its wide wings and approached quickly. In a few heart-pounding seconds, the dragon's shadow expanded from a tiny spot on the horizon to a huge monster. The giant dragon has 2 feet and 2 wings, and its neck and tail are very slender. It looks like a solemn cross when flying in the air. The streets of Winterhold have been cleared, and the guards gathered in the direction of the dragon. Kleeman met with the wizards of the academy, and Wizard Belina and others surrounded a familiar figure. Linda. When did you come back? Kleeman, old friend, let's talk about the past later. I didn't expect that I would come back just in time for the dragon attack. Linda nodded happily to him, and then said to Dumbledore, Professor, do you mind killing a dragon before visiting Winterhold? Dumbledore laughed, I knew it would be a very interesting journey. Because I was very unhappy, I decided to wish everyone happy every day in the future, so that sooner or later your happiness will be transmitted back to me.